Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are in second best of three of the day. It was a little bit of a longer break after the carnage that LFG inflicted with not one but two absolutely overwhelmingly aggressive drafts in their favor, as we are gonna have Quantum playing up against Asakura. Well, this matchup I have a lot of things to say about because I've already watched a lot of Quantum games and we've already seen a bunch of kind of development from Quantum throughout this tournament, but Asakura, meanwhile, they were the strongest throughout their group till the very end of Group A and the group stage. They have 12 freaking points, starting in the best possible spot in this upper bracket playoffs, and they definitely do not want to be losing it to Quantum team here in their first best of three. So I think from Asakura, especially with this Drow Enigma synergy, we're expecting something extremely spicy. Quantum, I love the Beastmaster against the Drow, but I hate the Morphling. And I'm not sure if your carry being countered by the enemy carry is something you can make up for just by having one of the most powerful offlaners and good supports. So yeah, that's my take on the current draft this far. Like I said, Asakura are gonna be the ones looking way stronger going into the series here, but Quantum, the one thing that's, like I said, surprised me is how much they have grown and how much they were able to kind of hold their own against stronger teams. They almost took Arivnia 2-1. They did get wrecked by LFG in the group stages, I will say, and their first start to the tournament was a very rough one, but the more they lost to these really strong teams, the more they have become a stronger team themselves. Let's see if Quantum, though, learned enough from their relatively rough and bumpy ride throughout the group stages to match up against the boss of the stronger group, Team Asakura, with now an Enigma and an Elder Titan synergy. They're gonna finish up their draft with that Lina out of all heroes. Alright, so two insanely high damage ranged glass cannon carries. You want to know what I find sad? That they don't have the option to pick up a Mars, because this would have been an amazing Mars draft with these two ranged glass cannons. But Lina against Beastmaster is kind of decent, because even if you get roared, you generally really want to have the kind of positioning where it doesn't matter too much, and you have a decent way of clearing out the Beastmaster army, should he go for the Helm of the Overlord. So Beastmaster is most likely going to be looking towards an Aghanim Scepter, unless Quantum can win that offlane really hard. Quantum, meanwhile, a lot of time to decide, but against the Lina and the Drow Ranger, what are you gonna go with for your mid laner? Because you want a hero that even into the late game has a good time killing off these two kind of carry glass cannon-ish heroes, while also coming online himself really early on. I love it, actually. Still not a great lane against the Lina, don't get me wrong. Lina has the somewhat better lane and a lot better balance as far as, rune control and those things are concerned, but I think Sportic got this on his Earthshaker. I want to believe, because if it isn't the Earthshaker pulling through and making all of that space for the Morphling to pop off before the Drow is really online, then Quantum are gonna fall apart here. But the idea with this draft is they have two heroes that are way faster than Asakura, and the push that a Beastmaster provides as far as their cores go, together with excellent supports to provide a crap ton of crowd control, keep that Phoenix egg protected in teamfights, and burn a lot of mana, so you can potentially prevent Infernal from black holing, you can potentially prevent the Lina ultimate from getting Morphling while he needs to morph, right? They do have the crowd control to facilitate some good teamfights on the side of Quantum, especially with that Earthshaker last pick. But they don't have the late game, they do not have any good solutions to whichever carry they don't catch, right? So I think Quantum, they have the harder execution. I'm gonna favor Asakura both skill-wise and draft-wise, but it depends on the Earthshaker, like I said. And if Sportic just pops off with two huge Echo Slams in a row to get ahead of the Drow Ranger, ahead of the Lina, that's the kind of position from which he can actually get this game to a victory at 30 minutes, because of, like I said before, the insane push of the Beastmaster and the really good supports to kind of protect you as you're trying to push up that high ground. So Asakura, I can't praise them enough because they have been the raid boss throughout this entire season. They have been looking strong last season, have undergone some squad changes, and, are looking, or 2 seasons ago they've undergone some squad changes, and are looking really strong since then, just kind of having found their own playstyle, knowing what to draft around their players. and knowing when like your mid laner goes for a gank, you know, just kind of being used to one another's timing in order to make sure you have yourself that crucial advantage when it comes to that team fight. And yeah, just generally pickoff potential as well, though they don't play that much around pickoffs in general on the side of Asakura. They rather play 4 Protect 1 and have their carry farm really big stacks than focusing the team fight potential and focusing making money for themselves. With that, we are loaded in, and Asakura got a 0-minute smoke. Quantum will be going for one as well, so both teams rushing out of the base as fast as they can as Vanilli calls the good luck. Not even have fun, just good luck. He knows we're now in the playoffs. There's no more fun to be had here. You're playing for real money. And do not want to be losing. Both teams know exactly where the other team is, with Phoenix and Elder Titan having broken the smoke on one another. But because of that also, both teams are just staying very reluctant. Alright, very respectful opening here as far as the 0-minute smokes go. But neither team is backing off. And both still seem pretty certain to go for a fight, which kind of makes sense, because don't get me wrong, Quantum do have the better lockdown, whereas Asakura have really high damage when they're hitting from this high ground onto somebody that tries to go for a rune. But Asakura, they will be the first team to kind of back off. Just make sure they get at least 2 of these runes, maybe even 3, because of how quickly they're splitting up. Yep, that's gonna be 3 runes for Asakura for just the 1 for Kolya Kaban. Kolya's a fun player. I'm kind of sad that he's on the Lion and not something more exciting to watch like the Neeks Assassin or... I wonder what other players he play, what other heroes he plays really sick. But I remember, like, I've casted him a game where he was just doing amazing kind of creep pulls and like really obnoxious stuff on the Neeks Assassin. Meanwhile, about this mid lane, like I said, the Lina is gonna be winning it for a while. Earthshaker hopes he can pull ahead with the first gank rotation, with the first huge Echo Slam. And until then, well, as for this top lane, Drow is gonna get pressured at some point before her level 6. We already know that she's a Drow Ranger. If you let Jezu get this level 6 for free, the game is gonna be borderline over. And it is a lane with a crap ton of damage and lockdown from a Beastmaster and a Lioness. Lion is gonna snipe that courier. So Jezu really just wants the XP. Beastmaster is not gonna make it easy for him to get with 1 level in those boars already. And just the maximum harass coming out from the Beastmaster. Kolya being bullied a bit, but see, this is what I mean about Kolya Kaban. I love that guy for playing chess when everybody else is playing Dota. The thing is, though, against the Black Hole, I'm not sure if this Morph is gonna have enough late game for the side of Quantum. Like, that's the one thing that scares me the most about this Quantum draft. It's not that I don't love the kind of Beastmaster and Earthshaker synergy until the Morphling pops off. And if the Morphling pops off, he should still have a pretty good game against the Drow Ranger and such. It's just really that I can't say that Quantum win the late game because of the Enigma. And while they may be having a really good mid-game timing, Jezu so far should be set up for a decent lane against the Beastmaster thanks to his Elder Titan doing all that work, whereas Elder Titan making space that Earthshaker wishes he had right now. Earthshaker, yeah, lasted-wise, he's second to only the Lina, but harass-wise, he is using up a lot more resources to kind of stay in the lane and hold his own on mid. Though I'm just really waiting until this bro can get killed off, because it's gonna take a while longer to reach level 6 on the Drow range to really get those big marksman procs going and have an answer for Claxton and speed. Claxton is gonna solve up. As Jazz with 3 out of 6 levels, he's getting there, slowly but ever so surely. The Elder Titan, as you can see, is already headed into the jungle, making sure to make the Drow range some stacks. But that means Jesus' courier gets sniped once again by Kolya. Kolya, 2 courier snipes before the first blood has happened. I love him. Even when he plays something a little more boring to watch like a Lioness, now they're gonna try to run down Jazu and make sure this Drow Ranger does not have the free lane you want her to have. Beastmaster gets the first blood, Claxton dies immediately after, but with Jazu giving that 150 extra gold and a lot of extra XP, they are really happy having killed off the Drow Ranger, and now getting more pressure on the Beastmaster. Because against an Enigma and a Magnus, DOTA2 is really feeling this pressure, with the Eidolons just constantly poking, forcing him to morph. His lasts are going quite alright, thanks to Phoenix helping him with the sustain, being able to kind of... yeah, do stuff like this when the Eidolons are becoming an issue. But even then, at level 6 there's gonna be a black hole, and Morphling is definitely the kind of hero that's worth just running at, pressing a one-man black hole for. As long as you make sure either he can't morph or you have so much damage that even if he morphs you get the kill guaranteed. Both of which are really feasible thanks to Midnight Pulse being such a good percentage base damage when you have the lockdown to keep people into it. Quantum though. Maybe it's gonna be this offlane Beastmaster popping off with the momentum and like going really hard before even the Earthshaker comes online, because Earthshaker's lane still isn't looking as good as I was hoping for it to. But Beastmaster, surprisingly enough, thanks to that first blood is now, because you can already see how Drow Ranger just started having a lot less fun. Jazu gets unlocked off and a few more hits.
Dire's top tower is under attack. It fights for its life.
Kolya, get out. Bashka. Looking for that Vladimir's of his heals on up. And as for the Earthshaker, very close to the all-important Echo Slam. Lina, though, got lucky on the 50-50 rune chance, even with the support rotation over as coming over as well. And that is gonna be Young G. Getting an arcane rune as well. So a lot of money from being able to take that, run into the jungle, and nuke down a creep camp or two. At least that gives Sportic some space in the lane. As he's gonna teleport bottom, there is an Echo Slam available. Can they catch this huge Enigma before his level 6 comes out? Magnus is there, is threatening as Elder Titan gets a very nice stun off. But no commitment from either team to take the fight here.
Radiant's middle tower is losing its foundation.
That's over on bottom lane. Morph enjoying the space, keeping up with the Drow Ranger just perfectly fine. Keep in mind, Morph is ahead of the Drow quite a bit, but Jazu gonna have that marksmanship in just a little bit. And that's when Drow Ranger is only gonna start being a carry. Before that, she is very far behind, and that's why Drow Ranger is kind of a hard hero to win games with in the first place.
Tower is under attack.
Like, you do nothing before level 6. And there's a lot of carries that do that, but of them, most of them are a lot easier to execute than the Drow Ranger. Take Slark, for example, right? After you're level 6, you automatically dominate the lane because the enemy cannot out-harass you anymore. And even before that, Essence Shift can kind of allow you to win lanes against Bristleback and other really beefy heroes. Infernal gets zoned away there. Morph and Phoenix, quite alright. Infernal surviving with just 20 HP or something now, regenning up. Vortic doing a surprisingly good job on this mid lane of his. There is still the Echo Slam available, and he would love to be able to commit it onto somebody. Gonna group up with his team, make sure he too gets smoked. They're gonna run down the Lina with Beastmaster leading the charge, coming around the corner and immediately going for that roar. On top of the Lina, Earthshaker is gonna set up the chain stun. And as the Lina goes down, Vanilli may be the next target, but went for a really good sleep onto 4. Phoenix almost dying to that, will be fine thanks to his team tanking the tower. And the Beastmaster army says, revenge for almost killing my tower, is gonna try to take down the mid-tier one. So, I gotta compliment Quantum, because they're really using this Beastmaster aggression from the moment they have it available. I'm not sure if going for a Helm of the Dominator will pay off or not, with how scary the late game from Asakura is already looking, and Drow Ranger still having a really good, almost 9-minute marksmanship timing, which is quite manageable, all things considered. But Beastmaster, as long as he keeps getting his team that tower gold, makes sure that Earthshaker can kind of come back from his rough lane against the Lina, and that Morphling has the space to actually farm up and become a late game threat worthy of this Drow Ranger. You still gotta keep in mind that Drow is a really hard counter to the Morphling though, ladies and gentlemen. I said it during the draft before, but the way it works is, so Morphling usually fights with mostly full agility, at least at the start of a fight, right? And that means he has very high base armor, but very low health. That's kind of the trade-off. That's why Morphling doesn't mind Morphing agility that much, having ridiculously low HP. Kind of like a Terrorblade, who also has like 20 base armor, level 5 or something like that. But Drow marksmanship ignores a percentage of your base armor. Like level 3 marksmanship ignores basically all your base armor. So Morphling with currently 16 base armor already, well, he's gonna be hit like he has 1 armor from a Drow Ranger with marksmanship procs. Once it's level 3 marksmanship time. And I wonder how they're gonna compensate for it. Building an Assault Cuirass on a hero that isn't Morphling is really good for the extra armor aura. Killing off Drow Rangers obviously really, really good because Drow is currently just having 2 free off a game. Jazu 0 and 2, which isn't bad considering the Morphling is farming freely and has a huge lead compared to the Drow still. But you already see that Drow, despite the fact that Morphling has been made lots of space for and is very protected by his team, is still farming at the exact same rate while just kind of doing her own thing in this annoying top lane against Beastmaster.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is little it can do.
Morph, meanwhile, opting for the first item, Manta style here. I don't disagree. Having the ability to not just purge but also dodge stuff is really important here. Because you got 2 machine gun heroes, right? The Drow and the Lina. If either of them right clicks you a ton, you can just press Manta style and dodge 3, 4, 5 right clicks to make the difference in a kind of 1v1 matchup. Faker. Going for power threats from the looks of it.
Money to burn.
Jazu got his farming, Yasha. Still quite a bit behind on the Morphling, but give him another 2 minutes without him being contested in that jungle and getting ganked with smoke or something, and he will have overtaken the Morphling, and then when the game is gonna look a bit harder for Quantum, who I will say have so far been managing just excellently. Maybe they can catch the Drow Ranger or the Lina with a Beastmaster Roar and kill either of them off. Because I do kind of want to see a 3rd game to the series, and if Quantum do surprisingly well here, that would definitely be a good indication that we're gonna get one. Roshan. Killed off with Bashka, as that is gonna be a very nice tempo for the side of Quantum. Exactly what they needed, because they realized they cannot wait much longer against this Drow Ranger. Instead of waiting, they're gonna get the Aegis, immediately smoke up 3 people to try and invade that 14-minute Wisdom Rune and facilitate an edge going onward into the mid-game that way. Vanilli comes in, breaks the smoke, scouts out that there's multiple people up the high ground, but he will be killed off for that as now Young G comes on in. And there's a Phoenix Egg, but with the Lina, Phoenix Egg is kind of out of place here. Ooh, the smoke! Magnus smoked at 1 HP, what a play there! They only killed off the Phoenix for the Elder Titan by the end of that. But Magnus lives with 1 HP. Quantum, despite that Aegis, a lot of resources committed without really getting any of those big kills. And the Black Hole was held. But with that Aegis, Quantum are still gonna be pretty dominant for another 4 minutes, don't get me wrong. I just can't blame the Morphling for really kind of wanting to use that to farm up first.
Dire's bottom tower hopes for aid.
As Beastmaster, the one to tank the initiation, does not have his roar available to defend himself for just 15 seconds, but I don't think he will live for even 10 of those. In comes Sportic, looking for revenge, and with the Phoenix and the Echo Slam, look at that beautiful 1-2 combo. 2 for 1, nice little trade there for Quantum. Drow and Lina are now farming up, but Quantum, they've been farming up this entire time on their Morphling. If they only... Sorry for that. Microphone. If they only farm up on one core, of course, Morphling does need to hold on to this gold lead of his, but now he's on top of that Werf and starting to accelerate that gold lead and really snowball it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Drow Ranger. Getting that Dragonlance in. So Beastmaster looks to secure himself some stacks.
Tower is under attack.
Is going for the Helm of the Overlord now. Will have a couple hundred gold. Morphling, meanwhile, feeling just how hard marksmanship hits him, but does manage to hold the waveform out of there. As well, Mantastal about to come on in, and Bashka, I'm kind of surprised, just so boldly farming around the corner, but then I realized his team is currently occupying the Dire jungle and kind of ready for a team fight, just waiting for somebody to come up to high ground. Looks like they want to push top though, with that Helm of the Overlord now being there for the Master.
Dire's top tower is feeling its mortality. Dire's structures are fortified. Doom is on the wind.
Bashka looking to initiate the fight onto Vanilli. Vanilli, not the easiest target. How tanky he's starting to get, especially when he has those auras provided by his team. But the tower, however, something Morphling is very good at hitting, will go down now though. Magnus comes in with a 2-man ultimate, and there's the follow-up from the Enigma. A nice defensive act comes out, but the Beastmaster is still gonna perish to the Stomp plus Midnight Fuels combo eventually. As Asakura, they've somehow played this team fight without losing anyone. Quantum very happy that they had that Aegis there, because their Morphling can just get out, pretend that that never happened. Well, that was a black hole, so 3-minute cooldown used from the side of Asakura, which they now have to go without, allowing Quantum to be a lot more aggressive once that Beastmaster respawned and has a Roar available in like 40 seconds. Because you don't need to wait for all of your big ultimates, you don't need the egg, you don't need the finger, but you do need the Beastmaster Roar to do something on the side of Quantum. But with the Echo Slam and Beastmaster Roar available again in like 25 seconds, they can just go for a stunlock combo, try to get a kill that way, and kind of always use like 2 of their big heavy hitters in one team fight. Phoenix already got a full-blown Glimmer Cape, but Ina, meanwhile, with an amplified damage rune and an Aghanim Scepter, I think Young G is soon gonna start looking for that first one-shot opportunity to present itself. Elder Titan, meanwhile, wants a force they have to kind of help hold his own. Aghanim Scepter into BKB, man after my own heart. You can just get as many items to go in as possible, get a BKB, and rush after people. I freaking love that build. Quantum. Love to catch this throw range. They have no idea where exactly Jezu is as Jezu. Doing up a silver at after the Hurricane Pike. I do love Hurricane Pike early on Dro, because unlike the sniper, it's not like Dro gets a good Aghanim's shard or whatever to escape, right? The thing that makes Dro better than the sniper in some scenarios, in this patch specifically, is the marksmanship. And Morphling is exactly the kind of hero that the marksmanship is excellent against. Four-man smoke up from the side of Asakura as Asakura. They're realizing this Roshan could be up at any second, and they have surprisingly good game sense because RNG says Roche is already up, and Quantum, well, they were looking for the Drow Ranger, hoping they could kill her and then use it to contest that Roshan, but instead of finding the Drow or the Roshan, it's just gonna be a beautiful 2-man RP skewer combo. And now it's gonna be Asakura taking over this Roche pit, bringing in the Drow Ranger, and with that marksmanship, ignoring even Roshan's base armor. Well, what's the word? Objective gaming. Because Morphling with that first Aegis made sure to apply so much pressure, and Beastmaster is currently hitting some tier 3 tower with his boars, but only with his boars. Well, a full Rose is not gonna be worth it, and oh no! Oh no, I think Bashka just threw the game. What's left of it anyways. He tried to solo Tormentor. He tried to solo Tormentor, and he messed up the morphing, because it's kind of difficult, like kind of finicky with the morphling to do the whole morph back and forth under the Tormentor thing, because you do take continuous damage from it, right? The Tormentor has like a mini Radiance aura that burns away at you. And Morphling just kind of solo killed himself, which is fine because the enemy team doesn't really get gold from it, but while the Drow Ranger is getting a full-blown Roche and is now gonna have a Shadow Blade completed, the Morphling dying and not being able to farm means we're finally at that stage where Jezu is just kind of bound to overtake the Morphling in net worth by the nature of his hero. Enigma also has a full-blown BKB, and this is really gonna be the phase that makes or breaks the game for Quantum. Magnus would love a level 2 RP with the amazing setups that he's already been able to get. One more level for that. Though, Sportic on that Earthshaker, if he gets the BKB and then finds just one good initiation with the Echo Slam, then he can absolutely dominate. Without the BKB, he can still absolutely dominate, but that requires taking either the Drow or the Lina out right off the bat. Because the moment you get stun locked, all of that physical damage is just gonna wreck you.
Radiant's middle tower is losing its foundation. Radiant's middle tower has collapsed.
And 3 minutes on that Aegis remaining. Asakura very much enjoying just how they can take their time in the enemy jungle, take over such a large part of the map with wards, because the top tier 2 was already dead a long time ago, and Beastmaster really has no better place to be where he can secure farm while also applying pressure to the enemy base or enemy objectives. Because yeah, while he would like be on the mid or bottom tower,
Is under attack.
they just can't really secure themselves the vision advantage to do so. So I'm thinking for Quantum, the way to win this game from this stage, with the amazing push they're already having up on the top lane, is go for a big smoke. Make sure you turn that big smoke into, like I said, a Drow or a Lina kill, even with just that Aegis being there. And then go all in on the Enigma. Make sure you take away the Black Hole while like one of the two big carries is dead or respawning. Because from there, Quantum would basically have another 10 minutes for free with the Morphling before he starts falling off. But the clock and the window is closing. Clock ticking and the window is closing for them. There we go. English hard. But our Ranger is not having a hard game. On the contrary, that's going to be the full-blown Silver Edge coming in. Still just 100 gold ahead of the Morphling. Morph and Drow really both farming their hearts out this game. Well, the Helm of the Overlord is just gonna go to the Lina for a little bit of extra gold. And Infernal is looking to up for now. So make sure he saves on those slots and gets those instant charges going.
Dire's courier has been slain.
As Jesus' courier gets sniped by the Phoenix. Nice job there. And it's gonna be the first setup to push this bottom tier 2 they've had since the start of the game, but with the Beastmaster it's already gonna be a massive freaking push. Drow Ranger meanwhile pushing mid and quite a bit slower, but guess what? There is that Roshan's banner available. It will be thrown down aggressively. As the second high ground gets knocked on by the side of Quantum, saying, come on guys, come on, we know you need to defend your base, and there's the Lina. Do just that, defend their base, though the tier 3 tower could very well fall here, and it will to the Beastmaster army. Drow Ranger only now teleporting out Asakura. Do they want to try to catch anyone from Quantum retreating? Since Quantum, if they just keep up this kind of ratty outmaneuvering, then they're gonna be able to pull out a lane or two of melee wrecks while still just avoiding the Drow's wrath for it. Also, somebody asks about why the gem on the Magnus, but if nothing else, this Phoenix has a Glimmer Cape, which has saved people at least 2 times, chat. Like, Phoenix's Glimmer Capes have been real, and I think they really needed to D-ward as well on the side of Asakura. Because the side of Quantum just keeps putting up the pressure on whichever lane they can, then running away before Asakura have the means to initiate any kind of team fight. With Earthshaker now almost having his BKB completed for that crucial team fight timing I'm waiting for.
Radiant's bottom tower is fading fast. Dire's middle tower
And
is learning
Asakura
to fear.
trying to wrap around, come in from behind. And there's that huge echo we have been waiting for. The BKB activated, but even with the Phoenix Act, it's not quite as huge as they thought. They will be able to kill off Enigma before the black hole comes out, but there's that two-man Ravage, the fourth one we've seen this game. Holy crap. Magnus's name is just 4 zeros and a dot, but what a god. He's playing amazingly here, carrying his team to victory in yet another team fight as Morphling not quite happy about that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. His shell encroached
Top tier 1 tower gets machine gunned through by both of these scary carries, and that's why I was saying, chat, you need to kill off either the Lina or the Drow Ranger first, then rush down the Enigma.
Radiant's top tower falling shortly.
Also, yes guys, I'm Joe XD because someone in chat is asking. Thank you very much for the concern and interest. Earthshaker looking for apparently an Octarine core. I mean, I guess, fair enough. It's not like he necessarily needs the refresher orb just yet, or Daedalus is a great item here. So I don't know, like, maybe overwhelming Blink first so you can at least catch Lina or Drow better, but with their BKBs I can't see why he isn't going for it either. Beastmaster is going for an Aghanim Scepter. So that's an interesting build. Helm of the Overlord into Blink Dagger into Scepter. Usually you see people pick up one of the two, either the Scepter or the Helm of the Overlord, but I'm a big fan of it. I think going for the Scepter just for the sustain, even after you have a Helm of the Overlord, with one of those defensive auras from an Ancient Creep or something like that, makes a lot of sense. Wow, Beastmaster sends one boar through the portal and there's 3 people camping there saying, we're gonna get a kill. Well, they did get a kill, but just on a boar. It's gonna be 30 more seconds till Roshan respawns. And I think Quantum, they realized they gotta contest this Roche pit, but can they? Morphling coming in with a haste rune now. Beastmaster still split, pushing out the top lane.
Top tower is under attack.
As Lina once again teleporting back to defend. As of course those DP boots at the ready. Young G now looking to go for that Ethereal Blade. So it is just gonna be your run-of-the-mill one-shot Lina. Morphling though caught the Magnus, and Magnus, the guy who has been carrying teamfights all along, when he gets caught in one of those kind of pick-off scenarios where he's alone, he suddenly gets bursted down by just so freaking much damage. Roshan with the Earthshaker and the Morphling sitting on top of him, taking massive freaking damage. More big crit after another. I will say the ability of Quantum to secure Roshan after Roshan and just being bold like this to go in despite the fact that there is a black hole and 3 BKBs ready on the side of Asakura, is why they're still doing so well in this game. Every time they get that Aegis, it's not just breathing room and space for the Morphling, but it's kind of an equalizer that makes it more unlikely that Asakura want to fight, and gives you a shot if Asakura indeed do want to initiate a forceful team fight, kind of put them back in their place. Enigma though, he has that black hole and he says to his team, guys, go push, I want to black hole somebody. So I don't think Asakura are too afraid of anything until that black hole gets somehow.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is little
4 minutes of Aegis time on the Morphling though, even if that's not too scary without the Morphling being able to catch anyone while the black hole is available. It still means that there's not really any motivation for Asakura to just run in and try to snipe out Bashka on his Morph. Everyone grouped up in one set of trees, Morphling. Oh, he's doing the fake illusion thing. But I think if they're even paying a little bit of attention, they saw it, because that's the drawback of having crits on a Morphling. The crit number will be shown for a little while, and if you see, hey, that was a 500 crit, you know one of those two is not an illusion. Because crit numbers don't lie in Dota, and if illusions crit, then it's gonna be the actual damage dealt as the illusion crit number for most forms of crit. I'm not sure if with PA it's still the case, because everybody plays methodical nowadays. Got a 4-man smoke up from the side of Quantum, who are just gonna kind of be in a defensive formation, slowly push out the mid lane. And they're drawing, hey guys, let's take over the Dire jungle and push top out after getting the mid tower, because they're all at bottom right now, which is an excellent ping, because they are indeed all at bottom on the side of Asakura.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. No gale can snuff the flame.
It's gonna be not really any kind of hard initiation from Quantum once again. They go for this really big rotation with multiple smoked up people and that refresher shard for the double BKB, double epicenter from the Earthshaker, but knowing full well there is still an Aegis. We're just gonna see Asakura play that really slow and methodical Dota, and I've said it before when casting Group A before, where it's like, Asakura are not the greatest team at aggressive Dota, or at late game Dota, or at mid game Dota. They don't have one playstyle that they're super perfect at other than high synergy based kind of teamfight heavy. But what makes them so unique is that they kind of adapt themselves to whatever the enemy is worst against. And in this case, that's a late game Drow Ranger with max level marksmanship and Shadow Blade as well to provide some level of break. Being able to break the Beastmaster passive is really, really good here. Asakura, meanwhile, supporting their Lina back home, making sure they have everything required to defend this high ground with.
Top tower is under attack.
Gold back to pretty much 0, 1 minute timer remaining on the Aegis. And Magnus got a backup gem queued up actually, because this is one of the two that Quantum bought. Since Quantum need themselves the gem ever since the Shadow Blade on the Drow has been finished. You can't catch Drow specifically ever since the plus movement speed from the Gust thing has been a thing. Because even if you dust her and slow the Drow Ranger, she's just gonna break the invisibility to be fast again by giving herself bonus movement speed to compensate the original slow. What you want against Drow Ranger is lockdown like this, but they catch out the Enigma, which is just as good of a pickup, or is it? Because Jazu is sitting on the high ground empowered, almost getting a kill there, though thanks to the huge nuke damage from Morphling, it's gonna be 2-4-0 so far, and Magnus will be buying himself back here. Jazu finally starting to get some good hits into the Morph, but putting those couriers in front of the tower may not be the smartest thing, as Morphling now diving in, disabling. No, Drow Ranger missed the Gust on the Morphling. Gotta be really careful on Jazu, but Morphling, they say you have overextended because we were keeping track of your Aegis timing, and if the Morphling dies once, then he is gonna be dead without a respawn because the Aegis is expired. But instead, Quantum able to back themselves off here. No kill on the Morph. Quantum not happy about that as a pause comes up. Quantum very happy about that as a pause comes out. That they're not happy about. Asakura aren't happy about the way that high ground push went just now. Because another push like that, and Asakura are gonna be up against Mega Creeps. And I keep saying Drow has the late game advantage. But Quantum, they have the lead. Not just 3,000 gold lead and a bit of XP lead. But they have been making sure that while Jazu has kind of been able to farm, the big black holes are being removed. And Asakura has not been able to use all of their resources, like those Earth Splitters, like those black holes we saw shut down in the last teamfight once more efficiently. Because if you're able to get out a 3 or 4 man Earth Splitter, then Elder Titan has pretty much just solo carried a teamfight with just one mid-tier cooldown ultimate, as the reconnect is there, and hopefully the lag issues will be fixed so we can get back into it again. Finally, the playoffs are cooking off here at the EPL and are, you know, giving us those kind of exciting grudge matches or really fast stomps where it's just like, oh crap, we've got outdrafted, what are we gonna do? So, with a 3k gold lead, Quantum. They still haven't broken that promise I made you guys, where the Drow Ranger will not be overtaken by the Morphling anytime soon. And Bashka's been farming excellently, it's just this close to the Drow. Also, chat, thank you for all the kind words. I just like to say, while we're paused and delay when talking to chat isn't quite as much from where I'm standing. Thank you all for the kind words. I love you too, chat. This is the greatest like side job I could wish for in the world, and especially yesterday was wild. I hope all of you caught yesterday where we had like a freaking 3-hour back and forth action-packed series. The unpause is finally gonna be there. But if you haven't caught that, where I could actually cast my freaking heart out in the first series of the day, then make sure you catch the VODs. We do now have an official YouTube channel, so I think chatbot will annoy you guys with that at some point or another. As 4-man smoke comes out from the side of Asakura. Lina just kind of sustaining herself on the mid lane. And Phoenix gets killed off with Yang Ji being the one to take the kill. Massive damage. It's just a support. As Quantum, they're gonna do something that we've seen a bunch in this tournament as a whole. A lot more than the last 2 seasons, where it's gonna be people split pushing and making sure these side lanes are always gonna be under pressure. In this case, it's gonna be the Morph just ever so slowly getting a little bit of damage to stick on the range tracks, while the real Morph is way back here. And look at that, with the Manta style pretending to be an illusion Morphling, gets away from the Magnus, then turns around, one-shots the Magnus, but Enigma, he says, Morphling, that's a kill totally worth my black hole, and immediately goes for the big ultimate. Quantum. They're 1k ahead, but they did just lose their big carry for 80 seconds. And I'm not sure they want to be playing this far forward on the mid lane, even with the Earthshaker available and massively exposed. Because Drow and Lina are still scary, right? Like, you take out one big ultimate, but you don't take out the main source of damage. So, depending on how they breach this high ground, this could be a really good push or a really bad one. Lina did not expect 3 people with a Beastmaster Roar, though. So, a great start, delivering a lot of damage onto Yang Ji. Yang Ji, however, has a BKB, is able to turn around, and with that Load Storm being protected now from Vanilli, he will be able to get Claxton, while Jazu made sure to deal with Polya Kaban on that really cancerous Lion. Because Lion, we haven't really talked about him that much with like 2-man Earth Spikes or really clever hexes. Because, like I said, Lion is kind of an unspectacular hero, where the difference between a pro Lion and a noob Lion looks kind of small compared to, let's say, the Neeks, the Assassin, or even the Puck support, which is something Kolya Kaban also loved to play back when it was viable. Which can make quite a lot of difference, but it's so exciting to watch when you see like a good player survive on 1 HP and stuff like that. Earthshaker decides to just push out the top lane. He realizes, oh crap, we're gonna get a taste of our own medicine here and are gonna be pushed in very hard without really means to stop the enemy from disengaging. As Jazu got on his little pocket high ground, and with the pocket high ground, I do think pocket high ground is a lot better now that Drow Ranger can just fall off of it like that. And that is gonna be one range track just assassinated by that ranger with her bow. Bro, look to get herself a Swift Blink, jump forward, machine gun. Morphling though, who already has a Swift Link and is a lot more of a machine gun in his own right, is trying to set up onto a Drow Ranger or her teammate. Drow now in the back and invisible. Lina comes in just after the stun for her was committed. And yeah, Quantum, sadly this may be the right call, where it's like, guys, do we really want to fight this? But Asakura, as Quantum, are just kind of doing a double take, making sure to regroup and try to get a good initiation going around this road. But Asakura are smoked up behind them, are trying to get in on the Magnus. Magnus getting chain stunned up with the Glimmer Cape and the Load Storm side. And there's gonna be Phoenix almost caught, but not quite, as Earthshake comes in. Beautiful double kill setup. The black hole will eventually be cancelled with the help of Klaxon, and nobody has died this time around from Quantum, as Young G not really able to turn around, or is he? There is a Lincoln Sphere. Drow Ranger is walking in Invis with him. Two will be able to get out. Elder Titan immediately buys himself back, comes into the bottom lane, but doesn't realize everybody is already running into the Roche Pit from the side of Quantum, looking to get Morphling, his third Aegis this game. Quantum, despite how close the game is looking, they are making sure that this Morphling not only pops off, but manages to, you know, hold his own, even in this late game where he kind of falls off, especially against the Drow Ranger, who deals him so much damage. As all the buybacks are available from Quantum. None of them, though, except for Enigma's on the side of Asakura. And Enigma's buyback only matters, of course, if Enigma has that black hole, which will still be cooling down for another 100 seconds. Or kind of shoving out mid lane. Over on top is where the real push is gonna occur from the looks of it. Young G wants to defend, but with that Roshan's banner, easier said than done, as Morphling takes care of the range tracks. Start things off with Drow Ranger trying to get a good angle and sneak around. Will try to machine gun down the Roshan's banner first and then just get back. Deal with the creeps. Nice D-push there from Asakura, having only lost the range track. With all three lanes of Rex still standing. Black hole almost ready, because that's what Asakura are waiting for. That's why they're playing so defensive. They're not just waiting this game out, looking for their enemies to make a mistake. No, they're just waiting for the black hole. And the enemy triangle is gonna be Morphling, killing off Vanilli to start things off. Drow Ranger just de-warding from a long range with her pocket high ground. And yes, I'm just gonna call that the pocket high ground. People who have seen the Star Wars memes will understand why. And it does sometimes actually work like that, where it's like, when Drow gets it off at a really good spot and you know you can't fight, or Morph wants these racks so badly, but he makes sure he protects the Roshan's banner, is ready to go onto the Drow Ranger. Not just the Drow Ranger, but the Magnus and Lina are there as well, with Magnus going for a beautiful two-man RP. The Phoenix X still killed by the Lina, but the Black Hole not hitting anyone. Infernal, he whiffed one black hole, and that one black hole may be the final one this game if Drow Ranger isn't able to do a lot of work with her buyback here. Drow bot back, Magnus still on the chase. They want this Morphling with Elder Titan giving vision, but Morphling quite a good hero at running away from the enemy team with a blink dagger and a waveform and everything like that. So even then, they're trying to create space and make sure this Drow Ranger buyback doesn't pay off, but Drow Ranger will obliterate the Lion, getting more out of this. Jazu needs to be very careful though. As bottom lane has to be defended against the Manda style based red pushing of the Morph. Well, everybody is just gonna regroup in the base. Because what Morph is doing, and we don't really see that because he just does it whenever he's close enough to the enemy base for it to make sense. He sends some Manta style illusions and then just right clicks them to hit whichever tower is worthwhile, right? Like whichever objective or range tracks, but the kind of objectives that don't regen, just to get a little bit of sticking damage going, just to be a little bit more obnoxious. As it is gonna be Asakura slowly pushing out the top lane. Meanwhile, Quantum, they just want this high ground. They wanna force Asakura to not only stay in their base, but not already have their Drow Ranger in the base in defensive position anticipating a high ground push, right? Because if you run into that Drow Ranger, you are gonna get machine gunned down. As it's gonna be Bashka killing off the Magnus. 90 seconds no Magnus. Is that gonna be enough for Quantum to try and push up the high ground again? They're gonna be getting themselves bounty room for the Morphling, if nothing else. All of Asakura just stuck in their base, anticipating this final push. Meanwhile, Quantum, they think they can find a carry or someone maybe farming in this jungle. Smoke out, spread out, realize nobody's there, and they will try to run at this top lane of Drax once again. Black Hole is there, but we saw one with Black Hole means it's basically just a lost team fight. That's how quintessential, not just the Black Hole, but the RPR for the side of Asakura. Asakura, they walk their Enigma forward out of all people, and that's gonna be Enigma dead for over a minute. No Black Hole. Drow Ranger gets a nice little pocket high ground off to become the tower, but just as Magnus responds with that huge RP, they're gonna have to wait another 40 something seconds for Enigma to be back himself as well. As top rack gets shoved in by the Ancient Creep. High ground, still very much okay. No way, Asakura aren't gonna get pushed here. Quantum, I mean, I told you guys, Drow counters Morph, but they gotta respect the Drow Ranger so much that they haven't made any tower headway, and now that huge Enigma is back threatening the Black Hole. So you gotta make sure you do the same thing you did just now another time, but with the Tormentor and another 2000 gold in the pockets of Quantum, that is gonna be a bit easier. Asakura gonna smoke 3 people, try to get them out of the base mid, but Drow Ranger runs straight into an ambush. Enigma is there with the Black Hole, but again, it's only gonna be a one-man Black Hole and Infernal. He just can't quite find the ultimates that they need to win these teamfights. Drow Ranger dead for 2 minutes. Morphling
Dire's middle tower has fallen. No trees.
pushing the what looks to be final lane of Bragg.
Dire's middle barracks stand on a knife edge. Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
Yeah, that is gonna be all the racks down. Mega creeps for the side of Quantum. Though I don't think they even need the mega creeps with how hard Morphling is going in the backlines. Then again, Lina one-shots him. Lina just BKB, Flame Cloak one-shot. Lina
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
now has no more resources to really defend against Quantum, just rushing down the tier 4 here with a little bit more damage. That's gonna be Asakura calling it GG. Down goes the Elder Titan just to rub it in. But Quantum, I was not expecting that. Then again, I did tell you guys, if the Morphling and the Earthshaker pop off, they will be winning this game. And Earthshaker, he hit like 3 2-man or 3-man echoes in a row. Like, it is straight up the skill difference between Earthshaker and Enigma. Because if they had the same amount of ultimates hit, I will stand by my words and say Asakura will be winning this. But as Infernal. Waiting for that all-important level 3. He's almost there. Then he's gonna have the way bigger Wolfies, making sure that they can just rip apart that PA and bite her into pieces. PA now has to deal with the first set of level 3 wolves. Is gonna be entering the less fun part of the laning stage, and Batrider obviously has to make her a lot of space with the flame breaks, with the napalms on the wolves, just to kind of slow them down and keep them off of the PA as much as humanly possible. Lina wants to have herself a null talisman to make sure the right click damage is there.
Dire's courier has met its maker.
Well, this is the quietest laning stage we've seen all day, though I think on the mid lane, once people are gonna start hitting their level 6s, as we're used to seeing from Lina draft, we'll really start watching her pop off as Klaxon getting poked down by Jezu with just a lot of damage. That is gonna be Jezu killed off. And Vanilli still running for his life, but the thing with the Batrider is his attacks now make you tick for magical damage kind of passively.
Not for you.
1-2 in terms of the kill department. PA still farming up well. Infernal though, while he's behind in XP, he does still have the ability to just annoy the crap out of Bashka, as you can see. As Klaxon he's starting to print some money. Will be a while till he max levels that Devour, of course.
No, you don't.
I'm pulling up some stats to see when this game is gonna get exciting now. Cause, oh wait, actually never mind. Earth Spirit is doing something. He's roaming into the top lane. Cause yeah, if it's not the level 6 timing, then I'm not sure what it's gonna be. And at the level 6 timing for Sportic, Sportic is just like in game number 1, gonna roam around and see if he can get a team fight initiated. as that is gonna be Infernal trying to teleport out, but in comes the PA, delivering huge damage once more when least expected.
Dire's courier has been
Sportic
slain.
may not have gotten the rotation with the ultimate that he was looking for, but Quantum, they are still getting some of that aggression they desperately need in.
More fuel for my fire.
Dire's courier has been slain. A tactical victory.
Bashka's courier got sniped by the Neeks Assassin, and we are gonna see that super annoying Neeks Assassin try and make stuff happen in the backlines of Asakura's. Asakura's though, they decide, you know what, we're just gonna rotate 2 people over for him and make sure that we deny Neeks Assassin at level 6, because right now he's still really easy to kill, but that is not always gonna be the case, of course.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
TB. Just kind of shoving it out as PA. Still looking just for the all-important Battle Fury timing. Lycan meanwhile, minus once again, so it is gonna be that greedy mid-game build from Infernal, who's probably gonna look to pick up Orchid maybe after the Hand of Midas for the PA, just make sure that she can't dodge you. Or, and this is something that we see some players do, though it isn't too popular, but I personally really love it, and that is make sure you take the Lycanthrope. And have him build a sheep stick really early on, so he can yeet himself into the entire enemy team, run at PA mostly uncontestedly.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As Infernal getting in a lot of damage onto Bashka. Bashka, few more right clicks are gonna do the trick, but first Lycanthrope is gonna be going down, and now Young G needs to be very careful as not to be caught as well. But that's gonna be the bad rider from Fazor down. Quantum. Holy crap, they're playing some really clean Dota, because look at that. They're gonna get the 2 big cores that would be worth a lot of gold out of the team fight, making sure they are not gonna be an issue. $1K lead for Asakura.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is
As it is gonna be Klaxon going down to Infernal with the huge damage.
under attack. There is little it can do.
2K gold lead for the side of Asakura. Asakura with their Lina TB now starting to get the snowball on their side. PA may still be a huge issue and is looking at decent Battle Fury timing, but at this rate it's gonna be 2 against 1 carries, where the Lina is just a whole beast one-shotting the PA while PA tries to outcarry the Terrorblade and try to keep the Terrorblade outcarried. Lycan not having as much tempo as you usually expect to see from the hero, which I don't mind that much here.
Radiant's bottom tower
And that's gonna be the Bad Rider. Caught off guard with the Lina. Just rapid firing away. Dark Willow looking to go for a stun, and that is gonna be Young G killed off by Bashka, as Bashka looking for more on the Phantom Assassin. Phantom Assassin wants blood and gets a double kill. Asakura, they kept their their Terrorblade safe. At least Terrorblade is farming, but PA is farming kills and living to tell the tale, whereas Terrorblade is just kind of safely farming up the creeps, right?
top tower is under attack. tower is now but kindling. Dire's top tower is under attack. It fights for its life. Radiant's middle tower is
As that is
losing its
gonna
foundation.
be Lycanthrope just biding his time. Terrorblade also just needs 2 more big items, because Terrorblade wants that Manta Style, then he's gonna use Manta Style to push out lanes, make himself that space that his team is kind of failing more and more to create. And from there they're gonna try to run away with this game. As PA with the Battle Fury. That's the thing I hate about PA, because Saint and Yasha give slow resistance.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures
It is gonna be BKB coming in as well after that Yasha.
Dire's top tower is feeling its mortality. Dire's top tower has fallen.
As well. 3 kills difference, but hardly any in gold. And that is with the Doom printing money and the PA having the Battle Fury now to kind of farm away with. Lina hanging out in her jungle. Still no initiation happening, but the reason why Asakura are playing so reluctant, I think I gotta say it because Twitch chat is notoriously low MMR, is there's a Doom ultimate. And the reason why Quantum are hunting like they do right now is they were looking for somebody to Doom up and just completely deny from the team fight, then kill with the PA before they can do anything again. As Doom instead, now that his teammates have split up from him and get spotted across the map for having done so, they are gonna just pop off and get a nice little kill in.
Dire's top tower is feeling its mortality.
As next up, the Lycan will be getting killed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is little it can do. Dire's structures are fortified. The trees. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Lycan dead. It's not the Terrorblade or the Lina that's not having a ton of impact, it's the Lycan, but there, look at that initiation. As I say that, Doom just instantly goes down, Klaxon, any worst last words they ask. But, well, Klaxon just dies, his last words are haha magnetized. Because look at that beautiful magnetize from the Earth Spirit come out and Phantom Assassin making sure you take Terrorblade right from behind, so he has to 100% turn around just to be able to target you, as Infernal wants to run down Fazor with the slow, hoping to at least get 1 kill, but once again Lycan not able to do anything here.
Fall like a ripe apple.
The fact that the first 3 levels, like at level 3 to level 5, Lycan just didn't do anything, means that he is now getting really hard countered here.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
2k lead for the side of Quantum. Well, 2k gold lead remaining. Bashka not really after gold right now. What he's after is that BKB timing, but meanwhile, there's that Doom. This time around, they group up with the Batrider and the Doom once again, and they will find exactly the person they're looking for. It's gonna be Young G eliminated by Klaxon with those huge Doom right clicks. As well. Two big ultimates are missing from the side of Quantum. So when the Lina is back, maybe, just maybe, Asakura wanna try and use it to their advantage with Quantum having like superior damage. And that's gonna be Klaxon Vendetta up with the Lycan Wolves there for the Hunter. Now we're seeing what the combo from Asakura is supposed to do. Where you always split the map with two invisible heroes, just making everybody's life miserable. But guess what? Instead, the second time that the Sneaks Assassin splits the map, the second time he gets caught with the Bad Rider present there. Lina about to get the Aghanim Shard. I think we're gonna see an Aghanim Scepter build from this Lina, because you do need to start one-shotting people soon in order to stop this PA in her tracks. As Lich and Terrorblade able to hold their own and not really get ran at.
For the dead. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Sneaks Assassin stealthing it up. And the gold lead is ever so slowly growing. It's not growing at a worrying rate, or at least it wouldn't be a worrying rate if it wasn't for the fact that PA is just so far ahead. She's 3,000 ahead of the Terrorblade, when Terrorblade is really supposed to be a hero that farms similarly fast to the Phantom Assassin, right? As that is gonna be Roshan getting taken down here. Slowly but somewhat surely. Damage is definitely there. If they could get this Roche, it would be huge, but there's Quantum already coming in around the corner, trying to get the Terrorblade and his illusions. Nobody's taking the Roche, nobody's dying, but Klaxon will finally be caught with a beautiful Metamorphosis from the Terrorblade, which also means now that Metamorphosis is out, and Terrorblade needs to be very careful here, because PA will immediately start targeting him up, trying to just, despite everything, deprive him of his meta time first. Terrorblade gets lasso, but PA just jumped away to kill Infernal. Let's see if this is gonna be a mistake or not. Okay, no, because PA has a BKB to reveal the moment that Terrorblade orchids her and is like, ha, we're gonna turn this team fight around. Terrorblade still has a Sunder onto the Lich, and in comes the Lina from behind. This is looking really good, but the Lina silence means she cannot catch PA in time. Lina goes back into the Roach Pit, but do you really want to go for this Roach when there's PA sitting behind you? The answer is no, as Bad Rider with the Flame Break. Keeps stunning everybody. Bring back PA though! What a player! No way! No way! Bashka sacrifices himself for the last on the road. Fails to get the Aegis. As the Aegis will go to Quantum's Earth Spirit instead still. But it's gonna be Terrorblade traded for the PA by the end of that 1 minute fight. Vanilli is gonna get killed off by the Doom. And well, I'm happy that at least production and such are gonna have a blast with this replay.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As far as the gold goes. Gold-wise, it's still favored Quantum ever such a little bit because of that Lich buyback. And the Lich buyback did so much work that I don't want to flame it, because man oh man, if my pups even 20% of the time had players like that Lich who are just going in and like doing everything in their power, realize, hey, I have 2 unused spells left, I'm gonna buy back and get more kills so my carry has time. I'd love that. I'd freaking love that. As well. Terrorblade about to queue up his crucial damage item. He will be playing the glass cannon kind of build order where he gets the biggest damage items as early as possible, of course. Well, Doom about to be ready in 10 seconds. That's gonna, I think, be the last thing holding them back, right? Because, yeah, you can already see Phantom Assassin being brought forward with her team just a little bit more.
Hopes for aid. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. It will be a Radiant's top tower is under attack. It shall encroach no more. I foresee the Radiant's top tower falling short. Dire's
Terrorblade starting to hit his raid boss tempo. His team is slowly falling off though.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. It shall encroach no more.
Terrorblade pushing the tier 2 while PA attempts to do something similar. Like in Wolves, not a problem to prevent her from doing so.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. It may yet stand. Dire's bottom tower hopes for
With 8 seconds on the BKB and a Skull Basher. If this PA gets on top of you, you're barely even going to be allowed to move.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. It may yet stand. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And that's gonna be Terrorblade lassoed up with the Earth Spirit coming into silence and preventing that Thunder from coming out. And there's the PA's Skull Basher coming into effect, cancelling him once again before he can get it off. Yeah, now PA and Lina are both decently behind on the Terrorblade and are gonna have a very, very hard time catching up again with Klaxon. Just needing to take a few more right clicks from the Lina, but able to get out of there thanks to his BKB and a great Magnetize from the Earth Spirit. Let's see if that Magnetize will allow them to turn it around, because right now it's not looking like it. And that is gonna be Klaxon killed off by Infernal. As Young G with the Dark Willow finally set up upon this huge Lina who has been, well, trying to solo carry from the mid lane all game, did not quite make it, as Kolya Kaban trying to hold his own against the Lich. Even with the silence, is not gonna succeed thanks to just how cancerous Frost Shield is in this patch.
Radiant's middle tower is losing its foundation.
Lycanthrope rapidly farming up with the 2 wolves.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. What have we here?
As PA this close to her, Satanic. Of course, Satanic is amazing if you can press the Satanic in a way that lets you dispel an actual debuff and jump on an enemy when they don't expect it, right? That makes it so fun on PA. As it is gonna be another team fight initiated. Jazzu kept safe but feared up. They made sure that the real Terrorblade could not be targeted, but with that fear and the Magnetize revealing who the real one is, Neek's Assassin dies for kind of drawing the heat away of the Terrorblade. As that is gonna be Lit getting killed off next. And with the PA just being unstoppable Lycan. Oh no, that's rough. I don't even feel good for the Lycan anymore. Because he was having the time of his life there and just farming it up. And then, like, he finally got the BKB. He has been struggling to get that BKB so freaking hard for such a long time. Really wanting that crucial item to kind of help him speed up the comeback process here. But nope. Nope, no such luck for you. Only suffering. As Dota is known to do.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. It fights for its life. Dire's top tower has been lost to war.
As Lina looking to go for a bunch more damage. It is gonna be Fazor killed off by the Neek's Assassin, with now Klaxon running him down and making sure he gets the job done. Ooh, Terrorblade got caught! Ladies and gentlemen, the Terrorblade got caught by the Doom, and the moment he's doomed up. They were looking so good there. They baited out the big ultimates, they baited out the BKBs. 2-1. Now they would have had that metamorphosis again to fight with the Terrorblade. As Quantum was once again kind of dominating the team fights, but not the lanes. Asakura were trying to get an advantage by either out-ratting this game or just being super annoying in another way. $8K gold lead already for the side of Quantum. Man, this game is only slowing down more, because Asakura, they're gonna be allowed to let their Terrorblade respawn here. Though it's not like you can really do anything about it. With a 10K gold lead. The Roshan will be the difference maker. Lycanthrope, of course, great for scouting into the Roche pit in the first place, but out comes that huge Lina combo, and now it's not about scouting, now it's about can you deal with this PA, because Earth Spirit has already been dealt with, but PA, she wants the Lycanthrope, gets Infernal down to half health, as Jazzu makes sure he basically instantly bursts down Fazor, like a good carry should. Terrorblade gets rooted up, and PA, she says, you know what, while you're rooted, that is enough for me, because I got a Skull Basher and I held on to my BKB all this time. With the BKB now kind of coming out as a trump card towards the end of the team fight, Young G is gonna be critted down and will be obliterated, with Bashka giving the I love Dota so much. Yeah, I hate Dota, because in pubs, Everybody picks the Phantom Assassin as well, and it is so absolutely obnoxious.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is little it can do. The Radiant have called upon their defenses. Radiant's bottom tower is fading fast.
As PA
Radiant's bottom
still
tower is under attack.
just kind of slow pushing the tower at this point. PA is sitting there and saying, hey, no matter what you do to me, you can never really zone me out of this lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is little it can do.
Roshan back up again.
Radiant's bottom tower is fading fast.
And that is gonna be like Probe coming in from behind, making sure, because there's people like near the freaking whatchamacallit, Twin Gate high ground, and Lycan was just kind of sending his wolves one by one to make sure nobody goes through this portal. But by the time they realize Roshan is being done, it's not like they can contest it anymore, right? PA still just farming up as much as possible. Vanilli getting pestered away, and bam, down he goes.
Money to burn.
Nice job there, though. Lich, not really that important, like his ultimate after level 18 doesn't scale super well into the late game, which is a bit of a shame, of course. Wait. That was Klaxon just going down. Oh no, that's not good, because that's gonna be 70 seconds without a Doom. Quantum need to make sure they don't accidentally throw by not having their biggest teamfight disable available. And, well, I guess we're just gonna sit around for a little more. Well, 2 minutes of Aegis time on the PA means PA can actually go to the mid lane and hunt Neek's Assassin down, never mind. Because, yeah, the thing is, Terrorblade, he's really happy just kind of waiting out this Aegis. But PA, under any circumstances, cannot really let that happen.
May yet stand. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. It will fall like a ripe apple.
And Lycanthrope pushing out all the lanes with his little wolves. Like, now he's gonna resummon them again, push out his lane in this case. Camera doesn't really show that all the times because it's just continuous, kind of obnoxious mid lane split pushing going on. And it's gonna be Quantum looking to run in and initiate themselves a good team fight.
Radiant's middle tower is losing its foundation. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. It will fall like a
PA forcing yet another tier 2. Lina split pushing out the bottom lane. Lycanthrope has his BKB at the ready. And it's gonna be 1 PA against 3 carries who have about the same net worth as the PA combined.
in the seven hells.
As that's gonna be Neek's assassin killed off as well. And that 2k gold lead.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's gonna be Terrorblade, like, being forced to fight soon, because he's splitting the map, he's cutting the creep waves, he's making sure this PA draft cannot go high ground, but really all you're doing is delaying the game, making space, and by delaying the game and making space like that, you're gonna have to turn the game around eventually. And Klaxon with a little bit of magic resistance queued up. Perfect for PA looking to go for this MKB. But the question is, how do you stop PA except by dooming her up? As Young G gets killed off by Bashka. And it's gonna be another one onto Jesus. Yeah, I think this game is over now, ladies and gentlemen. And you see why. It's not that Asakura are playing badly, it's that Asakura's Terrorblade is now playing badly. Like, Lycan played really well, but had a super rough laning stage, right? And was actually struggling hard there. But the moment he recovered from the laning stage, it wasn't the Lycan that was the weakest link anymore. It was the Terrorblade kind of being in that awkward spot where it's like, my team needs me to fight right now, but my team is also going to get absolutely overran here.
Radiant's bottom tower is fading fast. Radiant's middle
As that's gonna be just a little while longer. They're not even going for the barracks anymore. This is what I mean. PA has a huge amount of superiority and is only now starting to show it off. And a few more strikes are gonna take care of the second tier 4. It's now or never whether to defend. And it's gonna be never. 2 minutes, no Lina. This is rough, because game number 2, the draft just never came online at the same time. We saw Lycan, like, half solo the enemy backlines, and Terrorblade was doing nothing. We saw Terrorblade and Lina go for 2 kills right at the start of the team fight, and Lycanthrope was on the other side of the map in his wolf form with the BKB on, getting chased as PA spams those daggers, hoping for a lucky bash to make sure they can actually jump on top of her. But looking at the stats here, It has been an absolute disaster as far as dealing with the Phantom Assassin goes. 21, 1 and 5, and it's not just the like gameplay, it's kind of the nature of PA. It's why people pick PA, because once you're ahead, you are gonna run away with the game so freaking quickly. Though I think Sportic on the Earth Spirit like did such an amazing job, and I'm kind of wanna name him MVP simply because Earth Spirit, you don't see him play that supportive and that much utility from the mid lane usually, right? Usually he's a very kind of interactive bullying hero rather than a utility hero that just stands there body blocking, leaving the kill for his Phantom Assassin to get an even better Battle Fury timing. But man, oh man, that Battle Fury timing here fully paid off for them. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I thank you all very much for watching, as that is it for me from today, but not for the European Pro League season number 23, of course, as we are in the playoffs. There is 2 more best of 3 series coming up after this one in about 40 minutes, brought to you by, of course, my good friend and colleague Dudai. So look forward to that as I excuse myself. Thank you all very much for watching. Thank our sponsor, Cyberscore, of course. And peace out, everybody.
Welcome to ITB.Shuffle versus Lesnaya Bratva. My name is DOTA2. I'm going to be your host for the rest of our matches. Obviously, ITB.Shuffle, sorry for the delay, had a match for CCT Series 6, so they took a little bit of time playing on that series as well. But we are in the playoff stage as we had a nice little run with our first two matches. Of course, LFG beating Team Turkey 2-0, and of course, the surprise one, Quantum beating down Asakura 2-0. Is it true? Well, it kind of does seem so. Group A was kind of rough and kind of tight for all the teams qualifying, and it looks so far that the Group B teams aren't really up for the challenge. Well, let's see our next two matches. ITB.Shuffle, Passion UI have proven that they can bleed, and they have bled. So I'm more than curious to see how they are going to feel after a 2-1 loss, a brutal 2-1 loss against Passion UA. Obviously, that does mean we're going to get a double feature of the Mouse versus Zero Tenacity matchup. Currently, they're playing in the other tournament, of course, in CCT Season 6. Shout out to the hosts there and shout out to the boys there. But of course, we have our own production. We have our own beautiful team who have brought you the show here. We have a nice little team fight lineup coming out from Lesnaya Bratva. They're gonna go for the Dragon Knight as it is left on the table. Robson not taking care of that one. Let's see if Lesnaya Bratva is actually going to go for that. Production's having a little bit of fun. Well, yeah. Obviously, with the team fight on the Phoenix and of course the Solar Guardian coming through, I'm going to be more than curious to see if that will lead to any calamities on the map so far. As ITB.Shuffle, they're going to be going for the good old Mind Control Beastmaster, which needs no any more hype, extra hype, anything of the sort. As the Monkey King is the carry, I would have loved to see the Magnus combined with that, as it is not really banned so far. I wouldn't be surprised if they would actually go for it on Lilith's position 4 Magnus, or even copy mid Magnus. This is something I would love to see. But yeah, that would mean that the Muerta would be a core. So yeah, why would you have the Lilith Magnus if you already have the Muerta coming out on the good old Brazilian? And with the Enchantress on SC, we are looking rather for mid laner in my eyes. I really thought 4-2-3 would be the one playing the Monkey King. Although Lesnaya Bratva disagreed. They're banning 4-2-3 heroes right now with the Morphling and the Blood Seeker. As ITB.Shuffle hold on to the Invoker, take that out of the picture, and move on forward. In the very last series, their own Invoker didn't really pan out in that last sense. And surprisingly, yeah, they banned the Invoker themselves and then leave the Magnus on the table. It's still a bit of a question in my eyes. You can still play it as a core, moving the Dawnbreaker into support position. But what is Ricky going to give Lesnaya Bratva here? Especially if it's position 4, it's kind of not that impressive in my eyes so far. That one pick is definitely an exploit ITB.Shuffle can put a pressure on. But is it worth banning out the Magnus and just securing yourself the proper draft? Or are you just gonna ban out the Lina to stop the tempo? They go for the Copy Tiny. As the 5-head brain of all those Dota hours pays off. At least I get to do a correct prediction on a draft. But yeah, powerhouse of the mid lane. The Copy Tiny needs no introduction either. It has been played ever since he's been professional play. And obviously has won European Pro League before. So obviously the most hyped up match on the group stage was the Mouse versus Team Jiggling back in the day. I do really hope the Jiggling memes will still continue despite them being picked up by ITB.Shuffle as Lesnaya Bratva. We'll have something to prove. Is Group B up for the challenge? Or is the good old, hold on, I'll get this correctly, the 4th seed of Group B already up for the challenge of the leader of Group A, the undefeated, into the breach now? Or are they going to get a game off? I don't know. Into the Breach doesn't seem like the team with any kind of mercy. They have won all 5 of their series, have dropped only 1 game or 1 map, whichever nomenclature you want to use, so far throughout the whole tournament. They're not going to be holding back. But yes, the previously seen series on the CCT channel has proven that they can bleed, and Passion UA, who are not attending this tournament, have definitely shown that they are willing to go the distance. So yeah, with all that in mind, let's get into game number 1. As Lesnaya Bratva close out the draft to the Crystal Maiden, I'm not really sure this is the right approach, as they're going to be putting Nesphere on the DK. I'm really not sure about this mid Ricky so far. It seems like a bit of a risk. As actually, hold on. No. I was mistaken on that. Ribel is actually taking a mid Phoenix right now. It could be a bit of a ruse on their end, but obviously they might have something in mind if they put Ribel on the Phoenix and actually put Amorales on the Ricky. That was a good prediction that Ricky is actually going to be position 4, but mid Phoenix of all things. It's Peace and Death on the Crystal Maiden is the position 5 pick. Well, yeah, I didn't read that correctly while the draft was going on. As we get into this game number 1, let's hold on tight, ladies and gents, as the third match of the playoffs begins.
30 seconds to battle.
Cheeky vision, putting it out by ITB.Shuffle. Neither side aware of their vision capabilities. Morales coming in with the approach. He will see it. Will make his presence known. Will move over onto the Ricky. Nice dead shot play. Secure the boundary rune. Can they secure the kill? Half HP on the Ricky as the impetus start comes out from SC. Rather unorthodox. You usually see the enchant or the straight up nature's attendance come out level 1. Although you only go for the nature's attendance when you are countered onto the play. But yeah, as you can see, the Phoenix is going to be mid on Ribel. That must be some kind of new innovative tech, which I haven't seen so far. But I could check his player profile, and you can check his player profile as well on cyberscore.live. The team stats, meta stats, and more. Check our partner site, Cyberscore. As yeah, this is something he apparently hasn't really played much so far, as obviously Amorales and Ififall are not really having the bestest of lanes so far on the bottom. 4-2-3, just slapping them left and right now with the Monkey King.
Radiant's courier is with us no more.
As a little bit of a correction, Ribel has played the Phoenix. Last time was actually in July, and he's actually won with this strategy once, but lost with it twice. Definitely a pace of change hero compared to what he usually plays as. Up top, the Dragon Knight is in huge trouble in this sphere. Going for the approach, MC and Lillis will keep on zoning Peace and Death, but the Blood Grenade landing on Lillis could be first blood for the CM, as one more right click is all they need.
Already icing over.
And the Bounty Hunter of Death itself will fall first. 13-1 though on 4-2-3. Definitely a promising start for the ITB.Shuffle's lineup. As the double pull will not happen. SC will go for the enchant first. Definitely that Jingu Mastery working overtime for 4-2-3. This game, we waited for it for a long time. Postponed by almost 90 minutes, but both teams extremely successful, flexible on the scheduling issue. And obviously we are thankful for the understanding and for joining us on this beautiful Wednesday evening. Out comes the boundless strike. No join on Iffy fall though. Mind control out of mana, out of mind, out of sight. Not too blind. There's Nesphere. Falling down to half HP on the DK, but obviously Dragon Blood giving you all the help you need. Not allowing the cleave up just yet, but the Breathe Fire will keep MC at bay. That shot for the pullback. Another Wild Axe is on to the DK up top.
The Dire have fortified their grove.
But no kill opportunity onto Nesphere as Rabel actually outlast hitting the Tiny on the mid lane. It's a sight to behold for sure.
There is little it can do.
This is game number 1 once again. As soon as ITB.Shuffle have been picked up. Have they been figured out, or are they showing signs of weakness? We shall find out in this game number 1, but it would be a first for today.
Is losing its foundation.
So far, so good. We only had the 2 O's as Amaryllis getting the catch onto Copy with the mid gank.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is little it can do.
2-0 so far for Lesnaya Bratva. A great start for them for sure. Both LFG and Quantum Team have gained their 2 O's as MC in trouble up top. Out comes Dragon Tail. And it looks like the lower seeds are just owning the hires. Finally, they get themselves on the board by taking a kill on to the CM as Lelis getting off another dead shot straight onto Nesphere. I wanted to paint a grim picture. The lower tier seed teams just being outplayed by higher tiers. Obviously, it is something people talk about when it comes to huge competitions. Usually in tier 2, it's just about following the meta and drafting accordingly. But definitely, according to the bans, there is a bit of a meta shift, especially due to the Lycan dominating pubs and causing nightmares in the hearts of supports. Oh yeah, Robson gets rid of that strategy in phase 1 in this draft, so we might just get a little bit of rotation as Knight has already fallen for the past minute. 4-2-3. Still high above everyone else on the board in terms of last hits.
Its mortality.
But all the gankage, as we check on the net worth, Cerebral is quite ahead. Picking up the first power rune 10 seconds after it spawns. All that attention on the top lane. Insta jump onto SC. The Nature's Attendance is protecting the Enchantress for now. Out comes the Dragon Tail. There's a little bit more action with the Bleed Fire. And a little bit of a jump from Amaryllis. The Blink Strike doing its work for the position 4 Ricky. It's ITB.Shuffle running into some problems.
Dire's
4
middle tower
people.
is learning to fear.
Bullying the top lane for now. And it looks like ITB.Shuffle will even let go of their Wisdom Rune.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Steal attempt coming through from 4-2-3. It will not be successful as out comes the Supernova on top of the Monkey. 4-2-3 needs to back off. Mischief and jump on the tree. 4-2-3 will survive for a little more. Up top, under the tower, they do find Nesphere. Dragon form will be used as Lelis will get knocked down. Copy rotating into the top lane. They will get the kill with the wild axes onto the DK. Toss on that Ricky as in one more right click will give MC the double kill. 9 beautiful, glorious murders here in the first 8 minutes of the game.
Radiant's bottom tower is fading fast.
As we can all ask, are we not entertained? Of course we are.
This'll come in handy.
Rabel's mid Phoenix. It's on a warpath. Having picked up the Urn of Shadows, moving on to the vessel. Curious to see what kind of teamfight approach Lesnaya Bratva have in the bag. Obviously, Solar Guardian combined with Supernova is what I'm looking for personally. But what ITB.Shuffle are looking for personally is just a 4-man gank up top onto the DK. Out comes the Wukong's command, form 4-2-3. The Solar Guardian for the join in, as if he falls, tries to help out. Bind the strike onto 2. As 4-3 cannot stack up the Jingu Mastery, thus he will not join the fight as Nesphere, with a sliver of HP, will be let to live.
The tower is losing its foundation.
Copy. Not finding those pick-off kills that you need on the Tiny for now. Thus, kind of a little bit behind on acquiring the Blink Dagger.
Dire's middle tower is learning to fear.
But still, ITB.Shuffle not willing to let go of the top lane.
It may yet stand.
They go back to a little bit of farmage. Just checking on the items. If he fall already has the face boots. MC moving on to the helm of the Dom. To create a bit more pressure with SC on towers. Just realized SC, MC, a lot of these team player names just rhyme with each other. Copy 4-2-3. As it is a good catch on Peace and Death. And the pressure continues from Into the Breach. Avatar's combo onto the DK. Straight onto the Ricky, but nice dodge coming out from Amorales. Rabel coming in with the approach. Has the Supernova, but gets the calling from Lelis. As 4-3 being approached, the Starbreaker will be a miss. As the Supernova comes down, Copy and MC will be committing. One more right click each was all they needed as the Avalanche. Copy is still holding on. The Wild Wing Ripper tries to help out from SC, but it's not going to work out as MC will also be burning down sooner rather than later. Out comes the MC play as well. Primal Roar onto the enemy mid, but it's still going to be 1-4-2. Actually, it's going to be 2-4 overall in this team fight. ITB.Shuffle actually catch up in the number of kills. If you count all the casualties, it was absolutely worth it for them. But by sheer luck, the Monkey King actually survived the whole ordeal. SNSC joining up for a little bit of a smoke adventure on the mid lane. And Morales trying to keep tabs on mind control. There's a little bit of stack farmage. Pinging it out as action's actually on the bottom. Out comes the Wukong's command against Stiffy Fall. And the CM. Peace and Death making the approach, but 4-2-3, Lelis and SC will let him go. Dead shot will be a little bit off the mark.
The Dire's hide has grown thick.
Peace and Death surviving with the skin of his teeth.
I'll take that.
Tricks of the trade used by the Ricky.
Is under attack. It may yet stand.
By Morales not making the approach. Copy.
Bottom tower has fallen. It will be a ruin long studied.
Gonna just go with the toss play as they make the approach on top of him with the smoke of deceit. And a good catch on to the mid laner of ITB.Shuffle. Just smoke screen in front of the Tiny's eyes, and there's no more escape. Nesphere in the crosshairs of ITB.Shuffle. They just want to get ahead with some kills, but even more surprising though, just a chunk of change picked up by the Ricky. 3 runes absolutely ignored by both sides. On the Radiant jungle side. Lesnaya Bratva looking for the counterplay. They will find mind control. Primal Roar on to the Phoenix as MC tries to escape. Out comes the Blink Strike. And blinking, you'll miss it indeed as Lelis trying to go for the escape, but there is no escape from Amorales. Has to be said though, with 11-9 on the board, ITB.Shuffle have picked up more of the tier 1 towers as of yet. There is some gold to be taken over by the Dire. With the items advantage that they have currently, it is definitely a move I would make personally, as out comes Wukong's command just to secure a Wisdom Rune. But copy, once again, in the approach. Out comes the Avalanche Toss combo from Copy, but Blink Strike back onto the Tiny as SC trying to help out with the Nature's Attendants, but it's hard to get contact onto the Tiny when out comes the Toss, and Amorales just survives. The Super Nova working overtime as once again the dead shot misses from Lelis. He's just gonna burn. 4-3 does get the kill onto the Ricky overall, but this 3v2 was definitely not favoring them, as Lesnaya Bratva will be picking up their first objective on the mid lane. With that tier 1 gone, 13-10, and a casual 3k net worth lead on Lesnaya Bratva. Out comes a little bit of switch play between Lelis and Copy, but the freezing field will be broken by the boundless strike. Lelis on the run. They will lose the Muerta, and they're looking to lose Copy as well. 4-3 trying to keep the distance. The Amorales will join in with the Blink Strike. All he needs to do is just keep up the vision. Is there any way to stun him? And they will not even need to get the Starbreaker to connect, as Nestor with the Breathe Fire will just rip the monkey apart. ITB.Shuffle crumbling at the seams, as a 5k net worth lead already will be achieved by the Dire. It's not just towers they can apparently pick up, but 5 kills in just a matter of minutes.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is little it can do.
Mind control approached by Amorales. He isn't really looking for kills, he's just looking for couriers. We'll find SCs pretty easily. I wouldn't mind if Amorales would just do the courier shenanigans that Matthew used to do back in the day with the Ricky itself. As well as getting caught out in spots where vision is needed is nothing new. It's what you do as a position 4. Let's see, looking for any place where he can keep his creep around and exude some pressure on this map. Or generally just relieve it from the ITB.Shuffle cores right now. As there's still one tier 1 tower to go for each team. I wouldn't be surprised if Lesnaya Bratva are just waiting on their next item on the Phoenix. It's just a 900 gold away from Rabel to get the Shiva's Guard. Then they could just dive in, see all, before they commit to their big ultimate. Nestor, by the way, hasn't really been demonstrating the power of the DK just yet, but that BKB and Blink Dagger will soon to follow as 423, contacted by the aforementioned Dragon Knight. Primal Spring away for the Monkey King as they will find Lilith instead. Blink Strike on top of the Muerta, and with the Frostbite combo along with the Icarus Dive, that's just too much damage to handle. Well, they're still managing to deny. There was the amplified damage rune as Ififall will be found. Good rotation on to the Dawnbreaker. But instant rotation from Lesnaya Bratva 4-2-3. Watching as the Lesnaya Bratva are feigning. Backing down here. As soon as he can confirm that the enemy is backing off, they're not going to go for the Roshan approach with the monkey. They'll keep the air carry outside as MC will be the one committing for the Roshan. Quite average for a Beastmaster at this time. What is rather interesting though, that he did go for the Helmet of Dawn, then transitioned into the Aghanim Scepter. With that noteworthy tidbit out of the way. 4-2-3, playing with fire just a little bit. Taking care of the creeps. And acquiring Roshan, ITB.Shuffle. We'll feel a little bit more confident, hopefully. As the timer hits minute 20.
Radiant's middle tower is losing its foundation.
Obviously, 29 kills on the board, there's nothing to complain about, but I just want to see Lesnaya Bratva do something with their lead. It has been a 2-0 day so far, so at least in European Pro League, it has to be a moral victory to claim that first one. I'm not superstitious, not at all, but if there's a tendency, I tend to believe it. As SC getting approached, out it comes. The smoke screen and the combination of death and peace. Peace and death. Supposedly in Ribel. It's just working overtime. "21-minute Wisdom Runes about to be spawning. And still Lesnaya Bratva are rather passive. It could be stated that, yeah, they're just scared of the Aegis advantage. And they don't really want to face MC and the boys. I still kind of believe that their teamfight aspects are better. Or the Radiant side. Especially with a 7,000 net worth lead. Up on the top jungle, if he fall once again in the crosshairs. Could be an easy approach on to the Dawnbreaker. Out comes the Blink. Primal Roar coming through from Mind Control. As the Silence and the Dead Shot will keep him disabled for now. Once again the Burst coming through onto MC. With the Freezing Field and Nestor coming out. They lay out the smoke screen so that the combo cannot come. But MC, with the quick fingers, will manage to blink out of there with the Beastmaster. Toss combo onto the supports as they find the Ricky with a Boundless Strike. Instant. Boundless into the Dead Shot hit.
Dire's top tower is feeling its mortality. Dire's middle tower is learning to
As despite ITB.Shuffle avoiding the open teamfights, he still managed to gain 2 kills for the price of none. We might have spoken a little too early. Lilith coming out with a Pierce the Veil. As Ififall is just going to throw the hammer at the girl.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. His shell in Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Damage just crossing through the Death Lady. We had a 4-man smoke-up play coming out from Lesnaya Bratva. Can he find anything worthwhile on this map, though? Possibly the bottom jungle. They are circling a rather outer area on Nesphere. Out comes the scan, but there's no one there. Once again, the bounty runes are absolutely ignored. More advantage. Lesnaya Bratva if they can find it. Four, 2, 3. They're looking for the monkey. As Mr. Blathmith Wukong will get cut off its own tree. Easy kill on the monkey. Will this be a macro opportunity for ITB? Well, that remains to be seen. Oh shit, I should have said we shall see. Just to continue to rhyme. But with that, Lilith will get caught out once again. Smoke screen, blink strike. And of course, a little bit of peppering from Ribel. Just another kill on the Muerta. 22-13.
Illusion.
25 minutes in. It looks like Lesnaya Bratva lineup. They're just holding on to Roshan number 2 as 4-2-3 will be approached. Out comes the Solar Guardian. They crush the monkey once more. The BKB is hard to finish for 4-2-3. As Amaral is just pausing the game. Going for the classic mouse issues. BM pause. Yeah, no, jokes aside, there are mouse issues. It's just there's a classic BM pause for sec mouse. It's a really, really well-known one. You can look it up in other places as well. Or if you've been playing Dota for 10 to 12,000 hours, you get to see it once or twice. I'm sorry I smashed the keyboard so hard while killing ya. I wrecked my hardware.
Tower falling shortly. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. It may yet stand. Radiant's bark has grown thick. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Lesnaya Bratva finally looking to make some damage on the tier 2 towers. There's actually Copy finding the kill on Amaralis on the mid lane.
Dire's bottom tower
Copy looking to clamp back right now as much as he can. Has a BKB to counter off the enemy plays. As MC and SC with their neutral creeps will join hands as they try to take over the tier 2 objective. The balance of objectives shall fall to the Radiant side. As Lesnaya Bratva, they did make the approach up on the top lane, but never actually went and held out on their aggression.
is no more.
Supposedly if they stayed, they still could have gotten an even trade of tier 2s. This does feel like kind of just a kitty footing out play, I guess. I don't know if we can say pussyfoot. Production, can we say pussyfoot?
It may yet stand. Radiant's top tower is under attack. It shall encroach no more.
There, Morales just dancing around on the mid lane. Not actually cutting the wave. Lesnaya Bratva with the early approach to the Roche pit. Free tier 3 pressure for MC and SC.
Bottom tower is under attack.
The Wild Boars and the Hellbear Smasher up on that high ground.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not doing much work, but already taking 500 damage off the play. Back approach coming out from Lesnaya Bratva from the south.
Dire's bottom tower hopes.
I don't know how confident they feel about it, but it's a little bit worrisome. They break the smokes on Nesphere and Amorales. As out comes the smoke screen. A little bit off pace, but onto the Supernova goes 3 people. Freezing field from behind. They get the dead shot off onto the CM, but they cannot finish off the egg. As Copy with a toss combo trying to survive here, but it's going to be a team wipe for Lesnaya Bratva. Holding on to their teamfight combo defensively as Nesphere getting an ultra kill in the middle of all this. I guess it's time to report the Dawnbreaker for taking away the rampage of the Dragon Knight. But with a clear numbers advantage, Nesphere will move on to what DKs do best. Onto the towers.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has collapsed.
10,000 gold in a net worth lead. The Dire can't just sit on their laurels and wait for Roshan to spawn. That could be an opportunity for ITB to actually make something happen here. It has been 10 minutes since the last Roshan. I'm pretty sure ITB are suspecting something.
I foresee the Radiant's top tower falling shortly. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nesphere and Ribel taking out the tier 2 tower. A Supernova will be available in 23 seconds. Copy with the Avatos combo will just blink back before the smoke screen connects. Nesphere with a little bit of cover, but a screen of smoke helping him. Will just rain down damage onto the tier 3 tower. Out comes the Solar Guardian defensively from Iffy Fall, but the Avalanche will catch. Toss back coming out from the Tiny as they're looking for the turnaround. The Blade Mail will falter them for just a little bit. Onto Iffy Fall they go. They won't make the catch. MC in trouble with a BKB. Primal Roar onto the DK. But the Beastmaster's on the run. Copy. Having to face off the egg alone. There is no one to help him out here. And as the Tiny melts, ITB.Shuffle will shuffle back to base. But so will Lesnaya Bratva. They have thrown all their cards in to take this tier 3 tower down, but they will be unsuccessful. They still gain more out of this encounter overall, increasing their net worth lead from 6k to 11 in just a matter of minutes. Roshan is bottom side now, as Lesnaya Bratva took their time. But can the Dire side make the rotation? Ribel all alone on the bottom as Nesphere and the boys come around the bend. They will jump MC on the back. With the Beastmaster gone, Lelis is next, as Nesphere will be more than happy to dish out the damage. Actually picking up the Swift Blink for the extra attack speed over the Sanjay Yasha for the sustainability. He's just that confident in his gameplay. Honestly, with Amorales and Peace and Death just jumping forward on the CM and the Ricky, it's no surprise that they're choosing aggression. One downside, though, to the DK, Aegis of Immortality, has been stated by way smarter people than me, but of course when you use the Dragon form and lose out on the Aegis, you don't have your most powerful spell on you anymore. But since you do have a DK carry, you're going to be playing that strategy. Otherwise, who would you put it on? Dawnbreaker? Or Phoenix? Oh god, Phoenix on Aegis on the Phoenix. Hell no.
Tower is fading.
That would be my strategy. Yeah, Rabel. Not with the most traditional Phoenix build, but
Bottom tower is
it seems to be working for him. He's third on the network chart. He's currently only Nesphere representing any kind of normalcy in this game at 32 minutes in. Everyone else, sub 20k net worth. As copy going in, toss back on to Nesphere, forcing out the BKB at least on the DK. Peace and death under a lot of pressure, but out comes the Solar Guardian for the heal. Rabel diving deep, but not dropping the egg. Not just yet. Elder Dragon form committed as copy, ready for another jump. He needs to wait for the smoke screen to end though. Out comes the death shot in with a pull. Avatos combo. Onto the DK. Aegis will be broken. Copy in trouble, this time with no BKB as 423 with his BKB will look for the turn. Nesphere just locking in for the fight. Beautiful boundless strike though as 423 though running out of the juice. No Wukong's command for the turnaround as the egg will drop once again. MC at least getting the double kill onto the DK and the Ricky as SC finding the control with the impetus. They need to get a little bit more to take out the Phoenix and gain the team wipe. 5-4-2. As Lesnaya Bratva, I applaud them for getting their targets,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
but they're sacrificing just way too much and not getting the tier 3 towers. What a fight indeed. A 6k turnaround for Team Jiggling. They do be jiggling back into a little bit more controlled network difference.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
$33-21. One more kill for ITB.Shuffle for the perfect scoreboard. And only 2 more outer objectives to go for ITB.Shuffle. It remains to be seen, though, how they will even get to those objectives. The Ricky, combined with the Phoenix, is just too much work. Is doing too much work right now on their lineup. With MC actually breaking the 20k barrier first on their team. And Copy just struggling. SC almost catching up to the Tiny at this point. A little bit of a search play coming out. From the Lesnaya Bratva lineup.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nesphere approaching the top lane. Looking to clear out the creeps at least. Get rid of the double catapults if nothing else.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But yeah, ITB.Shuffle still understanding that open conflict is not an option for them. They need to play defensively when it comes to fights. Even attempting pickoffs on anyone except if he fall when he is farming on the other side of the map is just a bad idea. As Copy, the lane cut play will instantly run and blink out back to safety. Lesnaya Bratva. Pulling off the quiet before the storm gameplay. Nice copy. Trying to catch up by taking lane creeps up top, but as soon as he sees the fire spirits, he's keeping his distance. But we'll still risk it. Taking out the full wave. Once again, a blink away. Just 2 more seconds are needed for him to get his TP. Could he stick around for 1 more wave? Is he greedy enough for it? Looks like it. Out comes the Celestial Hammer. Avatar's combo onto the wave. BK BTP. As copy will be broken by the Solar Guardian at the very last tick of the TP right there. Good catch from Miffy Fall. He was being targeted for so long. But him having the Aghanim Scepter. And of course, Solar Guardian getting that catch. It is a long ultimate sacrifice for this, but it's absolutely worth it. With his spell piercing debuff immunity anyway, it's kind of worth it in the end. With Nesphere taking the first tier 3 tower and the first racks as well. They're gonna give back ITB.Shuffle their fortification. But SC doing his best just to tickle through that solar crest, but no damage is coming through on that smoke screen. It's just that high of a mischance, I guess. 17% they say on the Trickster's Cloak. But it seems oh so much higher. As a little bit of aggression with the Primal Roar coming through from MC. But the Solar Guardian also joining in. Peace and Death looking to buy back into this play as Ribal still not dropping the sun. ITB.Shuffle need to back off. Pierced away from Lullis just to get a bit of time for copy and 423. Wukong's command will be dropped eventually onto the Dragon Knight, but the BKB coming out from Nesphere seems to be more than enough. 423 trying to run away from the sun, but the sun will run to you. As out comes the Supernova with the Icarus dive. They'll just burn the monkey to a crisp. Open battle is not something you can take on, as 3 will be lost for the price of 2 buybacks. The approach was not half bad at all from ITB, but as soon as the buybacks came out, they shouldn't have stuck around. Lullis also moving into buyback will be respected, but Lesnaya Bratva side, they are kind of aware of the predicament they're in. Macro gameplay over. Teamfight domination. A good question is still, though, how is ITB supposed to approach those tier 2 towers if constantly there's someone rotating back to the enemy side? As Roshan screams, that is the signal that Lesnaya Bratva are doing the Roche, but can they make an approach? Can they make a case for the tier 2 tower up top? Even the tier 2 mid is just so damn low, but they cannot reach the towers. 1 creep will actually break the back door, but can they send in the Krepos with MC? As the buyback, Beastmaster is in trouble, trying to escape the Solar Guardian. He does not have a refresher like in TI7, as mind control will be controlled. They lose the Beastmaster for 2 minutes, but is the sacrifice worth it? The tier 2, it's still at half HP. But at least they get the one on the mid lane. With that taken care of, Lesnaya Bratva I have to be worried of some micro gameplay as well. Nesfir puts an end to the Satyr. But they should be concerned.
Death's bounty.
13,000 in the lead. Age set hand. Nesfir making the approach onto the mid lane. And now it's Satanic on the DK. A toss back onto him as well. Just waited for the end of the dragon form. Forcing out the BKB. Not losing the Aegis or their heads as of yet, though. ITB.Shuffle more than aware of the fact that good old Dawnbreaker's ultimate is not back up just yet. Dead shot to pull in the DK a little bit more. Trying to force out moves. Ribel with the dive and from the Shiva's guard. Sproink out. SC keeping his distance. The toss play onto the back line. Copy doing some damage, but the true damage is onto their tier 3 tower. As it crumbles down, Nesfir jumps forward. Avalanche toss back onto the Dragon Knight. As out comes the Solar Guardian. They come in with their BKBs as 4-2-3 is just melted. He's melted. And he's just gone. As if he fall. Looking for the cut down. We'll actually find it. SC buying back into the fight. There isn't much left on the ITB.Shuffle side. Only Copy has a BB. But the mid lane will definitely be claimed by Lesnaya Bratva. 2 lanes open on the Radiant base. As Copy looking for the back line. Avatos combo onto If he fall. But it's only the toss that catches. MC looking to continue the play as Ribel will drop the sun. More than likely in this play. Burning Bambi down. He looks to psych the Veal as Nesfir with the Breathe Fire and all their spells. They just keep on reaching for the buybacking Bambi and not going for the end. They don't have the Elder Dragon form. They have an Aegis, but they'll need to be patient for 30 seconds. With their backline taken care of by Copy and Mind Control, Lesnaya Bratva don't feel confident enough to stick around for the 3v4. $40-25 as a 15k net worth lead on Lesnaya Bratva. Seems to be stoppable right now. SC with the Assault of Karas, by the way, on the Radiant side, providing a little bit of armor and survivability for his whole team. Double Gems of True Sight on the ITB.Shuffle. So it looks like with the CM's death, they lost their gem. Lesnaya Bratva will be looking to stay in safety and just wait for the whole lineup to be back. On the Dire side, we do have 2 buybacks, but on the Radiant, we have nothing. Of course, Nesfir and Ribel will be holding on to theirs, but I think If he falls is the one most truly important. Copy with the Octarine Core as MC moving on to a refresher orb of his own. Back to the good old days, back to the TI7 days, where refresher orbs were a thing on Beastmasters. As the Aegis gets reclaimed, I guess it's back to the arms race. SC in the meantime has been farming passively on his own. He is looking for an MKB on the Enchantress to be finished. Just needs a little bit more gold to achieve that. Once again, ITB.Shuffle approaching an open fight. Definitely not something you want. As Lullis want to smoke up. Covering ITB.Shuffle's tracks. Now comes the Observer Award as their very last lane will be approached. ITB.Shuffle.
There is little we can do.
He might just jump the back line as the smokes break. They are aware that copy is being approached. Out comes the Avalanche to stop the Ricky in its tracks. Dead shot. Now looking for the play as Ribble dropping the Sun straight on to the Monkey King once again. 4-2-3's positioning. Giving away ITB.Shuffle. Lelis with the Pierce the Whale looking to escape, but it's kind of rough as the Monkey King bites back and is looking for the approach. SC kind of stuck. MC looking for the turnaround, trying to save his Bambi with a refresh. Well, Primal Roar onto the enemy as 4-2-3 with his BKB dropping the Wukong's command, but it's just a bit of a signal for Lesnaya Bratva to just scatter. And as they are still looking for the Bambi, SC will fall for 2 minutes. And Lesnaya Bratva back to business as usual, focusing on the last tier 3 tower and having won all their team fights except for the one on the bottom lane where they got team wiped. With one last glorious supernova, Lesnaya Bratva will be winning game number 1 here in the 3rd series of the playoffs as Ribble. They're gonna dive, you know, the fountain, but they have buybacks on the Phoenix and the Dawnbreaker. Smokescreen protecting Nesphere. As Copy is still looking for the reach. 4-2-3. One last boundless strike, but Smokescreen down, losing all that armor. As Copy with the very last stand, they're gonna type out the GG. As the Ancient will fall, Lesnaya Bratva take game number 1. I mean, honestly, the draft was pretty solid on the Lesnaya Bratva side. They get the Phoenix, they get the DK, and they have that global control from the Dawnbreaker. I didn't really believe that the Ricky would be this effective, but, you know, you don't hold down your supports, you don't hold down your openings. Eventually, they're just going to walk at you and kill you. Well, yeah, I think it's really impressive what they did here with the mid Phoenix and the position for Ricky. That is definitely something to watch out for, and it's a little bit of a new innovative tech here. But yeah, this shard is definitely a big armor break. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to a bit of a break. We'll be right back with game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, heralds and immortals, and everyone in between, welcome to the second game of Lesnaya Bratva versus ITB.Shuffle. As Lesnaya Bratva managed to make ITB.Shuffle bleed. They get the 1-0 lead over the Team Jiggling lineup. But yeah, funny thing is, this is the second map ITB.Shuffle has dropped throughout this whole tournament so far. In European Pro League, they only dropped one map or one game against Maus until now. But it's going to be an interesting thing to see. Can Lesnaya Bratva actually bust out the Group A lineup? As Lesnaya Bratva, there is a universe where Interbear actually won their last game yesterday, and they're the ones facing off against ITB.Shuffle. But yeah, the fourth seed of Group B actually taking the first game off of Group A. Well, let's just see. So far, so good. With the Lycan, Phoenix, and Tiny, it looks like a meta bonanza on the Lesnaya Bratva lineup. Obviously, with the Alchemist and the DK being banned, a lot of control coming out from Lesnaya Bratva's side as ITB.Shuffle giving up on the copy player as well. With no Tiny being picked up in the second phase, Lesnaya Bratva will take the opportunity and pick it up themselves. But yeah, Pangolier coming out against the Tiny itself. Not the best lane control hero, but can definitely roll up on the back. As I really hope Lesnaya Bratva get control of the bear, as that is the classic combination with the Magnetor. With Spectre banned on their side, though, it looks like Robson is thinking that the Lycan will be off lane, the Tiny will be mid, and the Phoenix and the Bat Rider will be the support pair. I think that's a fair assessment to think of. If I remember correctly, it was only Reality yesterday that played the Lycan on position 1, as far as I could tell. Although, yes, we did see 423 play it in CTT Season 6 against Passion UA. They ban out the Templar, surprisingly. Although I would not go for the Refractions against the Shadow Demon and a Pangolier. That just doesn't seem like the wise idea. But, you know, better safe than sorry. You can, of course, go for like a Life Stealer, any kind of cheese hero to just burn off on top of that Radiance as well. Adding insult to injury to the Templar, but I don't think she would be the right choice with a Tiny and the Lycan. As the PA gets banned, the Ursa is still in the pool, and it might just be that Lesnaya Bratva are ready for it. They pick up the Lifestealer themselves, having the Taxi on the Batrider and the Lycan is not a bad choice. Although the Taxi play, the Infest, and then just dropping the Infest bomb on the enemy has not been the meta for quite some time. ITB.Shuffle will settle for a Morphling. Not the most harmonious combination coming out from ITB.Shuffle with the Magnus, but its team fight merits are not out of the question. As obviously, the Phoenix will then be pushed to position 5 for the extra safety. Amorales on the Batrider will be happy with this combo. If you follow the Lycan for the macro control, and ITB.Shuffle are now the ones with the better team fight, so to say, due to the RP. And of course, if they can hex down Finger and disrupt the Phoenix long enough, then of course, Peace and Death will not have the opportunity to drop the egg itself. But a lot of pressure on 423 in this game, and last time the Monkey did not handle it quite well, as we would have expected. But this time around, it's going to be an interesting thing to see if Copy and team can handle the pressure. Back against the wall, it's up to lower bracket or upper bracket playoffs. Obviously, their next opponents are determined between Zero Tenacity and Mouse, neither of them being an easy thing to deal with for sure, if you think about it. But currently, that match is actually being played on CCT Season 6, so I'm curious to see what will be the outcome in European Pro League Season 23. Rare are the opportunities, though, or on the exact same day, you have the exact same match in 2 different tournaments. So I'm definitely looking forward to that next series. But is this going to be a 2-0? It has been a 2-0 day for European Pro League. Will it be a 2-0 day continuing, or will we actually get our first game number 3 of the day?
This is bullshit. How shameful.
As the wolf runs by the smoked up ITB.Shuffle. Lesnaya Bratva in hiding. As ITB.Shuffle looking for the approach, and Morales in the jungle will be found. Lelis
This will do just fine.
straight up clicks on the Bat Rider. First right-click connection of the game. Put a little bit of shoveling to the left, a little bit of shoveling to the right. ITB.Shuffle will 1 to 2 top runes. They instantly move in the wolves onto 4-2-3. The Morphling ain't scared at all. He's secured the amount of runes, as it's going to be 2-4-2, and peace shall be achieved. No wolves were harmed during the 0-minute mark. But I'm fairly certain many of them will die during this gameplay. Out comes your spike, MC. And with your spike, good with the catch. Death and peace. Claimed as first blood by the Magnus.
And so much more shall soon be spilled.
Well, first blood did go to Lesnaya Bratva in the previous game. Is that all it takes? First blood advantage? And then growing from that? We shall see. If you fall in the meantime, doing a really, really good job at denying last hits from 4-2-3 on the top lane. As the first disruption comes out from SC onto If You Fall. A little bit of chase around as the flame break will shake off 4-2-3 and SC and the illusions. Down bottom, MC and Lelis extremely happy with the position onto lane. This is Robson's little project. This is working out great so far. Out comes your spike, but Nesphere will activate the Rage on time. Actually, did not go for Rage. He went for Unfettered. Let's just increase status resistance on Lifestealer. The fact that it can be cast while being disabled makes it just a stronger Dark Pact on a Strength hero. Something truly overlooked when the facet came out, but I've seen more and more people pick it up in pubs. It gives you a Dispel, straight on activation. It can be activated while you're dispelled yourself, so... So clearing off silences, clearing off slows could definitely be the way. Let's copy and Ribel facing off against them in the mid lane. It doesn't look like Copy is suffering too hard against the Tiny. Yeah, the 4-2-3 heal trick with the attribute shift will pull our cameras up onto the top lane once again. Zay Morales looking to take out the knife onto the Morphling. 4-2-3 getting a little low for comfort. as the Wolfos join on to SC. Is this a sign of things to come? Top lane not so rich in last hits, but unlike the top lane on the bottom, we have a little bit of contention between MC and Nesphere's Lifestealer. Boundary room cut off by SC.
Money changes hands.
Amarala's having a bit of trouble finding the catch, but a little bit late flame break. Almost catching out 4-2-3. Let's copy. Getting rather low on the mid lane on Rabel. Good catches coming out from the Pangolier, but no cigar, no kill just yet. I'm seeing a little worse for wear on the bottom lane as they will still find a kill on Death and Peace. Good catch on the Phoenix, which will definitely help their PTSD from the previous game as Copy finding a catch on Ribel as well. No peace against SE as he will make it with a sliver of HP back home. Lesnaya Bratva cannot get on board. No matter, they should be happy with the amount of last hits they have so far. It's looking like a great start to the game for all cores. Except for Ribel, who did die that one time. Mid contention on top of the river. Good catch from Lillis. Onto the Illusion Rune as it will force Copy to use his Rolling Thunder. Can he keep up the contact onto Ribel? SC will help out with the Shadow Poison in the Vision. But they will need the Shield Crash to take out the Tony. Onto SC, they make a move. There's a little bit of a compensation kill. But retaliation will not pay off. No extra observer words. Nothing more to see here. Lesnaya Bratva, disengage. As Wisdom Runes spawn, Copy up ahead with 3,800 gold already reached. Unfettered, forced out by MC and Lillis. But a solid 2k net worth lead going into minute 8. ITB.Shuffle looking good. Copy on his way to the Fusel Blade. Kind of a bit of a retro build on the Pangolier, but slowing down your enemies is definitely not something to scoff at. As now, ITB.Shuffle looking good on their laning stages. Out comes the Hex from Lillis. A little bit of pullback with the Flame Break. It does kind of mean that the Lion might just die, but they do get the exchange kill onto Peace and Death. Amarala's looking to be on the crosshairs next as Nesphere and 4-2-3 try and face off with the Infest coming out from the Lifestealer. 4-2-3 will give up the chase. There's an Infest bomb to drop though as 4-2-3. He should realize that this creep following him around is actually the Lifestealer. But maybe they're just waiting for that Infest bomb to drop. MC does force it out. As SC a little bit low on the mana side of things. We'll need to back off. But let us not here anymore either. It's just not a fight to take. Although Skewer back onto Nesphere. They're on the chase to get the life stealer. A pullback on to Mr. LS as out comes the pig's pull, but it's not going to be enough. Ribo with a toss in from Peace and Death, trying to crush Copy and the effect as they open wounds on the Pango, and they will get the kill on Copy. MC cannot force out the turn as there's no RP just yet.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Empower on the Pangolier will definitely be a game changer once they get it. But it with it not being up just yet was a little bit overzealous from the ITB side.
Radiant's top
A
tower
little bit
is
too
under
tenacious, if you ask me. MC. Chalkwave pull onto a life stealer, but it's only just pulling aggro, if nothing else. And Morales and Rabel approaching the mid lane. Notice, knowing full well that he should keep his distance.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Chipping off aggressors.
Stop the flames.
It's kind of what he's got to do, as Copy has his ultimate once again. And he's ready to go. But is he going to turn on the Kansayo Drifto, also known as the Rolling Thunder? Or they're just going to keep their fair distance from the Radiant? One thing I'll definitely ask T-Gov once this series is over. I don't know if he'll address me with an answer, but I'll be curious. Why did they go second pick in this series? Now I've already established, with the help of Blitz, coach of Team Liquid, that first pick is just so important for pick number 18 in the draft order. But T actually verting for a second pick is a little bit surprising for sure.
Dire's top tower is feeling its mortality. Radiant's middle tower is losing its foundation. Dire's structures are fortified. Doom is on the wing.
Infest Bomb and Catapult rolling around on the bottom lane. As MC will want to get an RP. As with the Avatos combo, turnaround, 4-2-3, gonna get the catch. Out comes the RP, under the sun, as 4-3, tries to join the Supernova, but this is just a dive from Mr. Tsunami. Out comes the Disruption for a little bit of a save time, as 4-2-3 actually be shifting back into strength. It was just to force out the lineup, so that the Pangolier can knock them down. Another Avalanche to shake off the Life Stealer. His ITB.Shuffle's carry will actually make it out of the play. Pick, pull. Mr. Unfettered, but out comes the Swashbuckle. Copy keeping up the contact, as with the Howl. If he fall, will make the turnaround with the Shapeshift. Disruption coming out on Rabel, just to keep Copy safe, but they will still lose out on Lilith. All they get for all their efforts is a tiny. Not a Bat Rider, but they will lose their Lion for this. Still in the advantage, ITB.Shuffle should be feeling good about this. And they are going to get the 12-minute power rune, which is going to be haste on top of the river. Not unlike Copy's tiny, Rabel is falling behind. Him not having to blink up at 13 minutes. Doesn't seem like the most comfortable position to be in as MC. And there's the Skewer Nesphere back. In a little bit of trouble though. But as soon as Lilith appears, the Lifestealer's backing off. A little bit of mana suckage coming out from Lilith, as he will manage to Earth Spike the LS. But Nesphere will manage to escape with the Infest. As the Wolves keep on bugging 4-2-3, he's not going to be and too much agility for it to matter for him just yet. No deaths on the Morphling. And I'm pretty sure 4-3 wants to keep it that way. As the Infest Bomb comes out on a creep wave. Nestor will back up from the bottom lane. 14-minute Wisdom Runes about to spawn. They will soon be addressed. MC with the RP bait. Avalanche will be forced out on that. Shield crash from Copy, keeping up the contact. Out comes Rolling Thunder as SC. They do find a good catch, and they will use Finger of Death on the Tiny. They're getting that kill. Is going to be huge as Amaryllis on the run. A little bit of slowdown with the Swashbuckle. Shield crash to keep up the contact. As 4-2-3 rolling in will manage to get the kill on the Batrider. ITB.Shuffle in relative safety. It doesn't look like if he falls, Lycan is as effective as the one we saw from Reality yesterday. He is just kind of chilling, as currently the Lycan, besides just killing supports, is more of a budget Beastmaster, if anything else, in terms of the push. I always feel that pro players are absolutely ignoring the shard on this hero. But in the long run, you could just be giving too much gold to your enemies. So there's that argument to be made about that shard. You're just feeding wolves to the enemy. What are you doing? Why would you buy the shard? That sphere. They force out the Unfettered. And with that gone, MC will look for the Skewer, but an Infest Bomb is ticking on the bottom lane. 3-man smoke. Sphere. Successful on his escape. Let's Copy. Trying to shake off the wolves. They are extremely annoying, that is true. Let's Copy. We'll just roll the hell away. Or will he? Rolling back onto Amaryllis. Finding the catch. Shield crash coming through as MC will join the play. Out comes a little bit of Flaming Lasso, but Copy will shake it off as Rabel not managing to get the join in. The wolves will find a good little catch onto the Shadow Demon. The slowed down Copy. Pangolier tries to shake off the enemy as MC pulling them into the RP. Of course, Peace and Death will want to continue this ball rolling, but eventually they're going to get pulled in by Rabel with the Avatar's combo. If you fall, falling a little low as Copy doing so much work. Bellis taken care of by Mr. Rager as 3 die on the side of ITB.Shuffle. It is not impossible that the Batrider who started this whole conflict will join in once again. Amaryllis coming in with a Flame Break. Rabel with a long-range Avalanche. And the toss will manage to find the SD once again. 4-2-3 looking to counter and turn it around onto the Batrider and will get that kill as well. So overall, that was 3 for 3 technically, but it's 3 supports for ITB.Shuffle. Well, they did lose MC on their side. A fragile 1K net worth lead for the Dire. Doesn't seem to be too much, but could turn out to be on their advantage soon enough. As if he fall. Surrounded by friends. Will still manage to get the kill on the SD. I mean, yeah, the Wolfos were surrounded by friends. But Heavy Fall is definitely showing the power of the Alpha Wolf facet. 6 levels on a spell. Why the hell not? As out comes the Flaming Lasso onto MC. Mr. Skewer seems to be in trouble. Out comes the Super and the Nova as Mind Control and Lilith will get controlled. The Shockwave back and forth ain't so bad. But in the end there, Morales just sets up a beautiful play for Ribal and Peace and Death. Avatos combo. As Lesnaya Bratva are looking to approach the second tier 2 tower. Taking the net worth advantage for the first time since the game started. Yeah. They had it for like a minute or two there in the laning stage, but we don't usually count that. It was up top. The Alpha Wolves join on the Lion. And Morales in the crosshairs right now. As Lilith in trouble of getting murdered by the Wolves. Out comes MC trying to save him, but if he fall, was just inducing nightmares. One of the reasons a lot of supports are unwilling to play the patch right now. That goddamn Lycan constantly coming for their lives. I have it on good authority. A lot of support mains are not willing to play right now due to that one little fact. But honestly, just get the Lycan on your ban list, dude. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, why aren't you just playing Dota? Play more Dota. Oh yeah, play more Dota so that I can cast it as copy. Gonna get caught with the Flaming Lasso. Saved from the Avalanche. Copy will be backing off. If they continue the aggression, there is a Rolling Thunder on Copy. And they will be looking for the Avatos combo turnaround with 4-2-3. Finger the Tiny to death. As out comes the Sun Ray. Peace and Death. Trying to set up the play here. As Supernova is once again available. Mr. Infest will back off. As MC is also looking for the angle. Mind Control will not be diving in for this one. They want the clear advantage. They want the clear vision. They have the team fight needed for it. The XP lead diminishing by the minute. Lesnaya Bratva just got something from the previous fights, but losing Ribal there. It's a nice chunk of change going into the hands of the Magnus.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's 4-2-3. Approaching the butterfly. Make the Morphling way harder to control than he is already. Rainbow with the phylactery approach, moving on to the Conda. Not feeling threatened despite being fingered to death already twice now. That was 5 deaths. Not one on the mid lane. It was possibly the worst one so far. And the 3-man smoke up coming out from Lesnaya Bratva. They have the taxi play on Rainbow. Ow! They go with a jump, but SC and the boys are faster on the trigger. Out comes the lasso. Disruption for the save. SC wants to turn this around. This copy does not get the roll off on time. But MC could still look for a turnaround, but not with the Alpha Wolves chasing him. Skewer backwards. It's 4-2-3. Doesn't find the angle. Ribal does, though, as the Avatos combo going through onto MC. Nesphere securing the kill, as it's gonna be Radiance versus Butterfly between the Morphling and the Lifestealer. But if he fall, will join in the play as well. The Morphling against the 3 cores of the other side, as Lelis is not being able to do much here. Avatos combo coming out from 4-2-3. He will take on another one. Lelis will help out, fingering the Lycan, but the Wolfos doing all their damage. On top of all this, 4-2-3, dodging it out, catching 3 massively. Where are your wolves now? Where are your wolves now? Alelos is like, yeah, they're here. Rabel caught out as Copy, going for the Rolling Thunder, finds the Tiny, catches the Tiny, as here comes MC as well. Shockwave for the steal, but Copy, this is personal. Well, MC doesn't really care if it's personal. We'll take the kill. On the Tiny mid laner. 2,000 gold and a team wipe acquired by ITB.Shuffle. As they do sacrifice 4, but get 5 in the process. Yes, the fight recap isn't really showing the accurate table right now, is it? That should be corrected on a sooner date, but we'll see if we'll get that anytime soon as ITB.Shuffle claim the Aegis, the first Roshan of the game, for their own. Alpha Wolves on the hunt. They find SC. This copy helps out taking care of them. Yeah, the question does remain, what kind of other defenses do you have? Ghost Scepter, Glimmer Cape. These are the ones that you can do, but the hamstring is extremely annoying for sure for a lot of people. As the shard is out now, the waves do have a wolf to pick up. As it looks like a little bit of a catch coming out from the Bat Rider. That's not going to result in much. As 423 going to be oblivious to the fact that the Lifestealer is on him. Will take care of the second tier 1 tower on the mid lane.
Middle tower has fallen. There is still much to be done. Dire's top tower is under
If he falls, still looking for kills on supports. As both Lilith and SC have Dagons now. I'm not sure the Wolves will have a fun time for soon. If he fall, just keep in contact on MC if need be. You always have your all summon, all attack button. That helps out as MC just fully disengages with the TP. They did see Peace and Death try and take out the mid wave, or at least cut it. But 423 and the boys already taking care of the tier 2 tower on the mid lane. Will be moving over to the one on the bottom. SC shaking off one wall, but can't do 2. Rabel getting the Avatos combo. As out comes the Avatos combo, 423 as well. Choosing back to his own form. MC looking for a possible RP, but they will want to wait for the Infest to come out to make the jump. It's the good old Jiggling lineup is going to be patient. Up 5 kills and 3,000 gold. They have been here in the previous game. But obviously, Lesnaya Bratva shut down those plans pretty early last time. Out comes the Infest, but not as a bomb. A little bit of a desynchronicity on the ITB, on the Lesnaya Bratva lineup, but they still get MC and Lullis, so they can't really complain over any of this.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As ITB.Shuffle transition back onto the bottom lane. They still have the top lane to clean out, but they will need to wait for their Magnus and Lion to respawn. As Mind Control will be the one dragging behind the pack right now in the network chart. But no surprises there. Ifyfall has done a wonderful job on focusing on the supports and the offlaner. And obviously, once you're broken, you can't really get the blink. That deactivated your team fight is kind of disabled.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
423 looking for the condo of his own. As Rabel is about to finish a BKB and Nesphere. Moving on to the Aghanim Scepter to infest any of the enemy cores. 423 wanting to approach the high ground, but with only 1 minute left on the Aegis, I'm not sure this is the right idea.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Out comes the Howl. 2 more minutes of the night. But the sun could fall if the time is right. It's 423 doing massive amount of damage on the Morph. Will be managing to take out the tier 3 tower with any problems. No Supernova on the Lesnaya Bratva side for 10 more seconds. So turning into this team fight is kind of a miss as MC going fishing. Will find a bird. They'll take out the Phoenix for 45. Buyback is available. With the Supernova just coming online. ITB.Shuffle, sacrificing the tier 2 up top to take out the tier 3 on the bottom. SC and Lullis backing off, but SC won't be so lucky. Avalanche and Flaming Lasso committed, though, on the Shadow Demon. So can they get Nesphere up top is rather the question. RP committed as Nesphere shakes it off for the Unfettered. But with 4 people on top of him, they'll eventually get the Life Stealer. Even so, ITB.Shuffle. The Demonic Purge and Demonic Cleanse. They're gonna feel good about this game for now. They're holding solid.
I foresee the Radiant's top tower falling shortly. Radiant's top tower is under attack. We shall encroach no more. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
4-2-3 on Lullis walking out on the top lane.
See the Radiant's top tower.
This is the very last one of our objectives on the side of Lesnaya Bratva. ITB.
Radiant's
They're feeling that this game is close at hand. But they will go for the safe play. They will be patient before approaching the high ground again. As with the Lincoln Sphere, 4-2-3 could actually stop an infestation. If Nesphere is truly targeting him with the Life Stealer. Now comes the smoke. Nesphere and the Alpha Wolves on the top lane, but no catch as they will be focusing on Iffy Fall. Adaptive Strike and a huge finger coming through, but the Sunray will save. The Lycanthrope with Lycan going back into safety. Copy and the boys focus their attention on Ribel up on the top lane. They will find the Tiny. As out comes the combo. MC with the long range RP. They will catch out Ribel as he's looking for an Avatos combo onto Lelis. He will do his best just to mitigate them. But with the mana drain, with all this steal, Lelis is just playing a fool with him. Eventually the tree toss will take out the Lion. But Ribel will not see an inch of XP out of that. An ounce of XP out of that. But yeah. Ribel trying to shake off the Wolves. Or sorry, 4-3 trying to shake off the Wolves, but it's a rough job out there. With all them alphas working overtime. The Conda done on 4-2-3, moving over to the Lincolns. It's looking hopeful for the ITB side. Delaying their first series here at European Pro League. It looks like they will be delaying the last series as well. Tick tock, tick tock. Time to finish game number 2. As MC getting approach, but backing off. As Nesphere found in the jungle of the Dire. Copy is just rolling in the deep around him. But Supernova turnaround fight might just hold 4-2-3 here. They're trying to keep both carries busy. As Nesphere is still on the run, trying to make contact with his team. 4-2-3 will just waveform back onto his boys. As with the Avalanche, will shake them off as well. Halfway into full strength. In comes the infested Hellbear Smasher onto Lelis. They make the connection as MC. He needs 5 more seconds for the RP turnaround. Lelis will be disrupted back into oblivion. Less of a if I run faster than you kind of gameplay than a save. But at the same time, ITB.Shuffle are just buying time so that the bottom lane is getting wrecked down by super creeps. I'm not losing any more casualties than just a position 4 Lion. ITB.Shuffle to the 5-head gameplay. And I'll let nature takes its course on the bottom lane. As much pressure as they can exude. And of course with 423 taking the mid racks as well. They're going to be happy with the mid lane. Out comes the scan into the Roche pit as Roshan will be approached. But obviously with the scan coming through, ITB.Shuffle should be suspecting that one. I hope they don't approach the pit overzealously, but here comes ITB.Shuffle. The Lesnaya Bratva smoke should last a little longer as the Wolf will give off the vision. Out comes the Avalanche, but the RP for the turnaround. MC pushing them away from the sun, finding the Tiny as the infestation onto 423 gives the Morphling an opportunity to just turn around. If he fall, running in with a shapeshift, trying to get something going, but copy at 423, locking down the Life Stealer. Eventually, the alien will not infest the Morphling anymore as copy looking for a contact once again. But they will need to let go of the chicken. What do you do with your team fight when ITB.Shuffle just pulls away your cores? The answer is nothing as 423 managed to get the control on the Roshan. And we'll pick up Aegis number 2 with the banner. Well, speaking of aggression, ITB.Shuffle don't want to stop at all. Amorales approach, the Bat Rider down. It was MC also coming back onto the Radiant outpost. One more full lane to go and 1 Rax separating into the breach from the Mega Creeps. As they're up 6 kills and 7,000 gold. It seems like a nice time to end the game. With Nesphere dead for 10 more seconds, Rabel needs to make something happen here. He will jump in with the Avalanche. BKB down. The Demonic Purge and the Disseminate working overtime on the Tiny right now. As 423 looking to disengage. We'll take the Unfettered away from Nesphere. And we'll turn on to the last Rax of the game. Avatos combo onto the Morphling. Out comes the Mantis. 423 looking to survive. We'll look for a turnaround. Vladimir's offering his backpack though, so right clicking doesn't heal him anymore as much. And a little bit of mana will put him back into a bit more strength, a bit more power. All these stolen spells, all this control has been working out for them as MC finds the RP once again. On to Ribble they go with a Tiny gone for 85 seconds. They will be looking to pull in targets. Disruption onto the Lion as Lullis stuck behind all this. Copy will roll in to the play. Infest once again onto the Morphling as the buyback of the Tiny will ensure that the Aegis will get popped. 423 joined by Copy as the Morph gets the catch onto Nesphere, but the half HP on the Lifestealer will not deter him yet. But MC with the skewer will, as Ribble types at the GG, it is 1-1. And ITB.Shuffle will go to a Game 3, a second time in a row today, but the first time in European Pro League Season 23. 32-23. Oh well, with the magic numbers all over this scoreboard, a 14k net worth lead is more than commemorable for the ITB.Shuffle guys. But yeah, this behind schedule, I will throw it straight onto a break. Congratulations to ITB.Shuffle for making it to game number 3. But let's see what happens after the break. The DD rune on Rabel could send the ITB lineup scrambling. Blade Mail done on 423. Moving away from the Orchid Aggression build that we usually see pickoff lineups go for. But they're the ones being aggroed on, thus the Blade Mail, making a lot of sense. As if he fall. Find a kill onto Lillis on the bottom lane. Nothing much to scoff at. Lillis just trying to find the info, but getting jumped on instead. 14-minute Wisdom Runes coming through. This Mind Control. Hasn't really settled on the Bristleback passive build for the Aghanim Scepter or anything else. His copy. And a casual kill in the jungle while trying to make vision happen with SC. 14-minute Wisdom Rune stolen by Amorales. XP lead achieved along with everything else for Lesnaya Bratva. It will be insured as well if they pick up their own Wisdom Rune. More than likely held on for Nesphere. He was about to finish his Battle Fury, FYI. It's 4-2-3. In Division Admirals, out comes the Solar Guardian. With the tricks of the trade, but try and keep up contact. But if he fall, misses the Starbreaker. As with the Shadow Step, they will make a turnaround on to the Dawnbreaker. The Illusion will ensure a copy of the Chain Frost on the Pangolier. But here's Lillis in with the Firefly. The Stingray Rider catching a kill onto the Lich. And if he fall, will be contacted by copy. The Centaur War Stomper coming out from SC. The neutral creep will ensure the death of the Dawn.
Tower is under attack. It will fall like a ripe apple.
One thing I haven't really truly tested or have insured due to hundreds of hours of Dota we've casted ever since this patch came out. Nice that I am the Observer Award from Peace and Death. As if the Dawnbreaker is dead during Daybreak. Is the map still revealed? As Amorales will be found for the reveal of the true site. But at the same time, the Ricky running away, copied, rolling in the play. The Ice Spire doing some work on slowing down ITB, but they will still find Nesphere as well. Mind Control and Copy have their affairs in order. And an easy targeting on their spells as Peace and Death needs one more second for the Chain Frost, but he will not get that luxury. Hard to live when Bristleback keeps coming at ya.
Dire's top tower is under attack. It fights for its life.
(13-13), ITB managed to even up the scoreboard and gain a 2k advantage over Lesnaya Bratva. They want to show that Group A supremacy is alive and well. Or they just want to delay the very last series of the day. By the way, a little bit of foreshadowing for that one. Mouse did beat Zero Tenacity for a quick 2-0 and sent them packing in the group stage. First game was 27 minutes, the second one was 42, as Mind Control will eat the damage of 3 people. 4-2-3, looking for the turnaround with the Shadow Step, as if he fell, will also join in with the Solar Guardian. Shaking off the aggro. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see, you know, LeBron and Fly facing off against each other for another series. Second time in a row, just in 2 different tournaments. I will be curious to see what the outcome's going to be. Rabel and Peace and Death trying to rotate on to Lilith as Amorales makes contact first. As the Bat Rider is caught inside the smoke screen. They're back onto their game number 1 shenanigans on the side of Lesnaya Bratva. Pick off after pick off after pick off. And as they have Nesphere and if you fall, just farm away the day. The next minute and a half seem grim once again for the ITB side. Every time they gain the lead, they just need to ensure that 423 is farming in a safe area. Back and forth they go with the trio. Sam Morales does find Copy, but will he even dare touch the Pangolier? Breaking smokes on SC and MC. And Morales hiding with the cloak and dagger. MC making contact with Roshan, just visually.
Radiant's bottom tower is
So Morales not quite sure if there's any vision at the Twin Gates.
Dyer's top tower.
Got a little bit of a ping. They see that there's vision here. I don't think they saw the Ricky. Zamorales is standing by. More defensive work coming through as MC, just with the cool sprays. He's stacking up a lot on the Ricky. Zamorales stepping his wand. He's right at the threshold. They don't see the Rick. Maru, as he jumps in, steals the Aegis, will die. To the steel play as Copy joining in. There is a nice little smoke screen play, and he will TP out of there as the sun will rise, revealing the whole map. Huge Morales play right there. I would tip him if I were the enemy as well. Hands down, God mode tier play. I'd just be doing the Meepo emoji at that one. Astrun on the Ricky as the Lich and Raibel. They make the approach. Once again, the Chain Frost combo, this time dropped onto the Enchantress, will be successful in this sphere. And Raibel making the approach to the bottom lane. SC's Courier punished for their crimes as 423 moving in onto Peace and Death. They'll just leave the Lich behind. As Raibel TP's away. And Morales now done with the Diffusal Blade. But 16-14, 4-2-3 is approaching a strong part of his build. The Orchid of Malevolence will be done soon as Nesphere. Done with the BKB. I'm not so sure he's going to get the Dezo as well. But he gets the Shard to break the Spectre. And the Bristleback. As Copy. They move on to a catch play onto Raibel. They will get the silence off. In reality, the Spectre back home as Amorales with a Diffusal Blade trying to help himself. But even with his Blink Strikes used, they're still going to lose the Ricky. As ITB once again even up the scoreboard. They're itching back and back again to gain back the net worth lead. As Nesphere's seen on the bottom lane, Copy gets contact. But I'm not so sure they can get a stun off to stop his TP. More than curious to see if Copy will be going for the Basher build on the Pangolier. Now that he's got the Aghanim Scepter. Definitely would be a bonus. But he does need to carry out a dust or some kind of reveal item so that he can get to do the control on the Ricky as well. Let's see, looking for a solar crest
Dyer's bottom tower hopes for a
to help out 423 and the boys, as the Spectre is getting approached. 423 should be aware of this. Out comes Amorales and Peace and Death. Good with the approach. They'll just crush down the Spectre. They're trying to TP out on time, but here's Copy. BKB activated on Nesphere. As the lasso will catch the PA. Out comes the effect of the Aghanim Scepter, and Copy is a god. He will punish the play on his carry. And not just by a little. Let's Copy. Gets the lucky shot. MC joins in with the Viscous Nasal Goo. And taking the Tormentor is child's play at that point.
Radiant's bottom tower is fading fast.
The long-range rolling thunder from downtown. That is something they'll need to contend with on the side of Lesnaya Bratva. Finding control on the Pangolier, though, is not going to be easy at this stage of the game. Nesphere is opting in for the Sanjay Yash for the stat res, the move speed, and the attack speed bonus. But still, one of the only items that will grant you status resistance. Or is it the only? Let's just check. I'm actually curious. Yep, status resistance is only granted by Sanj and Yasha. 25% of it, by the way, if you get the combo. One of the biggest reasons for the popularity of the item, for sure. Zamorales, that's fair. They go for the catch. Onto the bat as MC tries to make a turnaround. 4-2-3 joining in onto the Ricky. They will get the kill. Onto Amorales. This Copy just bouncing back and forth. Out comes the Chain Frost on to MC. As I'm guessing Rabel's and Nesphere's call is to just keep on going. Out comes the break on to both the Bristleback and the Pango, surprisingly. But 4-2-3, MC and Copy will just turn it around. Get this team wipe. They want it now. And they will actually get it. 23-18. As they rub them down, only Lelis will die for this fight. I could not rub. I wanted to say run, but I got a little bit tongue-tied right there.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack. No gale can snuff the flame.
I think as soon as you lost Amorales and Peace and Death, you should have turned around, but
Is learning to fear.
I guess ITB just jiggled their asses and said, come hither. And Lesnaya Bratva came running. With that, losing their tier 2 tower for that team wipe. They will get punished for their aggression. And even though their approach worked quite well in game number 1, here it is faltering. As the Shadow Step comes out onto Raibel, as Lilith will find the catch on to the Storm Spirit. 4-2-3 will be more than happy to just pick up another kill.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. It may yet stand. Dyer's bottom tower has fallen.
Last tier 1 tower on the Dire side will fall
Studied.
as Lesnaya Bratva. They should be aware of their global moves now. They are seen as Copy. Commits with the double jump. No peace, only death for the Lich.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. It may
As Lilith in the meantime, playing a pushing carry, will take care of the tier 2 tower on the bottom lane. Only one tier 2 remaining on the Dire side as Nesphere and Amorales approach. Copy will get that kill. We'll try and get a little bit more shield with a shield crash. But as his shield crashes, 4-2-3, finding contact on the PA, they will absolutely ignore if he fall. And the Radiance and the Cool Spray together will get the kill on the PA. Another 3 will fall for the sacrifice of 1. It's ITB find the control in these fights again and again and again. As Lesnaya Bratva are the ones not really finding their place in these fights right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
9,000 gold in the lead. The Spectre lineup is coming online. Manta already done on 4-2-3.
It fights for its life.
Yeah, I'm a little curious as to why we don't go for the status resistance on the Spectre as well. But maybe just the extra stats from the Manta style are reason enough to go for the Manta. And obviously, you know, just the extra health overall. It's nothing to scoff at. Shadow step. Straight onto Amoralis as soon as he walks on to the top wave. He'll get assassinated by the Spectre. Back to the Roshan. No Ricky tricks this time around. As 4-2-3 picks up the Aegis, the Spectre is ready for the last outer tower. I'm not really sure if you can face ITB right now, if you are Lesnaya Bratva. You have your BKBs and your Solar Guardian, true, but going into open teamfight with this team, as they have a full aura carrying Bristleback with the Pipe of Insight and the Crimson Guard,
Dire's top tower
it seems impossible.
mortality. Dire's
Morales testing the vision.
It fights for its life.
The ITB will be more than happy to just take care of the tier 2 tower on the top lane, as dawn will break. The smoke play coming out from ITB is a little bit late. They should be aware that the enemy team saw them. But if he fall, will be the first one to break. The silence, as out comes the Shadow Step. They will straight up move on to the Dawn Breaker. The Chain Frost is doing a lot of work, as MC did not have the opportunity to use his Crimson Guard or his Pipe of Insight. Without the damage mitigation though, they will still keep on rolling. Find the kill onto the Lich first. But can they keep it up? The Age is still available, as out comes another play from Nesphere. You will find the third kill onto Lelis. But as if he fall, tries to get away. Copy almost getting the down on the Break of Dawn. They'll need to back off on the ITB side. Losing 3 people like that is definitely not how they want the fight to go.
This should make my life easier.
A 3k turn for the Lesnaya Bratva side, showing that they are the kings of teamfight this series. They were really on top of things in game number 1, but they have fallen behind just a tad bit for game number 3. They were bled out slowly for game number 2, but for game number 3, they are still on the clock. Spectre is getting bigger and bigger, badder and badder. 4-man smoke up once again from ITB.Shuffle. Obviously, 4-2-3 does not need to be present. He has the Shadow Step and is moving over onto the Nullifier. As with the Shadow Step join in onto the Ricky. 4-2-3 putting himself in a little bit of danger. Copy will pull away the Chain Frost as he will keep on rolling on the Lich. 4-2-3 with his skin on the line, but still hanging out at the Ice Spire like it's nothing. 3 kills will be picked up by ITB as they sacrifice their Bat Rider once more. It could have been more if Ribal and Nesphere would have stuck around, but they will keep their distance.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
4-2-3 and the boys
Are fortified. The trees
go to the high ground for the first time this game.
is learning to fear. Radiant's top tower is under attack. It shall encroach no more.
MC joining in on the fun as the first tier 3 tower will fall. 4-2-3 trying to roll off the high ground back to safety. Broken and controlled. The Aegis will be claimed. Morales and the boys try to slow down the Spectre with their Ice Spire. But no Chain Frost on top of it. That's just a slow, nothing else.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is little it can do.
(32-23). That's the scoreboard we ended the last game on. It looks like we'll keep on rolling for this game number 3. It is a funny little scoreboard, isn't it? 3-2-2-3. Huh. I've seen that number before somewhere as Nesphere. Diving onto the top of the lane, he will instantly get rolled on by Copy. Out comes the break. They try to hold on to the Spectre. The Solar Guardian will tip through, but the damage reflection is a lot. They'll need to back off on Nesphere, or they are risking to lose it. The backline will get controlled by MC and the boys as they are moving on to Epifall. They just don't care as 4 will die. They might have lost their carry. But the pause 2-4, 2-5 is just going to carry the game for him. If it's 2 heavy for ya, Mr. 4-2-3. Don't fret until you see Copy. The Pango and the Bristleback cooking as Raibo will be looking to connect on to Lelis once more, but the Solar Crest will protect the Bat Rider. As the Hairball makes the catch, Copy with the Nullifier onto the Storm will ensure a wipe will happen. Peace and Death with a Sinister Gaze tries to hold on as Raibo rolls back in. With the Vortex, they'll pull the Bristleback out of the TP. MC shaking them off. Team Jiggling, also known as ITB.Shuffle, just playing with their food at this point. 16k net worth lead for their side. They could just chill for the next 1.5 to 4.5 minutes as out comes the Shadow Step. Good on the control and a force out of the BKB. As Rabel hardly surviving. Shadow Step jump constantly coming out from the Spectre. It's a huge nuisance. It's Copy. Going for the roll. Will blink in on to if he fall. Out comes the Nullifier. Fortune 3 does not want to go into the side of the smoke screen. I'll have to wait for that to end. Or for a Copy to just disengage. Kansayo Drifto from the Pangoliro. Copy Vara on his Pangolier. Definitely something future opponents should keep an eye out for. Tormentor at this point for the Dire. It's just an extra chunk of change. They can't really use it for much. Speaking of Tormentor and Shard, not much in terms of items has happened. Amoralis is actually looking for an Aghanim Scepter to jump into someone for safety. "37 minutes in. It's the Spectre's time to shine. And more than likely, Lesnaya Bratva are aware of that. As MC is appearing on top of the lane, they will find the Lich. Out comes the Chain Frost, but they will share the damage. As it bounces back and forth, SC takes care of the Spire. The Chain Frost will end. With Roshan, one of the fastest respawns, by the way, in a long time. Out comes the sidestep. A shadow step onto Nesphere. Well, just BKB the Orchid. But they ensured at 4-2-3. Just picks up the Aegis. 4-2-3, also gaining the power of Aghanim with the blessing. Granted by Roshan.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No fine from MC. No need to use the haunt just yet. But Lesnaya Bratva should definitely be in the know
Is fading.
of what they're up against now.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
4-2-3, almost at 30k net worth. And the Spectre's hungry for some combat. To 24. A total of 62 kills on the board. Not too shabby for a 40-minute game so far as Shadow Step. Straight up forward. Good with the lasso. Good with the catch. The Chain Frost. Not doing much. It's just a deterrent on the Spectre, but the rest of the team cooking with gas.
Radiant's top tower.
ITB on the high ground.
Dire's bottom tower hopes for aid.
As they will get the approach and the control on the second tier 3 tower. And with the haunts, they will make their way over to Ribble. 4-2-3, caught out. 3 minutes on his Aegis though. As Lesnaya Bratva committing 2 buybacks just to get the kill on the Spectre. Decent death. Wants to keep the ball rolling as Nesphere is pushing on the top lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. No
But as 2 lanes are opened up, ITB are not going to go into the breach, as the Limerick would say. They're going to back off. As Lelis is surpassing if he falls net worth. ITB are just sitting on their laurels for now as Nesphere and Ribble, they're going to go for the gameplay. Can they find the Spectre? Nesphere, it's going to be a long jump if he wants to do it. But 4-2-3 moves back to safety. It looks like Group A supremacy will be alive and well after this series. But let's not jump to conclusions just yet. It might be a 32k net worth lead for ITB. But as we know in Dota, anything can still happen. You run out of buybacks, you run out of TPs. All them TIs have taught us lessons over and over again about this old strategical game of MOBA. And the next one's in Hamburg. Do check out the announcement on DOTA2.com. Well, yeah. We'll see, you know. Might go in EPL colors, might not go in EPL colors. I don't know yet. Been to the last one. Copenhagen was fun as hell, but this year, good question. We'll see. Maybe I'll leak my OnlyFans account and then people can just join in and promote me there. I just don't know if I want hot tub pics or feet pics out there. As Morales biting him off. Trying to run away with the Ricky as much as possible. The shadow step. Once again, slowing down to Ricky. That's their number one target as they are a little bit overzealous. Out comes the pipe and the Crimson MC. Surviving with a sliver HP, but the Chain Frost bouncing back and forth. will be enough damage to take out Mind Control. Buyback coming out from the Bristleback as the Ricky will try and get the smoke screen off on time, but if he fall, cannot find a reach, cannot get the luminosity off, and they will just die. SC finding the reveal and the catch onto the Ricky as Nestor types out the GG. It looks like ITB.Shuffle will be moving on in the playoffs. 45-25 with a 46k net worth lead. ITB.Shuffle claim victory in game number 3. And yeah, Spectre late game, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing much you can do about that. Despite your global control and presence with the Dawnbreaker, yeah, they focused down the Ricky. And congratulations to Lesnaya Bratva. I think they brought us a very, very good series throughout this one. But since we're extremely behind schedule, let's just end it here as ITB.Shuffle claimed the victory 2-1, and Mouse versus Zero Tenacity is next up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our last series of the day, Mouse Esports versus Zero Tenacity. Let's get to it. This match was already played a few times in the past weeks, and it was actually played today already, as Mouse claimed a 2-0 victory over Zero Tenacity in CCT Series 6. But obviously, in previous iterations and in the previous past few weeks, especially for the qualifiers for the PG of Wallachia post qualifier number 3, Zero Tenacity actually beat Mouse 2-0. You know, there were a little bit of changes to the Mouse team, of course. For European Pro League, they did announce that they're going to be having Low Skill as their primary carry. And even though Low Skill is usually, we could call him a mercenary for hire, it has been working out pretty well for them. The only loss they had in the group stage was against the previously victorious ITB.Shuffle, formerly known as Jiggling. But yeah, with the Jiggling matchup on the way for either of these teams, I'm fairly certain both of them want to face off against T Governor's little lineup. But yeah, now Esports picking up a huge teamfight advantage with the Magnus and the Phoenix so far for game number 1. As Zero Tenacity will be answering with the Invoker de Muerta and the Clockwork for the AoE control and the possible catch on 2. The Phoenix. Obviously, most of these players need no introduction. I'm more than curious to see it, though, what Immortal Faith's little lineup can do. There have been a few changes to the good old Team Tickles lineup, but, you know, a lot of things do change. Theolicor is out, Fly is in as well, Olnit is gone, but yeah, Supreme and Force have been together for a while now, but they kick Toby and get Force back. Why the hell not? Speaking of Force, out comes the Visage, kind of indicating to us that Copy wants to take the Magnus to the mid lane. Low skill could take it as well, but that is rather a smaller possibility. But yeah. Sorry, throwing some shade at Base Defender, by the way, on our admin chat. But yeah, it's in general, it looks like we are looking for either an offlaner on the Zero Tenacity side for pick 18. They'll go for the carry pick instead. Get up on that Medusa. Really not sure if this is the right approach right now. Banning out the AM for sure. Against low skill seems like the smart idea. What about the bear? The bear, oh, against the Invoker and all this kiting with a dead shot, book shot, cogs to handle. Seems a little bit suicidal. I'm not going to be suggesting the Juggernaut at all. Hasn't been played in pro play for quite some time. Although Magnus Juggernaut doesn't sound super bad. Obviously, due to the Magnus first pick, the PA was also addressed, so that is not an option that Mouse can take. But checking out low skills little Cyberscorp lineup. If you want to check out the stats, team stats, meta stats, all the stats and more, check out our partner site Cyberscore, Cyberscore.live, link key in the description. As a low skill, the spot 4 picks are the Alchemist, the Gyro, the Sven, and the Morph in pro play so far. They banned the Tide Hunter along with the Dawnbreaker against Nefrit himself. But yeah, Nefrit, not unfamiliar with competition himself either. He still has his Enigma, but would I play this into this lineup? I'm really not sure. The Beastmaster still available along with the Bristleback. Oh, wait, no, the Bristleback is not. So the Enigma and the Beastmaster are still on the table, right? Yeah. Those still available, and of course the Centaur Warrunner to get you that better positioning along the enemy. Although, notoriously, the Magnus versus Centaur is usually Magnus favored. So I'd rather go for the Beastmaster. Overall, they go for a beast, but it is a primal beast on Nefrit. Not the biggest aura carrier, but a good targeter for sure. I would love to see a Sven just for the double empower for shits and giggles overall. But it might just be that low skill will be taking the Magnus here. And we are going to get an Invoker counter pick with a tiny band and a lot of Supreme heroes controlled. There's basically only the Spirits heroes left for Supreme for the long range and the dive, which you'll definitely need for the Clockwork and the Muerta. I would say go Pangolier, but that is banned, so decisions for the Immortal Faith lineup. As it looks like low skill will go for the TB once more. This is mostly pub play for low skill, but he has played in the previous series in game number 1 as well. 916 for that game number 1. He did play Spectre in game number 2, so I was expecting to see that one, but since that hero was banned out, there was no real possibility of seeing it this time around. Or was it banned out? Hold on. The Spectre wasn't banned out. Okay, I'll take it back. A little interesting that he didn't actually go for the Spectre. Maybe he just doesn't want to go for your ultra late game against the Medusa. You can't get into like wonky situations where the Primal Beast is huge. Pulverizes you, then you cannot reality out. That is just annoying. And then he'd just rather go for the Sunder. Good save on himself. And if he gets into the sticky situations, he'll just rely on the help of Supreme and Fly for those big ultimates of the RP and the Supernova. But with that in mind, big team fights coming through from the mouse side with Zero Tenacity, ensuring a little bit of longevity with the Stone Case, and of course, Stoikov's Invoker for the global control. We shall see if those plays will happen in favor of Zero Tenacity this time, or will Mouse just repeat the previous series of today and just gun down Dodd and his boys? As actually, we have Retsu standing in for Dodd. Hold on, was that the case in their previous series as well? Let me just check that while we are waiting for the game to load. Today is going to be the day when I'm going to check this page, as it looks like, yes, for this day and this day only, Retsu is playing for Zero Tenacity.
Are you ready?
Let me just check with the admin board if it is a stand-in situation or permanent change. I did hear that LeBron actually had Dodd fly out to him. But no, this is even permanent. This seems like a permanent change. LeBron once again making a change on the Zero Tenacity side. That is news to me.
Fight me, cowards.
On the video page as well, just to ensure a little bit of a pause here technically. Give us a little bit of time, as yes, it is confirmed as well.
Fight me.
Zero Tenacity officially make the change as low skill. Tipping Stoikov. But friendly banter aside, Pablo and Stoikov in reach. As Mouse will be looking to get that first blood pickup. Ice shards blocking the way of the Muerta. That will not deter them from getting that kill on Supreme.
Soon be spilled.
One of the most juicy ones of all. No scoping that they should rather contest runes in the river. Would benefit them greatly. Mid lane, Cliff Ward will be denied. They're just going to let the 2-on-2 go. As Stoikov will ensure the 2-on-2 exchange.
Did I mix my magics?
As the players approach their lanes, Nefrit did a little bit of a wraparound around the Twin Gate. They didn't place any kind of vision. They didn't achieve much with that. That shot coming out from Pablo, but that's all she wrote. It's an interesting trample start to the game for sure. Overall, I am leaning towards the Mouse side, but that's just due to the fact that I do have a little bit of a past with low skill. Have coached him, have trained him, but he's Immortal Fate's responsibility now. I will not take responsibility for his gameplay now, at all. Actually, I've never had. Every time I met with low skill, every time we talked, he's always the one teaching me. Although draft logic and other gameplay is not the strong suit of carry players. So we have collided heads or butted ideologies on that before. But obviously, you know, speaking with one of the best players of his country, and I'm not going to be, you know, exaggerating when I say one of the best players of his generation. He always has a good grasp on the meta and how to play it. So yeah, I'm a little bit biased towards the mouse side overall as we get deeper and deeper into this laning phase. LeBron. Well, it looks like Retsu's not having the best of times against Force and Nexus Vampire. 10 last hits in 3 minutes. Not much to write home about. Force and Nexus Vampire doing their very best to just keep up the denies. Taking away everything from Medusa as of yet. Meanwhile, Supreme 13-1 against Stoikov's Invoker. Well, that is to be expected. Supreme will bounce back in the long run, though. Yeah, obviously Stoikov with the Universal Invoker is having a really, really good time on the mid lane. Cogs come out onto Nexus Vampire once more. And the Tusk is reduced to 0 mana. LeBlanc keeping his distance away from Nexus Vampire and Force. But the stack of the hard camp will still happen. So that's just another thing Nexus Vampire and Force will need to keep attention to. Voskal in the meantime getting on top of the last hit chart. Letting the Terror Blade run rampant in a game like this, though, is not to be advised as LeBron getting the kill on Nexus Vampire. Finally, the Cogs play comes in handy as Retsu losing out on a lot of mana, which is basically his HP pool. As the Medusa Force will go through it with a Soul Assumption, but it's not enough. Not just yet. Meanwhile, good catch from Stoikov on the Magnus, but it's not enough for a kill. It might just be Supreme trying to force out a level into the Exhort and tease him into trying to get the Sunstrike kill. $1K net worth lead at 5 minutes in. Mouse have a little bit of a stepping stone. Can they capitalize on it? Was it just going to be Nefrit diving once again? Well, the diving done by the Phoenix Nefrit falls to half HP on the bottom lane. But it's just in all good harassment taste. No pull happens for Fly. As Nefrit will be more than happy to pick up some small creeps on this bottom lane. Rotation for Nexus Vampire or anyone? Doesn't seem to be happening as the back and forth between LeBron and Nexus Vampire. 2 melee supports. As Force actually choosing a nice little limerick this time. Let's start off with Yalla Habibi Yalla. I do forget what the second one was, but today I guess the taunt of the day is no, not like this from Lyrical. Breaking the silence of the laning stage just a little bit. Stoikov got the shield rune Supreme. A little bit of trouble with the sustain. More would be happy. Just go for the wraparound as low skill coming on with a reflection onto LeBron. A few right clicks onto the Serbian. as they will get the clockwork first. But Exos Vampire and Force are in trouble as Stoikov makes the rotation on to the TB. Force will die first, actually, as LeBron with a silver HP will survive. Fly coming from around for the turn. As Low Skill, losing a lot of HP, will be looking in to just get the kill onto Pablo with a reflection. But Exos Vampire is the one who gets the tick from the Bloodstone. LeBron, in the meantime, stealing the Wisdom Rune, finding the kill onto Fly as well. Here comes Force, straight from the grave. But can the Clockwork make it out of here? Exos Vampire, Ice Shards on LeBron, finds the catch, and will punish the Wisdom Rune steal. Getting that Wisdom Rune, though, in my eyes, is always worth it if you're only sacrificing your position 5. Basically a steal. I would advise everyone to try in their pubs, especially if there's like mid-contention at minute 6. That is usually when you can safely get it. Nefrit. A little bit of a dance on Supreme and Fly. Runaway attempt with the onslaught, but it will be broken by the shockwave. Supreme finds the kill with the RP. Pablo trying to help out with the call-in, but it ain't happening. As Supreme will execute the Primal Beast with a shockwave. $2K net worth lead at 9 minutes in. Not much to write home about, but it is something. As Force will be forced to stay inside the cogs, and his familiars, at least one of them, will fall victim. Sucko making a lot of rotations onto the top lane, giving the opportunity for Supreme and Exos Vampire to take the tier 1 tower.
Dire's middle tower is learning to fear.
Something for everybody, but it is a price Zero Tenacity seem to want to pay. This will open up access to their triangle and their jungle in the long run. But who's going to contend and fight for it? Supreme will be more than happy to take at least the hard camp stacks. Pablo, Nefrit, want them to fight for it. But all they get left with are skeletons. Supreme with just 3 or 4 right clicks will take most of these stacks. He's got Empower after all.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Low Skill keeping his fair distance from the tier 1 tower, but the siege is rather successful in Metamorphosis. Yasha already done, moving on to the Manta as Retsu. Only just having completed his Yasha. Still Supreme above with a little bit of XP. Speaking of Supreme, the Magnus is farming happily away, going on to that Blink Dagger as fast as possible. That's going to be the first power spike of the Mouse lineup. Force and Exos Vampire are trying to force something out here. The Zero Tenacity are not overextending from the safety of their tier 1. Knowing full well that the Invoker or the Primal Beast could make the trip to the top lane whenever need be. As Low Skill is left to his own vices. Getting rid of Basilius just for the passive mana regen. Nefrit. On the bottom, approached a little as he moves onward with the onslaught, trying to catch out Low Skill. Will be successful on that. The Lotus healing back the Terrorblade, but it's not going to be enough for him to get the Sunder off. As the Sun wasn't available for Fly, he was a little bit away from the Supernova, but a huge calling from Pablo is rolling around due to all the dead Make it 4, says Nefrit, as they sit on Supreme. The RP that they've been farming for is not going to work out as Zero Tenacity take the lead with 1,000 gold at 12 minutes in. A beautiful turnaround from the Dire, as they lead 3,000 gold in.
Radiant's bottom tower is fading. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. The pace of battle quickens.
A beautiful turnaround as the first objective will be also picked up by Zero Tenacity. The safe lane tier 1. Though they are a little bit behind towers, there are objectives for them to take on the map. But more than likely, they want to capitalize on the team fight. As Supernova is soon to be available, low skill tries to cause chaos, since once again the pulverization will happen on top of him. Nefrit, obviously not at full HP, just a turn from the Sunder anyway. Pablo throws down the calling before low skill can make a move. A little bit of an overextension from the carry of Mouse, and the mistake will be punished by Zero Tenacity. As Retsu is now getting on that taunting action. To be fair, it's not the first time today that Zero Tenacity are in the lead. In game number 1, they were up ahead for the first 12 minutes of the game. And in the second game, when they were actually playing on the Radiant side, they had the lead 3 times over. So it's not as unusual as it would seem after a 2-0 beatdown of Mouse. But Supreme, finding Stoikov, pulling back the Invoker. There you find the control with the Walrus Punch and the Stone Forms. But with their RP gone on one single person, will Zero Tenacity be tenacious enough to follow in the footsteps of Jack Cage and Kyle Gass? As I'm sure, due to their team name, they're listening to Tenacious D. LeBron backing off as the familiars push forward, but as soon as Retsu is seen, out come the Stone Forms and Force will be forced to back off. Medusa with the Stone Gaze seems scary, as out comes the onslaught. Fly, not willing to drop the egg just yet. Of course, they keep up the contact, the dead shot slows them down, and a little bit of a temper tantrum. And Trample Overload. Nefrit finds the kill on the Visage. Tornado EMP combo coming through as the snowball rolls in from Exus Vampire. Supreme cannot really do much here. He needs that 50 extra seconds so that the teamfight is up alive and well. What Mouse did do was give low skill a bit more time to farm. And as long as Retsu's not farming, Mouse will be happy. I'm kind of thinking of what are the possibilities of saving against the Primal Beast for low skill. It would be a pickle situation if every fight he would be just get stuck. As Retsu found and fished out of the play. He really thought he would only be facing off low skill? Well, you gotta wake up earlier than that. As a Metamorphosis will be committed for the bottom push. Mouse will clean up the third tier 1 objective on the map.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. It shall encroach no more. I foresee the Radiant's top tower falling shortly.
Of course, the Nexus Vampire looking like a nice little chummy chum
Radiant's top tower is
bite to eat for Stoikov and the boys. Supreme with the Invis rune. they could make the case to jump in once again for the solo RP of the Invoker. As they are on their way, Nefrit coming through with the onslaught onto 3. Stoikov regaining his consciousness post the reverse polarity, but it's not looking good right now. As even with the Sunray, out comes the Stone Gaze. And they're going to have to battle it out here, right here. As 2 more right clicks would have been needed, but it's not going to happen. The EMP looking to control Exus Vampire and Force right there. Without the mana right now, though, they're looking to be stuck as Low Skill tries to reflect the damage back against them. Retsu will lose his mana as out comes the Soul Assumption. It's so close, but the Medusa lives. 2 for 2. Zero Tenacity show that they do have the tools to reverse this team fight. Supreme and the boys making the approach once again. 30 seconds until RP is available once more. Stoikov trying to push out the Dire safe lane, but here's Excess Vampire. Shockwave back and forth as the Stormforms find control on the Invoker with the Walrus Punch. They'll hold on to him with a little bit of skewer action. They'll find the kill on Stoikov, giving an opportunity for Zero Tenacity to start getting control on the Radiant jungle, the surrounding area. Supreme putting that in power on Low Skill as well. The pressure on that tier 2 tower will eventually pay off. Now as we'll back off the objective, they have a bigger one in mind, which is Roshan as the Immortal. But not the most accurate name for sure, as he will be dying sooner rather than later. Zero Tenacity, even if they get that rocket flare off, I don't think Mouse will be deterred at all. Supreme kind of running interference on the mid lane as soon as they find him with the hook shot and the Fritz Blink. It's a nice deterrent kill and a sacrifice just to ensure that Mouse will definitely get Roshan. Of course you don't want to get caught, but if Stoikov drops a Sunstrike on you, what can you do?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Low Skill looking to become big, but Retsu is bigger. Butterfly and Mantis style done on the Medusa. As the Terror Blade with the Aegis is just about to finish a Hurricane Pike, but is nowhere near his stat item. Remains to be seen though if it's going to be Scotty, BKB, or even just a normal Butterfly. An MKB will definitely be necessary to go through Retsu. 21 minutes in, a second tier 1, first tier 1 tower will be picked up by Mouse. As the Frit and the boys, all they do is deliver the catapult package onto the top lane. Tormentor Steel by the Mouse lineup, as they'll even get the Wisdom Rune. Flying the boys, on the other hand, they need to back off as Pablo is signaling that they want to take over the triangle. But it has been looted already. It is going to be Scotty at the end of the day for Low Skill, as the Hurricane Pike is arriving. Could be a mid move. Coming out from Zero Tenacity. They're not sure if it's just Manta Illusions. Along with the Conjurer images. It's not going to commit. Loskal has been known to play a little cheeky with his Mantas, so it wouldn't be out of the question that he just send one of the Manta Illusions farming while you full commit on him and the illusion by accident. Well, double Wisdom Runes this time for Mouse as they close the gap between them and Zero Tenacity.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. It will fall like a ripe apple.
$1K net worth lead for the Mouse lineup. They've been higher at the end of the laning stage. But not by much, to be fair. Low skill. Repressuring on that top lane with the TB. Will it be punished at all? Or will Zero Tenacity actually move on to Fly and Supreme on the mid lane? They're sitting ducks while the Aegis is alive. And they're losing objectives left and right. Fly, finding Nefrit, but Nefrit's the one who's like, you are found by me. LeBron connecting with the hook shot. Hooking Fly back into oblivion. To be fair, if you hook a bird, I don't know if that's against any kind of animal rights regulations or such, but I'll definitely not try that in real life. But I'm guessing it has been happened at fishing accidents or something. Is low skill. Showing that the Conjurer image is on the mid. Is he gonna get jumped? But there's pulverization. What? No, what? They ignore the TB. I mean, okay, I guess there's the reasoning. He had Aegis, so even if they move on top of him, there's a tier 2 tower that will actually dominate them. So why the hell would you just show? Low skill takes care of the wave. Let's see if this is going to be a 5-man smoke up. He's obviously forced with the familiars, pressuring on the top lane. Will be reacted to by Pablo with the Road of Atos, taking out one of the familiars. We're about to lose, or about to get the familiars back off cooldown, so you could just resummon if need be. Low skill on Supreme. A little bit of an awkward time to commit to the high ground as the dead shot hits the TB, but here comes Force with the new set of familiars. On they go. Metamorphosis is still available if they want it for a team fight. They'd rather just keep up the pressure on the tier 3 with the illusions and the creeps. All that armor on the TB, working overtime. 32 to be exact. Retsu's not that much more behind though, having 29 armor on himself, and about to finish his Scotty, nonetheless. Now's his first tier 2 tower, about to fall on the bottom lane. Many of their structures have been pressured before, but I'm just guessing. They don't really want to commit to a team fight, knowing full well that the Supernova can counter-wreck them along with the RP. But eventually, Mouse wanted to continue this high ground siege on the tier 3. Will let go of a tier 2 in exchange for the tier 3 tower. As Force will keep the familiars there now. Stoikov with a tornado. Will try and just mitigate the damage, but won't be successful. Out comes Retsu, almost killing the 2 familiars, but not preventing the tier 3 from being taken. Moving back. Low skill even draws the disperser pattern for the whole team. Fly. Going to go for the long game and try and build up a Shivas. As Force, being the aura player of the lineup, already has the Pipe of Insight and the Crimson Guard completed for a big fight. Just having that extra armor on your team is nothing to scoff at. A little bit of calm before the storm between these two teams. At 28 minutes in, there's only a 1,000 gold difference between them. If you open up the graph, it looks like huge changes have happened, but not much. I mean, kind of keeping together beat by beat. Stoikov's farm has been mitigated due to him being sniped out twice already. But surprisingly enough, the Invoker has no kills, and he's not truly the hunter he usually is. A universal hero. But speaking of the Invoker, hello Stoikov, how's it going? Supreme, in with the approach, out with the RP. The Illusion Rune will keep up the push as they find the catch. On to Stoikov. Fly will get controlled as Fortification will be forced out on the Dire side. Low skill moving over to the Butterfly. It's gonna be the Butterfly effect between the two teams that will decide the fights. I do kind of miss the movement speed bonus on the Butterfly. A lot of agility heroes used to have it. It was their last item, taking over the power treads just for the extra movement speed. Those were the good times, but now it's just a damage and evasion item. It's just so boring. I'm just joking. But Ice Frog, I wouldn't mind 738 dropping. Yeah, 737. You know, just stop the Boeing patch. Hashtag get me out of the Boeing patch. Actually, if we could just skip to 7.4, that would be nice as well. 7.3, the jump itself has been huge, obviously. With the Twin Gates coming in and the outposts getting a new position. But I wouldn't mind if some kind of side shop would appear once again so that the laning stages are not just about courier pull back and forth. But also about a little bit of hidden positioning, a little bit of regen outside of their positions on the map. Or just put the shite stops in the jungle. I wouldn't mind that either. But what Mouse does not mind is that there are no more outer towers for them to deal with on the Dire side of the map. A second tier 3 will be approached as low skill. Will get the tier 3 on the mid lane down to half HP. He's moving out the Conjure images as well, as they're kind of scouting out that Roshan, number 2, is up and well. 30 minutes in, the day will rise once more. But why not make the day rise twice? LeBron blocking off with the Cogs reflection will show that the clockwork is here. Nefrit approached but not caught. Supreme and the boys approaching with a smoke. Out they go with a little bit of skewer play. The dead shot from Pablo keeping them at bay though, as LeBron with the hook shot and the Cogs will try and block off Mouse's approach. But what do you achieve with that? Nothing, says Mouse. As without their clockwork, without their hook shot, they will find the ice shard onto Retsu. The shard ice shard is a long one, and it will have a bit of a block. As the EMP comes out from the Invoker, LeBron will buy back and try and find the approach. As Supreme with a BKB will be looking to turn around. Onto the Twin Gates they go. They'll just need to wait for LeBron. LeBron's like, nope, nope, I don't want to go. Not yet. Not like this. All Zero Tenacity CR is low skill. Just hitting creeps on that lane. Are they going to be patient enough to just wait for the end of the Metamorphosis There's not much of it left. As Nefrit, once the TB turns back into regular Terrorblade, they could make the jump. As they will. On with the onslaught, in with the catch. Low skill stuck inside the cogs, and Lesnaya comes through. Out with the Sunray as the Super and the Nova will be dropped. Supreme with the RP a little bit too late. Out with the Deafening Blast, and they are needing to stay in a little, but Retsu will still die. Buyback from Exus Vampire just to even up the numbers, but will he arrive on time as Force will fall? Stoikov is under control as low skill. Will find the catch onto Stoikov and onto Nefrit with the help of Exus Vampire's buyback. Only Pablo will survive the encounter, as on the other side it's only low skill that technically survived. Exus Vampire had to buy back to make it back here, as the familiars clean up the top racks of Zero Tenacity. It was totally ignored by them, but the macro gameplay of Force will give them another advantage, not just Roshan. Control. Let's fly. About to finish this Shiva's Guard. It looks like checkmate from Mouse, despite being behind on kills. The team fight is still on their side. As congratulations to Zero Tenacity, they did pop the egg, but they did not pop low skill. And you gotta find that control on the TB. He is the main damage dealer after all. And he was served on a platter. LeBron. Nefrit did the onslaught. LeBron did the cogs. But the damage from Stoikov and Retsu was just not enough. Out goes the banner. But despite that, the creeps will overextend just a little. With the EMP up on the raise, low skill will fall to half mana. But he doesn't seem to care at all. Metamorphosis is half duration. It will still be enough to take out the mid barracks. Can they transition onto the bottom? I guess it would be risky, but they do have the RP and the egg once more. Low skill, just casually walking onto the bottom lane. Don't mind him, it's just a TB. From the low ground with the main hero, does have the Manta if need be. Now comes the hook shot, silence down. Low skill, still not committing to the Manta. He's looking to keep that post Aegis. Pulverized and locked on, not even sundering. Low skill, just use your spells on me, he says. As with that forced out by dieback on Exus Vampire, as Supreme will make the jump with the RP, getting that control on Retsu, as they're ripping apart the Medusa. Team fight, as Mouse will be approaching the last racks. And they are looking to close out game number 1 here. At 35 minutes, get those megas. Pablo bought back for a calling, but it's not really blocking them off. As Nefrit dies, Jam of True Sight on the ground, Stoikov types out the GG. And for the 3rd time in a row, Zero Tenacity will lose a game against Mouse. 22-23, but a 17k net worth lead. Mouse take game number 1 of our last series of the day. I mean, honestly, it's just team fight coming through. Despite, having the stronger hero, despite having the Medusa, if you cannot lock on that TB, you're just gonna lose it out. But huge team fights for Zero Tenacity for sure. But yeah, just in general, the big picture gameplay coming out from Mouse, locking down Stoikov, taking the Invoker out of play, and gaining the advantage. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to a bit of a break. We're gonna be back with game number 2 right after this. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our game number 2 of Mouse versus Zero Tenacity. My name is DOTA2. Welcome to the English stream. Welcome. As we finally get the Nefrit Enigma rolling. Retsu picking up his Morphling. But yeah, this draft started out a little bit rough for Mouse, ladies and for actually Zero Tenacity. Magnus picked up the PA let through. Are they reading that Supreme is once again going to go mid with the Magnus? I'm not sure, but honestly, just ignoring these picks, it's a little bit weird. Mouse having the Magic 18th pick of the draft as they pick up their Lich for Fly, a good old combination on the PA and the Lich here. We did see Nesphere fail with this combo, by the way, in just the previous match, so I'm not going to be surprised if Mouse falter just a little bit with their combo. But if they lock it in with the Force Lycan, yeah, that is looking really rough for Zero Tenacity. Of course, the Black Hole, providing you control and a lot of damage coming out from the Morphling, it's not bad, but the Grimstreaker is going to be more than likely constant dead due to the Alpha Wolf facet coming out from the Lycan. Oh well, another lycanthrope. What you gonna do? Ugh, so boring. And also, one other interesting combination that is possible is that the Magnus is going to be the position 4, and then you can just pick up another mid laner for, Supreme. Just why not? Just go for it. Just do it. I wouldn't mind quad pick of melees, by the way, on Maus. I'm going for the Night Stalker would be extremely hilarious. FYI. But they do ban out one of the strongest mid laners here against Stoikov, taking out both the Invoker and the Tiny, making the Macedonian have a little bit of a rougher time. Yeah, why not? Exus Vampire losing the access to the Muerta without Mama Muerta. That's going to be an interesting question. Exus Vampire hero or a Supreme hero is the question we're looking for right now. Yeah, Nesphere and the boys on Lesnaya Bratva did lose out with a combination of the Phantom Assassin and the Lich, but they had a little bit of a different approach to the match. Of course, on their side, they had a Storm Spirit, a Ricky, and a Dawnbreaker, which is a rough combination. I would not want to go to the lower bracket and face off against it for sure. As the puck gets banned, Mouse is actually going to pick up the Storm Spirit. Oh, dude. 3 out of the 5 heroes that were picked by Lesnaya Bratva. I am very curious if Mouse can make it work. Not much to break the black hole, right? Except for the RP. And more than likely, Exus Vampire is going to be playing the Magnus in this situation. I would rather have been more happy with an Ember Spirit on the side of Mouse. Just for the fact of, joining the Alpha Wolves, getting that slide of fist, just that burst of damage, and then moving home with the Fire Remnant. This way, though, Supreme does have the option of moving in, getting that control, backing off before the black hole is dropped. I will be curious to see. Blizzard Tenacity will be the ones going on to the Ember Spirit, trying to catch out the Lich and the Magnus in their tracks. But yeah, I think this is a top-notch draft coming out from Mouse. Immortal Faith has cooked again, putting Zero Tenacity into a tricky situation. A lot of pressure on Nefrit, as of course the Remnants will be mostly handled by Low Skill and Supreme. But definitely not a lineup where I would be confident in picking up the Enigma. But Nefrit is the one that knows, after all. This draft order is going to be rough for them over and over again. But at least we don't get the Spectre for sure, so we don't need to wait for the super late game for this match to be online. Minute 25 is where we're looking for the 2 power spikes between the 2 teams for sure, as the Morphling and the PA will also, just mostly be armed. BKB, Battle Fury, and something extra on the Phantom Assassin, while on the Morphling, you're most likely looking at Manta style. Let me think. Manta style Vladimir's offering, I guess, is the combo you would get with the Morph, and then just a BKB. But yeah, I think this wouldn't be so bad, by the way, on the Morphling as well, but maybe not. You're only blocking off the Chain Frost and the Vortex. But if you can protect yourself from just getting Vortex Orchided all the time, anything would be a good mitigator. But we shall see. You can dodge out with the Manta style. You can waveform out of there, attribute shift yourself infinitely. But definitely keep an eye out for the offlaners in this game number 2. It's going to boil down to them performing well on their laning stages or not. And there's nothing much else to it. Let's get into this game number 2 of Mouse versus Zero Tenacity. Is history going to repeat itself from a few hours ago? Or will Zero Tenacity finally catch a break and get the 1-1 over Mouse? Let's find it out, as both teams are going to be approaching the river here.
Oh my god, no, not like this! Oh my god, no, not like this!
Well, a lot of staring at each other
30
at the Tier 1
seconds
tower.
to go.
Low skill, breaking the smoke gap. The Eidolon's coming in with the approach. Fly. Supreme, who's going to go for it? Eventually it falls into Stoikov's hands. It's going to be 2 for 2. Besides a few Eidolons falling casualty, no one else was hurt during the filming of the 0-minute part. Obviously, shout out to production and all the boys keeping us alive during these late hours of Dota. As both teams are looking for the approach, Force immediately moving the Summon Wolves back a bit on the lane, trying to pull the aggro as much as possible. Nefrit shoving the lane under the Tier 1 tower, trying to mitigate low skills capabilities for the first few minutes. But it's good to see Fly and Low Skill work together on their safe lanes. They have significantly improved, I think, during the European Pro League. And I'm fairly certain that in CCT, they're going to make a deep run if they can keep up that consistency in their gameplay. Nothing to hold against, for example, a lineup like ITB. I think Passion UA are extremely experienced lineups, so they'd get a lot of personal messages like, why did ITB.Shuffle throw and CCT and then win in ESL and the EPL? And I'm like, they didn't throw or, just turn around on anything. It's just sometimes you wake up on a bad day. Sometimes you make a switch to Retsu from Dodd and you just cannot perform. So Zero Tenacity's falter, but success in previous qualifiers could just be attributed to the switch. The switch happens from time to time. Can't do much against it. As a big wraparound plays, Force is just pulling again and again as Exodus Vampire is looking for the cheesy play. He finds LeBron. There's the skewer onto the cliff. See ya. But down they come from the cliff. I don't really care about Fly dying. This is more than interesting as well. As LeBron Find the save, counter gameplay to the Excess Vampire. Cheesy. Push with the skewer. I actually don't remember if it was Excess Vampire that actually got the cheese play. Back in the day, I do remember, not back in the day, it was actually like a few months ago, or just a month ago, as, oh, LeBron! Again, this time, Excess Vampire sticks around with the snowball. He might even just deny himself to the creeps. Pog-ass gameplay. Coming out from Excess Vampire, double cliffing the Tusk as the ring around the Rosie. Chase will continue neutral, creep, deny. You get nothing, LeBron. Yeah, I should check actually if I sent the 5-minute GG to T-Guff himself. I do remember we watched it on stream. It was the fastest GG in EPL history for sure. I even sent it to Knoxville and the other statisticians. But yeah, Namiga actually GG'd out of the game after a double clippage and courier death on their Ogre Magi as a position 4 Magnus. Cliff their pause 5. I'm actually gonna check that tournament if I can find it. Maybe it was EPL season 20 or season 21. But First Blood is claimed by Zero Tenacity, despite the ramblings and a little bit of double cliffing action.
Oh my god, no, not like this!
There's a little bit of back and forth action on the bottom lane as well. Force just continues to taunt LeBron and Retsu with the lyrical voice line. But the Wolfos and the Creepos keep on coming. Rotation play by LeBron. Minute 5. Can they find Fly once again? Here comes the tag team. They will take the Lich. It's Pablo that gets the kill this time around.
Structures are fortified. They require time. Dire structures are fortified.
Yes, Pablo. Gonna get approach, but the Inkswell will keep low skill at bay. Out comes the Malefice. And their Frit. I'm gonna get the catch.
Courier is with us no more.
No, not like this!
Shout out to our backup team. Yes, they did actually find me the match. Dragon Esports Club. Hold on. Supreme. Good with a catch onto Pablo. A few more right clicks are needed. Well, let's just get it with a ball of lightning, says Supreme. As the face-off at the minute 6 rune. Excess Vampire will be picking up the Arcane as Fly will tank up the damage on Stoikov. Will they get LeBron to get the contact as Fly just ticks through onto the Ember. Excess Vampire pushing off LeBron Dota into the river. Both Supreme and Fly are pretty low, but no possible catch from Pablo. Well, yeah, the 5-minute GG did happen between Dragon Esports Club and Amiga, November 22nd of last year. Definitely a match to watch because it's just so super short. But at the same time, Excess Vampire gonna get caught out on the mid lane. There's that slide of fisting we love to watch from Stoikov. As he has the double impact, but that should not be the name of the facet. It should be double fisting, because it's sleight of fisting.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's 3-4-3 on the scoreboard. That Frit, and with the Inkswell approach, low skills in trouble, but the Malefice will eventually tick off as Fly and Supreme make their approach to the top. Fly falling so low, eventually just burned by Nefrit and the Flame Guard. Zero Tenacity woke up and chose aggression.
Dire's top tower is under attack. It fights for its life. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As the tier 1 tower falls at 8 minutes in, Nefrit shows why this Enigma is so strong in his hands. He's played it before, and I guess he'll play it again. 76% win rate Enigma is no coincidence. As Forest continues the tauntage. It's just his style. Eventually, though, like, you know, pro players will just mute you, so you're just doing this for the pleasure of the audience. And I do love Lyrical, so... no problems here. Zexus Vampire only level 4. Can't really do much with Fly. Then just Frost Shield the tier 1 tower on the mid lane. And stall for as long as possible. But the 4-man rotation onto the mid lane will lead into Mouse losing their tier 1 tower on the mid as well as the safe lane now. They don't have the most strongest pushing lineup of all. As forced to rush out at least a helm of the Dom. I don't think he's going to move over to the shapeshift at this point. Zexus Vampire. They will ignore Stoikov for now as Supreme. Throwing out the Remnant. They move back onto LeBron. An easy kill onto the Tusk. Fly. Sees Stoikov. Runs away from Stoikov. Good choice if you're the Lich in this game. Alright, soon Supreme. Mallet out for some neutral creeps. That's Red 2. Bound by force. But they're not really disturbed on the side of Zero Tenacity. They know they have the advantage here as out comes the Stomp with the Howl. At the end of the night, Retsu still going to attribute shift back into full strength. There's a good catch onto Supreme. Could put a dot to the end of the eye, but this sentence will continue as Zexus Vampire, without a skewer, will fall victim. Good attempt, good attempt.
That was toasty.
But it doesn't work out this time around. FYI, comparing Stoikov's and Supreme's spirit stats. Stoikov has a 66% win rate on the Ember, while Supreme only has a 54% win rate on the Ember Spirit. And, of course, Stoikov has a 71% win rate on the Storm Spirit, while Supreme is sitting at a whopping 46% win rate on the Storm. But on both heroes, by the way, Supreme has more gameplay, so we shall see if it will lead to anything. Out comes the Chain Frost with the Black Hole. It's shut down from Nefrit, taking the double kill on both Fly and Supreme. Forced to just run away at the end of his shapeshift. Zero Tenacity. Well, I think that name is just wrong. They're tenacious out the wazoo. Zexus Vampire looking for the runaway with the skewer, but the Inkswell and the Phantom's Embrace connect from the Grimstroke. Stoikov joining the fun with the Searing Chains and will fist Zexus Vampire back into oblivion. Oh, not fist, just right click, but still hurts like hell. Double the amount of kills for Zero Tenacity. 12 minutes in with a 3k net worth lead. They get a good foothold over the enemy and take out all tier 1 towers on this map. One good news for the Mouse lineup, though. Skill has been farming and is about to finish his Battle Fury. If nothing else, that could at least put a slight smile on their face. Sub 50-minute BF is always good news on a PA. Retsu once again approached.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. No gale. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Supreme pressuring the tier 1 tower. Zero Tenacity looking for a potential kill on the PA as Retsu comes into the approach. But Supreme sliding huge long vortex. They're not going to commit though as soon as Nefrit comes in with the rotation. A full Crimson Guard already done. As up top, they find the catch onto low skill with Stoikov, LeBron, and Pablo. Pretty much the play we've been seeing from Lesnaya Bratva in the previous series.
Dire's top tower is under attack. It fights for its life. Dire's bottom tower is
Let's fly. Looking for protection on the tier 2 tower. Tier 2's already threatened at 14 minutes in. Zero Tenacity. This is truly waking up in the morning and choosing violence, but it is 11:20 p.m. It's a little late for that violence, but Zero Tenacity don't think so. On to fly they go as Stoikov keeps up the contact. Out comes the fist as it will gun down Fly eventually.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
On the mid lane, around the Flame Remnant, Force and Nexus Vampire position themselves, but the shape-shifting Lycanthrope will try and back off.
Top tower is under attack.
Wisdom Rune and Tier 2 Tower on the bottom lane taken as Maus. Even though they have the classic Magnus PA combo, it is a support Magnus overall. Without Empower, those skills form patterns are rather slow, but he will get there if Maus will buy him the time. Supreme doing his best, deep farming behind enemy lines, in between the safe lane Tier 1 and Tier 2. Let's go farming in the most dangerous territory of the map, the triangle. Zero Tenacity. The Supreme dodging out, searing chains and slide of fist combo. We'll go for the TP combo play with the ball lightning. Stoikov re-rotating back into the middle of the map. The Dire scan. It will protect low skill for the time being. Farming in Blur. He's trying to buy as much time as he can for himself. Finding couriers left and right though, if he could get some of these. But obviously, the more important play is that Zero Tenacity are taking Roshan. Minute 16, low skill found in the triangle. Nexus Vampire coming around the bend, but just providing a little bit of a jumping board for low skill. Invis Rune in the river, totally ignored by both sides. It's right about the team fight that could just form inside this jungle. Nefrit approaching Nexus Vampire as Supreme with a Soulbind just backing off long range ball lightning for the storm. Fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Maus avoiding all matter of conflict right now.
Dire's top tower is feeling its small.
Nexus Vampire picking up the Invis Rune. Stoikov,
Bottom tower is under attack. There
for
is
some mystery, having the vision
Dire's top tower is under attack.
after the Searing Chain. Or maybe it was the Searing Chain that gave him that contact. As on to Nexus Vampire they go. LeBron. A nice little Sentry Ward in the triangle will get the kill. As Force, a cheeky little push from him with the Lycanthrope. As he moves on over to Stoikov after the side of Fist. He tries to gun down the Ember Spirit, but it seems like a fatal attempt. Futile attempt. Well, speaking of resistance is futile, Tier 2 towers are falling like flies on the Dire side. Bottom gone, top gone, now mid is next. The Mouse are more than happy
Dire's middle tower
to put
is learning
their
to
last
fear.
outer objective on the map on the chopping block at 18 minutes in. Zero Tenacity not even gonna let Mouse get on that power spike train.
Dire's middle tower
As we've yet to see a good RP from Exis Vampire. That's the only one we're looking for. But Nefrit keeping his fair distance, ready to use his black hole if need be.
learning to fear. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
But with an 8k net worth lead. 18 minutes in. Mouse. Is there anything they can do here? Frost shielding the melee racks. They're still just buying time. Force with the macro play. Pressuring the tier 2 tower on the bottom. Well, that's all she wrote.
Barracks have seen their last.
The tier 2 is slowly falling. Force will be making his way back to the tier 2 tower with the wolves. That's all he has. Just wolves.
Radiant's
And a black
bottom
dragon.
tower is fading fast.
I didn't even see Force be done with the Helm of the Overlord.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is little
But the first tier 2 tower for Mouse will be taken 90 minutes into play as Stoikov guns down the Black Dragon. Supreme, on the other hand, we'll go over to his BKB. And low skill, not that far either. Pablo, they take out Exis Vampire. Trying to run outside his own base. How dare he? Let's fly. Left all alone in between the tier 4s. Low skill and Supreme. They've gained control of the second tier 1 tower for the team. But their second tier 3 is the one that is truly under threat. Low skill needs a little bit more time, but will his team grant it for him? The Howl does help push a lot. That's Force. Running around with the wolves on the mid lane. Low skill TPing home as the pressure for some reason subsides from Zero Tenacity. More likely due to the fact that Aegis is sub 1 minute from Reclamation. Courier. Almost taken by Nefrit. Force is just pulling a Drums of Endurance for himself. Sending the wolves onto the top lane for the extra aggro. Macro gameplay at its finest. Nefrit cutting off the wave on the bottom, as so is Force with the Lycanthrope.
Dire's top tower is under attack. It fights for its life. Dire's courier has met its maker.
No, not like this.
As Force eventually does lose his courier, but he does have the Drums of Endurance. Zero Tenacity. Taking the 21-minute Wisdom Rune. It's 7k net worth difference between the two teams. But it's more like a staring contest between the two right now. Nefrit and Retsu sticking on the high ground of the outpost. Happy to pressure the bottom lane. Force will tend to the creeps as it's a big wraparound play coming out from Zero Tenacity, from Mouse onto Zero Tenacity. With Supreme revealed, the plan has failed. It looks like Mouse will be backing off. Low skill, only behind by 3,000 gold. There are BKBs on both him and Supreme. No engagement from either side. As the Frit is available, they will be looking for the Enigma. Can they blow him up on time? Out comes the Chain Frost. It will be effective. As the BKBs come through, the Soulbind eventually ends. Low skill Will not continue the aggression. In goes Supreme. Does not have a Vortex catch. As LeBron tries to disengage, Stoikov locks down Force. Supreme backing off, not activating his BKB just yet. Those skills is already used. Thus the distance keeping right now from the mouse side. But they'll back off. The triangle safety. They find Stoikov. Out comes the Sleight of Fist. Low skill. Jumping on to the next target. They go onto LeBron instead. That is the one that is free, but they leave Fly open. As their captain will get killed. Retsu, being the threat that he is, will be avoided by the majority of the players, but Retsu will find a kill onto the Lycan. Still gonna be a 3-4-2. As Mouse basically just pick up as much as Zero Tenacity do in the fight. But that is what happens when you lose control over all your outer towers. You're kind of boxed in your base. High ground fighting against an Enigma, though, doesn't seem like the wisest of ideas. Despite Nefrit not having a BKB, as long as they get the control onto Exus Vampire and Fly, there isn't really much stopping that black hole. Yes, there's the Vortex, but you gotta get in there, drop it, and at the same time Ball Lightning slide through? Hell no. Doesn't seem like the best idea. Mao's doing a really good job, though, buying low skill as much time as they can. SNY queued up on the PA. Not sure if it's the right item, though. Seeing as the black hole is a fixed duration. Status resistance. Basically only good against the Ink Swell and the Snowball and the Walrus Punch. Right? Walrus Punch? Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But maybe even the airtime on the Walrus Punch is fixed? I do forget. Oh well. Four-man smoke from both teams. This Forest will also get a little bit of help and treatment. Put under the cover of smoke. Exus Vampire looking for the big jump. Will he find it? Low skill. Being approached by the Sleight of Fist. Half HP on the PA. Out comes the blur. He'll hide for now. Dagger and retreat. Dagger and retreat. As both teams lose their smoke covers, neither side are looking to flinch. But it is a staring contest, and eventually, Mouse will need to move in onto the creeps at least as LeBron pushes Supreme in the air. Out comes the Soulbind onto the Storm with the BKB. Supreme will be looking to turn around, but he does not want the Soulbind to chain onto his friends. He'll back off before the Sleight of Fist actually connects on him. That Ball Lightning is going to come in clutch, as a tier 3 will be saved for another second.
Dire's top tower is feeling its mortality.
All this control, all this gameplay. As we've been at 8k net worth differential for the past 10 minutes. Can Zero Tenacity close this out? Or are we still at the stalemate after such a long time? Gaben even gave an 87% win probability to the Zero Tenacity side. Oh, actually the highest was 88. Correct me. Pardon me for the mistake.
But I'm worth so much more.
But eventually they do give up on the chase of that high ground. The tier 3 up top looking a little bit worse for wear. But eventually, back to Roshan it is for Zero Tenacity. We're at 2 with the DD. We'll take on Roche. As Nefret and LeBron will be happy to tank up the damage. Not much Mouse could do. They could RP into the fight, but just holding on to the lane or even just getting a counter kill would be more that they could bargain for. Of course, on the other hand, trying to still cut the waves with the Triceratops. Good old ancient Thunderhide doing the work. He does switch over to the Granite Golem. Of course, the Granite Aura giving 18% more HP. Will be a huge benefit for him. But Mouse, behind on XP, behind on gold, behind on most things on this map. There's about, correct my math if it's wrong, about 4,000 gold in terms of objectives for them to take. But even then, it's going to be a rough turn. There's Nefret, Stoikov, and LeBron. They're going for the patient play. They have lost against Mouse already today. They don't want that to repeat. They won a game 3, they want to win the series, and they want to face off. It's the ITB.Shuffle for sure. But letting the PA get to the late game might not be the wisest of their ideas. As low skill. Moving on to the more beneficial Manta style in terms of damage and armor. Yes. Do agree with this choice.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower
As
for aid.
on to the last, semi-last. Tier 3 tower. Retsu's on that high ground. Huge protection with the shield rune on him. As the Vision Wars do continue with the dominated creep. Eventually, through the Frost Shield, Retsu goes. 3 minutes left on the Aegis as Fly doesn't have a blink to jump in, but we do have Supreme coming in with the route around. The RP breaking the black hole. They go in with the pull as low skill trying to gun down onto Nefret. They won't be successful as Supreme will need to finish the job. But can he get it a little more? Onto LeBron he goes as well, but Stoikov cuts them down. A full team wipe right here. As Mouse Esports do try one more time for the wraparound. And this time we'll commit. But with the racks gone, I'm really not sure if Zero Tenacity will even give them a chance against the Mega Creeps. LeBron taunts them into submission. They take the last Tier 3 tower. The Zero Tenacity. It was a long 15-minute stare down of Mouse Esports. But they will claim victory. As GG is called, Mouse Esports are going to go to the distance, get that game 3 as Zero Tenacity achieve victory. The Ancient falls and he stared down inside the chasm. As it looks like, I just get the long series, Joe. I just get the long series, my man. But yeah, quick 2-0s for our first 2 series, and with a little bit of patience, we get to watch the good ones. But yeah, seed number 3 of Group B will force Mouse to a game number 3, and we shall be right back with a break. And let's just find out what happens in game number 3. Oh, no countdown, no nothing. Hello. That's I don't think I hear you, by the way. Check now. I do believe stream hears me, but oh well, we'll go with that. I hope everything's okay on production side. But yeah, let's get into this game number 3. Was there Tenacity versus Mouse? Sorry for a little bit of technical issues there, but let's get into it, ladies and gents. It looks like Maos are opting around a little bit of AoE control in the team fight this time around, with more and more likely that the Magnus will be put in Force's capable hands this time around. Not that we had anything against Texas Vampires Magnator, but they were a little bit squeamish into going into the initiation, of course, with Supreme, keeping his distance from the fights as much as possible as he could, but can't really engage into the ball lightning as long as that black hole is up there and is being a threat. Something we did talk about back in the day when I used to be a coach for another team. Uh, the threat of the Enigma is not the black hole usage itself. It's the the threat of it being up. So big AoE ultimates such as the Tidehunter's Ravage and the Black Hole, they're not really about using the ultimate off of cooldown. They're rather more about, oh, the ultimate is up. That means the enemies can take control of territories and we can't really approach them, such as the supernova, such as the chronosphere, such as the ravage. But of course, these are only useful if the heroes are actually in the meta, not like trash void. But yeah, moving on to this draft, of course, you have that good team fight control coming out from the tombstone, but it hasn't really been super satisfactory. One of the biggest reasons why I don't usually do ranked gameplay these days, why I play everything else besides Dota when I'm not casting it, is usually just the fact that Undying is just not that good in this patch. And it has been a bit of a demotivator for me personally. Overall, the hero is good for fights, but it's not good for much of anything else. You can't farm well, you can't save that well. Of course, you can go for the Guardian Greaves build and just knock off of that, but ooh, Mouse with a double ranged pause 1-2 combo, totally ignoring synergy with the Magnus, relying on the team fight element of it alone. Yeah, with no Morphling in the pool. Spectre was available for this fight, but they want to mitigate the Phantom Assassin as much as possible and make Retsu's life as miserable as they can. And Zero Tenacity, what's it gonna be? Stoikov, having the weight of the world on his shoulders. He could just go for a spirit one more time. That's not out of the question. But which one do you play against the Lena is rather the question here. As he's more than capable on most of them. But my favorite here would be the Ember, obviously, as he did a flawless performance in the early game. Nefrit with a similar approach to the previous game, he will be pushing towers fast and loose. I will be curious to see if Mouse can stop the macro gameplay or the early game domination of Zero Tenacity this time around. Of course, Zero Tenacity will want to buy some time for Retsu to actually get to the build, but Mouse, fast, loose, and early. Get that static link off, hit people, and hit them hard. Hit them to death is the strategy that Mouse want to do. But there's, of course, the finger of death from Zero Tenacity. So if you overextend, you're going to get a finger of death up your holes you actually don't even have on your body. Finger of death makes new holes on your body. But yeah, Supreme, on the other hand, has proven himself more than capable on that Lena from time and time again. So there are merits to both of these drafts. But if it comes to Supreme, I have casted several of his series on this Lena just a few days ago, actually, against LFG. It's a 13-3-6 Lena, the last one I see most recently. But if we just check out what he does with the Redheaded Beauty, he has a 60% win rate on the hero, and the last time he played it was obviously 2 days ago. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the last game of the day. Mouse and Zero Tenacity. will make it interesting for us as we get into game number 3 between them here at European Pro League Season 23. But playoffs. The winner of this series is going to have to face off against ITB.Shuffle, as of course these first few days, this first day actually, is all about survival and keeping up on the upper bracket. Tomorrow, obviously, though, is not going to be a rest day.
Are you ready?
The tournament will continue up and early. The players playing here, they don't really have much time of a rest, being as
Oh my god, no,
more
not
likely
like
we are
this.
going to start off with the lower bracket and then continue the upper bracket. Of course, our good friend Push the Benza is going to be waiting for you guys to take over the show. But yeah, starting off with the lower bracket, Lesnaya Bratva will be facing the loser of this series. And then Team Turkan, which is Asakura, will continue today. Then into the Breach versus the winner of this series. And then LFG versus Quantum Team. We'll see who gets to the upper bracket finals on Friday. So it will be a tight schedule. Obviously, the teams do have another tournament to play with. And hopefully we do not get delays in the scheduling. But after all, it's going to be about Mouse and Zero Tenacity for this game number 3. As we're burning the midnight oil here at European Pro League, ladies and gentlemen, for your viewing pleasure, game number 3.
The battle
Come on, do something, boys. It is game number 3 after all, as Low Skill starting off with the plasma field will take over by rune number 2. It will be 3 going in the way of the Dire side. Good little approach onto Force, but it will be a disengagement as Pablo pauses the game. After all this tauntage, I will promise that the channel will never be rating lyrical ever again until I am a mod on this stream. It'll never happen, ever. Joke, by the way. Obviously, Gabriel's a good friend of the caster, so I am a mod on his channel, so hopefully he brings back community tournaments, because that's the most enjoyment I've had in Dota lobbies in a while.
God, no, not like this.
Playing them, casting them, just hanging out with Gabriel in general is always fun. But yeah, the tier 1 caster stack has been on the hard Dota grind, as is usual, until Dream League rolls around or anything else. But the next tournament, of course, the next big tier 1 tournament, Fissure Playground, is starting soon enough. If some of you are in Belgrade by any chance, then do come say hi. I will be there from, what, likely Friday morning? But yeah, having a nice little breakfast, coffee, and I'll be the stupid guy in plaid in the middle of winter.
Oh my god, no, not like this.
But yeah, it remains to be seen if we actually make it to Hamburg. That's a whole different question entirely. And yeah, also a good question if some of our teams at EPL will make it. Last year, we were lucky. Both Beast Coast and One Win actually got their W's in the qualies. Actually made it all the way to Copenhagen. But I'll be curious to see if any of the teams that did play EPL, even in its earlier seasons of 2025, will be making it through. Yeah, the laying stage in the first minute, not really giving us much to talk about, as Supreme and Stoikov are just having a flame off on the mid lane between themselves.
Not while I'm around. Dire's top tower is under attack. It fights for its life.
A little bit of static link back onto Pablo. So a little bit of approaches. They're gonna back off. Pablo trying to zone on low skill, but the counter pull will be successful. Let's Fly hang out with Nefrit, the main meetup. Pablo doing his very best to just get a few denies on the Razor. Low skill still successful on the LHs. Let's Fly looking to rejoin. Make Nefrit's life just a little bit more difficult. Obviously, with both Zoo heroes, both the Beastmaster and the Lycan becoming universal, Undying is not necessarily a straight-up counter to all this Zoo meta gameplay, but it's definitely a good control on the boars and such. So out comes the Plasma Field, low skill. We'll be more than happy to just link up with the Beastmaster. Nice dodge of the Earth Spike. Looks like they saw it a mile away, but they'd rather have Fly catch it. Just remember, kids, if you cast the Earth Spike on the ground, it will go further.
Not like this.
One of the weirdest parts of the Lion itself for me still is that even though Finger of Death... Hold on, low skill. Good with the catch, Nefrit win with the approach, but out comes the Plasma Field once more. No static link though for low skill. So no kill potential either on the lane. The decays do help though. Because without the Tombstone, Fly and low skill will keep their distance on this top lane.
Death at my hands is an honor.
Interesting save from Exus Vampire. Oh no, hold on. That was actually Retsu on the PA. As out comes Icarus dive. Onto the top lane. Good with the approach. On to low skill LeBron. Securing the catch. Onto the enemy carry. A little bit low on the HP for Pablo, but the Gambit and the gank will pay off. Low skill TPing back. Just flying with Gallady, accept the gifts.
Oh my God, no, not like this.
Down bottom, Force. Already at 33 last hits on the Magnus. Sight to behold. That was Retsu, by the way. Not that far behind either. 31-2 on the PA. The lane will be ganked by Fly. They are looking for the Tombstone approach, but LeBron and Retsu could just shake them off. So there's that Phantom Strike ability opportunity. Back and forth as low skill. Fly definitely giving off the mark. Now the Phoenix is coming. It's going to be a 3v1. They're just looking to turn straight onto Retsu. Beautiful skewer and Tombstone drop. One death on both carries.
Dire structures are
Skankage on Gankage on Gankage. Force.
top tower is under attack.
Towering over everyone on this laning stage. The Tombstone pushes out the lane. A little bit of control onto the mid as well as Stoikov gunning down Supreme. And it looks like the Ember might just escape with a little bit of help. Exus Vampire joining in with the Blood Grenade, but the damage is just not going to be enough as low skill. Catching out LeBron
Tower is under attack.
on the bottom lane.
Fights for its life.
Global fighting between the two teams.
Seems relieved.
As it looks like Stoikov proving himself once again with the Ember. As both teams sound the alarm, it's back to the Wisdom Runes and the lanings for both teams. But no surprises here. Nefret already took down the first tier 1 tower with 3 levels in Call to the Wild. Now moving over to the Helm of the Dom. Mouse, it started off like this last time as well. Eight minutes in, only 4 kills on the board, averaging out 1 every 2 minutes. So that does give us 2 minutes of rambling time. What should we talk about? Arcane Rune on the top of the river, more than likely thrown into the hands of Stoikov as Nefrit gets a tombstone dropped on top of him. Can Supreme join up on time? Beautiful air spike onto 2. Pablo setting it up flawlessly as Nefrit coming around the other side. They just Laguna Blade and headshot him to oblivion. Stoikov finding another kill, but backing off with the Remnant. He knows his limits. Zero Tenacity up on kills, but behind on the gold, surprisingly enough. As Gaben is giving his vote of confidence to the Radiant side, has been stuck on 57% win probability since the game started. Tensions are rising.
Tower is learning to fear.
Now, once again, Stoikov hit with the death shot. But it's not their best shot on the side of Mouse as the decay didn't contact on the Ember Spirit. There's a remnant left inside the river. As more than likely, the Ember will be looking for a connection on to Supreme. The Axis Vampire looking for the bounce off, but there are no creeps to death shot onto. And Pablo will get away scot-free.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Supreme. His TP boots are on the way. And the rotations of the Lina could just come. Force with the RP. Good catch onto Stoikov. This is how they focused him down in game number 1. Can they keep up the pace this time? Fly. Looking for the approach. There's a tombstone to play here. But the Hawk. The Hawk to a dive coming out from the Call of the Wild. Will stop Mouse in its tracks. No chase. Four for 4 as Stoikov returns to the mid lane. And Supreme already on his way for this Cloak of Flames. Early Cliff Ward, though, giving away both Supreme's and low skills position. A bit of an oversight from the supports. Nefrit and Pablo do have a good approach here if they smoke up. Or do they even need to smoke up? They could just walk in. Or could they walk in? Low skill. Oh, I'm just plasma fielding here. Don't mind me. Fly with the decay. Knowing that there's someone here. Zexus Vampire is the open kill. Out goes the dagger. Good try from Retsu, but it's just going to be a bit of ricochet death shot, sending him flying. A little bit of stand by me from Force and Fly, as they're still not finding the vision of Zero Tenacity. Or they're just not looking hard enough.
It will fall like a ripe apple.
Once again, the daggers fly against Lixus Vampire, but he's shaking off the aggro pretty well. Fly, and they go with the approach on the mid lane. Nice dodge from Stoikov with a sleight of fist. The RP will not connect from Force. This Pablo might just be the victim they're looking for. The Dragon Slave. They'll execute the Lion.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A little bit of tippy-toeing back and forth as the Skewer once again misses from Force. Stoikov just outplaying every iteration of the Magnus right now that Mouse are throwing at him. He learned his lesson. Slight advantage on Mouse. After all that, as the 56% vote of confidence from Gaben turns to 53. But not much to show for from either side. Tier 1's not really taken by Mouse. Zero Tenacity are not really wanting to commit until... Is the Frit actually going to go for the Aghanim Scepter in this game? Huh. The question does remain. Supreme. Closer and closer to his Aghanim Scepter. Mid lane standoff between these two teams as Shackles on Force, but they're not that binding. And they're not that searing either. It's Force. Already back on full HP. But without any approach coming from Zero Tenacity, Mouse, look for the free kill on Pablo. Force, skewer back on the Lion. As low skill will get on top of a killing spree. After being first blooded on the Razor, this is not a bad position to be in. Retsu at the meantime finishing the Battle Fury, sub 15 minutes as well. Moving on to the Yasha. Nefrit skipping the helm of the Underlord or Overlord. It's moving over to a Blink Dagger just to get a bit of a better position. It looks like LeBron is in the crosshairs of Mars. And this time, out comes the Primal Roar. Onto the Magnus, as with the RP, out comes the threat. Force will shake off LeBron and his predecessors. In comes Retsu, but he dives a little too deep. Laguna Bladed and Dragon Slave, they find the play. Onto the PA. Earth Spike on the Lina as the finger comes around. But Excess Vampire finding the catch onto Pablo. Retaliation on retaliation on retaliation. Violence just causes violence. As 9-6 gets on the board. The big kill for Mouse is definitely the PA, as they gain a slight advantage back into the play. 17 minutes are up, but we only have 15 kills on the board. Boys, come on, I need 2 more. 1 per minute is what will satisfy me. No more, no less.
Has fallen.
A Supernova is available for the Zero Tenacity side. But LeBron will have to be a bit more patient until he'll drop the egg. Nexus Vampire done with the Road of Atos to just hold people inside his calling. And the BKB is still far away for the PA. So if I were Retsu, I would not join any of these fights for a long ass time. A little bit surprising though. Is that low skill? Skipping the BKB for now, he thought that the game would last long enough for that. Maybe Retsu is just not going to buy it himself. We'll get to Sanjay and Yasha first, along with the Falcon Blade, before he gets his BKB. As traditionally, you usually get the BKB first on the Razor, and then put that on the back burner. With the Cloak of Flames done on Supreme, though, I think staying away from the Lina would be pretty wise. For the Zero Tenacity side, Stoikov. The Dire Scan is pitch perfect on, but they will find the catch on Stoikov. They knew that they were coming, but they ignored the warning pings. Where was Rohan? Oh wait, where was Gondor when Stoikov died? Is my question. As Nefrit, Primal Roar in her ear, Supreme will be found and not even fingered. His redhead should be fingered, I say, as Retsu caught out, and now they're just gonna finger the Magnus instead. Fly, approached, out goes the Flesh Golem, but it does nothing, and he even offers an Undying Tombstone for Z10's pleasure. Zero Tenacity. Yeah, we will offer you our mid laner, but instead we'll take yours and your position 3. Nefrit and Retsu, especially confident after that play, to go inside the Roche Pit. No Tombstone to contest this, and of course, LeBron can even cover it with the Super and the Nova. In comes Force, but he's not going to find any kind of approach to this. Fly. Also arriving way too late. 37 seconds until the Tombstone. There isn't much they can do about it. Nefrit. Slowed down. He will just blink out. Post decay. And back off. With a little bit of grace.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. No gale.
As Roshan is on Retsu,
His shell encroach no more.
I do believe Maus will be a little bit more reluctant to join any kind of fight. Speaking of Retsu, also with the Sanjay and Yasha now. Sort of playing catch-up to the Razor. There's a little bit of DD rune action. Stoikov looking for an approach, or just looking to farm out of this world.
No need to burn.
Into the ancient pit they go as Retsu finds Fly. A little bit of a yummy bite on the position 5 of the enemy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Bottom tower has fallen. It will be a ruin long studied. Which one is me? Dire's
Oscar taking an illusion room, but it looks like they will be losing their own Tormentor.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A little bit of pressure coming out from Maus on the mid lane. They find with a Road of Atos, a catch onto the Ember Spirit. First spikes dodged.
Feed the flames.
As they'll give the kill to Supreme. Something for everybody, I guess. "21-minute Wisdom Rune. Despite all this, will fall into the hands of Maus. As of Zero Tenacity, if they would have stuck to the bottom lane, they might have gotten a little bit more. Nefrit out with a Primal Roar. But if they keep up the catch, or the chase, they could just get the Blink Dagger RP. But LeBron will slow them down with the Fire Spirits. Loskill and Retsu side by side as the BKB's done on the Razor now. Only the Primal Roar being capable to stop any of the hero that has it. Supreme moving over to Shadow Blade as Retsu almost dying to the Tormentor. Could be an ominous sign for them. So yeah, Stoikov moving over to the BKB himself. It could just be that with the 3 BKB heroes, their tenacity could reach that power spike faster at minute 25. So that was the case in the previous game as well. Power spike hits were fairly overlapping between the two teams. But as Retsu finds a break, a chip in their armor, Force is not looking to RP the PA alone. They back off for the easier target up on the top lane, which is Nefrit. But LeBron is right there with the sun. And there's nothing stronger than the sun. Force, Nefrit. Hello there, RP on the 2 as Fly dropping the Tombstone, pulling them back a little bit more onto the Supernova. They can control as they will pop the sun and connect onto Nefrit. Low skill finding the kill as here comes Stoikov and Retsu. Can they keep up the contact? Can the 3 of them get low skill? Or he can just turn around with a BKB. Silence down, the control coming out from Exodus Vampire is just too much to handle as the Aegis will break. Why did they come back as soon as they lost the Frit? It was Jover. But they were too greedy. They wanted to get low skill at least, and they get nothing. It's Willy Wonka all over again. As Zero Tenacity get team wiped here at minute 24.
Radiant's bottom tower is
They are denied everything from Mouse.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, I think Force, say the line.
I foresee the Radiant's top tower.
Force, say the line.
shortly.
Maybe he's still on the cooldown.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is little it can do.
Supreme, now with the Shadow Blade. Has the means of an approach, has the means of an escape. Activated with the Cloak of Flames, make a deadly combination on the fiery redhead hero of Mao's. 25 minutes in, a 6k net worth lead, the highest of the game so far. And a nice 69% win probability, nice, from Gaben himself. That's what happens when you get team wiped. The enemy gets an advantage. Well, not an insignificant one either. With all of you dead, there's space to be made. With all of you dead, there's objectives to be taken. And with LeBron dead, there's just a bit more territory to fight for. Nexus Vampire and Force using a cheeky Observer ward placed earlier. His rotation onto the bottom is more than possible from Supreme and the team. Four-man smoke up coming out from Mouse. They could make the approach as low skills transitioning into the Satanic already. Meanwhile, Retsu gunning for a basher now that his BKB is done. And I would like to see him use it in the fight sooner rather than later. Finally, an average I can say out loud. 27 kills on the board in 27 minutes. As I ask again, are you not entertained? Pablo, looking for the Tormentor control, but him seen under the Watcher is definitely a giveaway. We're standing by for the RP surprise.
Dire's bottom tower hopes for aid.
The tier 2 on the mid lane could be pressured. Neither team are looking for the open engagement. Only low skill showing for the Radiant. With the Dire only seeing creeps pressuring the bottom tier 2. Both sides pressuring the offlane, as that could lead to triangle control. And Retsu and Pablo looking to finish off the last tier 1 tower of the game. As LeBron and Stoikov once again almost caught Force, pulling on the mid wave. With a little bit of shockwave action as Stoikov looking to approach Force right now. They can get to the behind of Mouse. That could be a big head gameplay. Stoikov and Pablo standing by. The 5-man smoke up of the Radiant will not lead to much yet. Out comes the calling as LeBron looks to melt Exis Vampire, but even in the Pierce the Veil, the ethereal Muerta Mama Sita will just survive with a sliver of HP. Oh Dios mío, Muerta. Almost morir? The Spanish is dog shit, if you didn't tell. I actually studied that language for 3 years. I hardly speak it. To be fair, I've been speaking English for 23 years, 25 years actually at this point, and I still can't speak English well either. But with the triangle totally under the control of Mao's, they will take the outpost and will keep up the pressure on the mid lane, as Roshan has not spawned just yet. Mao's were willing to give up the Immortal. But at this point, both teams with the big ultimates still handy. Except for the good old Pierce the Veil and the Fingering of Death. But in goes the approach. Low skill. BKB committed. As Nefrit backing off, they need to keep a distance. As Mouse trying to find a kill, any kill, all just a kill. Exis Vampire on the back though will get a bit of revenge against the Finger. As Force backing off, thinking of the RP onto 2, but could be satisfied with just 1. No pull onto Stoikov. They will find the kill on Retsu as low skill turns around onto LeBron as Supreme comes from below. Onto Stoikov. A few more right clicks connecting onto the Ember Spray. He will dodge those out, but loses all his teammates besides Nefrit. As eventually Force hunts down the Ember. Will get the play. Huge. Don't let the Ember Spirit slip. Honestly, who keeps track of the amount of remnants on a hero? Oh, I don't see the Ember on my screen. It's gone. But Force, with a 3000 IQ move, will still get the enemy mid laner. Just the way now is separating these team fights. This is something they should teach in Dota school. With low skill, more than happy to wait for Roshan to appear on the bottom lane. Not much Mouse could do about it. Low skill being knocked off the Twin Gates is kind of funny. Him and I did cheer on Roshan in Berlin, by the way. Boom and Ade was there as well. Fun little fact. If you do look around, especially in the... what do they call them? Breachers? Whatever. The stands. The big stands. Not the VIP areas. If you look around in the bleachers, then you might just spot a pro player or two hanging out. You know? Drinking beer, having some popcorn, and watching the game. Keep your eye out. They're there. Trust me. You know, the strange looking guys in hoodies and stuff and lands? That's them. They might not be playing the line itself, but greet them, shake their hand, and show some appreciation.
Radiant's bottom tower is now but kindling.
32 minutes in. Only one outer objective standing on Zero Tenacity as Nefrit. Just not showing the same amount of pushing power he has with the Beastmaster as he did with the Enigma. It's just not the same amount of tempo. The boars are just dog. Oh, compared to the Eidolons, as force on the Magnus is just duck face better. An Nexus Vampire on that Magnus for sure. Fishing for Phoenixes. Low skill. Takes the kill with the Plasma Field. As a tier 3 will be broken 32 minutes in. Supreme will manage to save the tier 2 tower on the mid lane. Retsu TPing in on the side. Pablo with a beautiful play with the Earth Spike. Holding on to as many as he can. Pablo bursting down Nexus Vampire with the mana drain. And that's the power of the shard. Actually, no, it's the Essence Eater. My bad. Do as much damage as you suck off the enemy. That would definitely ruin the porn industry in the long run. Why are you here in the emergency room, sir? Ah, the lion just used his E on me. 33 to 12. It's almost double the amount of murder on the mouse side. They do back off before they finish off the full set of racks on the bottom lane. But definitely with the control and the advantage. Pretty much the same situation they found themselves in the previous game. Is the PA just bad? Is Dodd just a better carry? No. Definitely not gonna blame Retsu on this one. This is a rough game for the PA. Especially due to the fact that as soon as your BKB is gone, there's like several stuff that will mitigate any of your approaches to the gameplay. But a big wraparound play coming out from Zero Tenacity. If they catch the back line, Mouse could be in a pickle. Here they come. Get ready. Simba will find a Hex on to the zombie. As Fly melts, out comes a beautiful RP. Straight onto the Supernova. They break the egg. LeBron is dead. As Pablo buys back into the play. No casualties yet on the mouse side. Pablo coming back, fingering the Magnus. He wants Force to die, but Force is unwilling to. Stoikov will have finally finished the job as Retsu trying to get the escape. We'll just Phantom Strike back to his buddy. 1 for 2, and actually 1 for 3 as Pablo died back for the fingering play. Supreme keeping his fair little distance with the Lina. That is low skill. He's just gonna whip the tier 3 into submission. BKB from Retsu. Can they keep up onto Supreme? He hides inside the tombstone. As Stoikov. Down they go. Supreme comes out and hides with a Shadow Blade. Onto Nefrit or Retsu. He can go. Laguna Blade. Onto the PA as the save. Out comes the souls. Onto Supreme. As Nefrit still lurking behind with the Centaur. Fly and low skill will go for a hunt, but only find boars. Once again, a good trade. Buyback forced on Stoikov at least. As Aegis gets reclaimed on low skill. This is the opportunity they've been looking for. Nefrit screams into the air of low as getting the Razor out seems a little bit impossible, but he turns it around with the Satanic. He's just fine. Force giving the Lincoln Sphere onto low skill and helping him out a little bit more. Hex down, the Razor. Pretty much nonchalant about it. Let's have the Eye of the Storm help him out just a little bit. Supreme. Looking for the wraparound control. He'll just be happy to find another Wisdom Rune,
I foresee the Radiant's top
as a Tormentor will be stolen. One more shard to go, which is going to be Exus Vampires. It appears to Veil Lifesteal, definitely being one of my favorites on position 4s right now. It's just a must-have shard. Mouse's net worth differential will increase to 19,000, and their win probability to 82%. Deja vu, I've just seen this place before. A PA lineup being boxed in on the high ground. But it looks like the two teams will keep their fair distance, especially due to the fact that Rotsu's Divine Rapido is already done. I don't think Zero Tenacity are keeping that a secret for long, but it could definitely melt through low skill and his armor.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Quote unquote, only 26 armor on this guy. Shouldn't be much of a problem for the side of Zero Tenacity. Smoke ups coming through. As they try to make the approach, Stoikov is just tickling the Razor, who is gonna clean up on the mid aisle.
barracks have fallen. Do not mourn their
Phantom Strike backwards, Retsu is gonna be a bit of a chicken. But committing into this mid fight is not something I would do either. One last stride or a wraparound onto the enemy is the only approach I would approve of. Otherwise, I just hate myself.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Low skill. Dodging out another Earth Spike. As, yep, low skill is just cutting off Zero Tenacity indeed. Looking to claim the second victory for his team. Hex down and controlled. Primal Roared as well. No RP from Force. As, yeah, I think low skill was the one who was cut off this time around, but they did claim the third tier 3 tower. And the mid tier 4s are being sieged by the little creeps. At least the effigies are. A worthy little slap by Zero Tenacity for a bit of over courageous gameplay coming out from Mouse. Yeah, you could have said, where is the tombstone in this situation? But I think Fly was a little bit too far away. Retsu looking to finish off his Abyssal Blade as well. Standing swords and daggers onto this PA. Okay, yeah, true. Battle Fury is kind of an axe, but still. Knives out and guns out. This triple stifling dagger will definitely hurt the Mouse lineup. Zero Tenacity going for the free Roshan, but they should be careful that their base is constantly under pressure. As LeBron pulls back the creeps behind the tier 4 towers and tries to stall as best he can. But with Roshan giving Aegis to Retsu, and Aghanim's divine blessing will actually fall into the hands of the Ember Spirit, Stoikov could just be a little painful boy from now on. Mouse, how much are they willing to risk to actually get the last racks and get the mega creeps? Just from that single gameplay, but a game with that play, by the way, coming out from Zero Tenacity, just getting the single Razor, they will turn back their fortunes to a 15k net worth difference between the two teams. That is nothing to scoff at all. As the very last shard will be picked up for the Dire side. And tier 4s all rolled out on both sides as well. Zero Tenacity cautiously advancing on the top 2 lanes. But the mid could still be under threat. I think Mao's got to work on a little more to keep Low Skill safe. Or maybe Low Skill's got to work a little bit more to keep himself safe. Refresher Orb done on him as well. Just double dropping the Iron Eye of the Storm could be good here, but he gets caught on the mid lane. Ripped to shreds by Retsu. The sneaky gameplay of pushing the bottom lane is not really working out for the team, as the Blinking Fly Undying will get Searing Chained. Here comes Retsu. They just gunned down the Undying, but of course, the Unsleeping Dirge, the Ceaseless Dirge, will respawn immediately. Mouse?
Dyer's courier has been slain.
Bleeding from every seam right now. As the win probability falls back to 72%. 2 deaths on your Razor, and suddenly your tier 2 objectives are open.
Dyer's middle tower is
A little bit of a breath onto the mid tier 2 tower. And Nefrit is just happy that objectives are open. Retsu is like, where are the creeps? No! He's just gonna get bursted for the Aegis. At least. Stoikov diving in with the remnants, and here's Nefrit as well to put them to sleep if need be. Lightstrike Array onto the Beastmaster as they gun him down. Nexus Vampire will even commit to Pierce the Whale for this. No buyback coming out from Low Skill, as his team will carry him in this defense. Aegis bursted, and Nefrit lost. Zero Tenacity lick their wounds and back off for now. But with Refresher Orb coming on Retsu as well, I'll be curious to see about these engagements. Low Skill needs to get his Satanic off and initiate the fight, or just survive the fight in general. Force should rather be the one initiating the fight for sure. As Horn Toss is available to him, that is kind of like a singular RP. Although it only lasts 0.75 seconds. It is definitely an opportunity to start fishing for people. No vision onto the Dire base as they go to the high ground with the 4-man smoke. Low Skill and the boys just chilling in the base. They see Stoikov. They will go for Retsu instead. Gunning down onto the PA. They need a little bit more control. Out comes the Phantom Strike. Retsu's on the run as Low Skill will keep up the connection with the BKB and the play. Refresher. BKB coming out on the Razor. They cannot turn on the egg and they will back off. No casualties on either side for now. Ooh, this is spicy. Bosco accidentally walking into the tombstone, which is something my teammates have done on numerous occasions. Retsu still hanging on to that rapier. As Nefrit with the Hex as well. They could definitely find control on Low Skill, especially now that a Refresher Orb was used, along with both Eye of the Storms and BKBs. Mouse will be patient and back off. Two Lincoln Spheres, by the way, already good on Mouse. Good for self-protection and good for low skill protection. As more and more this game is looking like, you know what, 18 plus commercial. Protection, protection, defense, defense. Don't have kids unless you financially can uphold them. But Nefrit gunning in to Excess Vampire. They will find someone to kill on Zero Tenacity side, and they will be happy, claiming back the Gem of True Sight. from the mouse side. The one on Stoikov, by the way, actually originally, well, also belonged to LeBron. So Mouse haven't spent a single dollar on the Geometry side so far. They're still insistent on making the approach on the bottom lane. But is it too much? Pingage coming out from the Frit. As the side of fisting from Stoikov will significantly weaken the wave. As Mouse will fully disengage from the bottom lane. They'll back off. Low skill making the call. The mid lane needs to be controlled. As even the approach will be drawn up on the map.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Low skill looking, they're not finding.
Dire's middle
But double.
no gale can
Razor everything is about to be ready. Retsu. A long range Ember as they will find a beautiful RP. Onto Retsu and Stoikov. But will any of them die? As Retsu, killing them one by one, will find Supreme first. The Ghost Scepter helping the Undying survive just a little bit. But Pablo with the control. They will lose 2 on the side of Mouse. As they'll need to back off. Roshan possibly spawning in under a minute. Let's just find out the true timer. It's 27 seconds. It's not long at all. Monka S doesn't even cover what's going on in this game right now. Zero tenacity. With all the tenacity, we'll push it back to a 69% win probability for Mouse. They'll take out the second tier 2, as Retsu seems to be doing it. Low skill, still with double everything. We'll try and tickle. Zero tenacity, high ground. Oh, they pull back the PA. But can they keep up contact? Low skill does not want to link up. Onto a Lotus Orb, the PA. Which is absolutely understandable. The Hex down, low skill is in trouble though. Controlled, he needs to buy back. 100 seconds without the Razor is just not a good possibility. Supreme bought back for this, but he might just die back for this. With the Lina gone for 2 minutes, this seems to be a harder and harder defense on the side of Mouse. But the mid lane is being pushed by the super creeps. The first tier 4 is about to fall. Can Mouse hold on so that the heroic creeps finish the game? Nefrit diving forward, looking for the control on Texas Vampire as Pablo with the tripler spike finds another. Stoikov pulled back, RP'd into the base. They will find the Ember Spirit, but there's a buyback on him. Retsu going for the jugular. Wants to finish and wants it now. His Divine Rapier working overtime as low skill bought back, but he will be melted. No more Razor, no more for the play. As Mouse might just get knocked down to the lower bracket for this. Excess Vampire will gun down the Phoenix. But buyback from LeBron could just be what needs to happen to defend this base. 60 seconds until the Lina's back, 100 until the Razor. As Force is hunting, is finding, and Nefrit is dying. Retsu or Stoikov once again, as no more fortification is available. Fly cannot defend this against Retsu. One last dead shot coming out as the Primal Roar defends onto the Magnus, and it is going to be Zero Tenacity advancing to face off against ITB.Shuffle in the upper bracket. Mouse are knocked to the lower bracket in game number 3. What a finish coming out from Zero Tenacity. Congratulations to them. This Retsu Divine Rapiro has proven to be successful on their side. Mouse just cannot let low skill die like that. 3 times in a row, actually. But what do you do against the Divine Rapier? Oh, just link up to the Phantom Assassin, dude. It's not that easy. Huge positioning plays coming out from Zero Tenacity. And they fought for this hard, being the only Group B team to advance in the upper bracket. They should be proud of themselves, but Mouse, being the only team from Group A to actually fall to the lower bracket, a little bit of a hurt on the medal. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today. I shall see you tomorrow, or actually, I won't see you tomorrow. Kojda will see you tomorrow as European Pro League Season 23 continues. Thank you and good night. Zero Tenacity 2-1 over Mouse.